Hey y'all. Welcome back for the second part of What If Naruto Got the Rinnegan from Nagato. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 11, Departure. It was a winter evening during their voyage. It has been a week since they left Konoha. Naruto departed with Kakashi and Yamato with Konan trailing a little further behind than usual. They were in search of a particular person and didn't have time to waste. Every second counted. KK Kakashi-sensei, how much longer do you think it will be before we reach there? I'm freezing my ass off, Naruto replied through chattering teeth. The Jounin could only sigh as he watched his student wrap his stiff limbs around himself, rubbing his arms furiously to stop the cold chill. Not much further, Naruto, we will be there by tomorrow afternoon. Naruto whined about that because that was still a day away. Oh, how he wished he were under a heat lamp or a fireplace, or just being back in plain old Konoha with sweltering heat. He would rather have anything except the cold. He did host the QB. They continued running and jumping as the sun slowly set in the sky. Naruto looked from the corner of his eye and saw Konan. She was keeping a much longer distance than she normally would away from the boy. On top of that, she hasn't even spoken a word to him during the entire trip. If anything was said, she only spoke one-word sentences that usually agreed or disagreed. If Naruto tried to say something to her, she would turn her head and avoid eye contact. It was something that Naruto became worried about. I wonder if it has something to do about the time she kissed me? Naruto thought silently as he continued looking at Konan through his peripheral. She was still avoiding his gaze as if she knew he was watching, although the look on her face told him that she also seemed to be deep in thought. Flashback. Everything came to a screeching halt as Konan absorbed exactly what happened. Silence encased the room as she slowly backed away from Naruto's face. She couldn't believe that she could do something like that. How could she be so careless? Both of their faces matched each other's as shock set in the both of them. Naruto-san, the blue-haired woman responded with a lump in her throat. How could she do this? She did the one thing that she never would have thought in a million years she would do. She kissed Naruto. How can that even be possible? Even the thought of doing that to the boy was unreal, so how did it come to pass? Both of their faces were flushed and there was an obvious reason why, but neither could speak their own opinion. There were many things wrong with this picture and Konan could name them off automatically. If this was Konan a month ago in this situation, she would have left an impassive face and automatically told him it was nothing, unless she just didn't allow herself to get into that position at all back then. Then again, the only other way she could have gotten this way back then would be if she were about to trick someone and kill them in order to get information for the Akatsuki. But that was then, now it was as if she was jumbled and mix-matched. On top of that, she was even blushing. She hasn't blushed since the day she professed her love by kissing Yahi. Konan immediately jumped off of Naruto and ran outside of his house, slamming his front door behind her. Naruto tried to call her back but she ignored him, completely fleeing the scene. As Naruto sat down, the earlier moment's activity sat in his brain. Placing two fingers to his mouth in awe, it was as if he was trying to feel the same sensation he had when their lips met one another's. She kissed me. I don't understand, he continued, questioning the reason behind it. Why did she kiss me? Space break. Konan ran to the forest and continued running until civilization was harder to see. She didn't want anyone to notice her in such a vulnerable state. People could be very cruel to someone like her. She kept sprinting at full speed before she tripped on a root and fell to the ground with a loud thud. She completely unnoticed the root because her eyes were teared up, making everything blurry and distorted. Once she hit the ground, she groaned and sniffled as she picked herself up and held herself on her hands and knees. Her tears were falling profusely, patting the ground and dampening the dirt into a darker shade. Her face was contorted and full of unsettled melancholy emotion. Her teeth were clenched because she could no longer hold it in. She came to an idea, but brushed it off before as coincidence. After kissing Naruto, this coincidence became something she couldn't tolerate. Was Naruto transforming into some alternate form of Yahiko? No, that couldn't be true. No one could ever replace Yahiko, especially Naruto Uzumaki. She picked herself up and patted the dirt off of her clothes, sniffling and wiping her eyes continuously to try and assure herself that she needed to be stronger than she is now. Yahiko died years ago, there's no reason for me to cry this way. End flashback. Konan knew the boy was watching her, but she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. What she did was so unspeakable, that she couldn't even talk to the boy or anyone for that matter. It felt so wrong. Who knew that something so simple could make the paper user lose herself in uncertainty? But the question was, why was she letting this get to her? It was something so simple and meaningless. It's not like she did it on purpose. Accidents happen, right? But it was an accident that could never be forgotten. Something like this would haunt her for the rest of her days. Whenever Naruto would try to talk to her about it, Konan would only try her best to ignore him or just disappear away from him altogether. She knew that he may have been worried, but she just couldn't bear to face him. The embarrassment was too much to bear, so much that she felt as if she had no other choice but to keep herself away from him. Konan didn't want to give the orange-haired boy any ideas about what happened a week before. Naruto knew that something was wrong as he continued eyeing her. She looked so sad. After several of Naruto's attempts to make her happy, she finally broke her depression and started smiling again. But now, it looked like she was going down the same path and would fall deeper than she did before if it was possible, but highly unlikely. He didn't want that. He knew she didn't want that either. There have been a couple of times where Naruto would try to confront the blue-haired woman about what happened before, but she would walk away from the group and tell him not to follow her. Of course, Naruto, being ignorant about her situation as he was, tried to follow after her, but Kakashi stopped him in his tracks. The Jinchuriki obviously got quite upset about that, but Kakashi knew that Konan needed some time to herself for a change. Ever since they had that first talk when he followed her the first time, he knew that she felt chained and bound like a prisoner of the Leaf Village and felt that maybe some quiet time was all she needed. He figured he could give her that much, if any at all. He may not have had much trust in her, but he had enough to give her space. The sun slowly set over the horizon as Kakashi finally stopped in a small clearing in the woods, making the others that were following him do the same. All right, we will camp here for the night. We will do the same as we have been before, take turns on watch every 2 hours. Konan and Naruto will share the same tent while Yamato and myself share. Naruto nodded his head while Konan stayed silent and looked in a different direction. Later that night, Konan sat by a tree listening to her surroundings and getting a feel for chakra signatures around as she did her watch. She stayed silent as she gazed at the moon in thought. The woman totally lost herself as she looked upon the big white orb in the sky, thinking about how enormous it could actually be. The view was truly remarkable, although the clouds kept floating across the moon obstructing her view. She has only seen the moon a handful of times when she was younger and other times when she was out on missions for Akatsuki. It always rained every day in Amigakure, but once or twice a year, the rain would stop and the clouds would part, revealing a shining, beautiful circle in the sky. Konan would look onto it in amazement and awe. It was always something that she would remember and treasure, not only because of the beauty, but because it always calmed her when she looked at it. It was almost as if it was telling her that things would get better or telling her that the clouds would eventually part in her life, revealing a great peace. Looking around the moon, she also saw all of the tiny shining specks in the sky. The stars. They were so small and insignificant, but they complemented the moon as if they belonged together. She could only smile as she softened her eyes on the sky's canvas. Things like this would make all of her worries disappear in an instant and she would feel glad about it. When she was in Akatsuki, she never had breaks like this to really enjoy nature. But now as she sat here viewing the wind blowing the tree limbs softly and looking at the snow glistening on the ground, she really became that much closer to nature. Konan-chan. The woman in question abruptly snapped out of her daze and looked over to her right. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, only for her to quickly shift her gaze to the ground with a frown. What do you want, Naruto-san? I want to talk about what happened, La. There's nothing to talk about, the blue-haired woman quickly replied while turning her gaze the opposite way from Naruto. Now if there is nothing else to say, then leave. But Konan-chan, why did you do it? Konan fell silent as she stared at the blanket of snow on the ground as if it was something important. I don't know why. It just happened. As soon as it escaped her mouth, she knew that was the wrong thing to say, but she couldn't think of anything else. If Konan told him that she thought he was Yahiko or that she got lost in the moment, then the woman would look crazy or as if she really did like the boy. But Konan-ch. Look, Naruto-san, Konan replied with a sigh, I know you are confused and probably questioning whether or not I have feelings for you. Naruto stood there dumbfounded as she completely guessed what he was thinking. But you should clearly know that what happened then was completely an accident. Our relationship is purely friend-based, nothing more. I am only here to fulfill Yahiko's and Nagato's vision of peace and help protect the world from Madara. Naruto inwardly felt a little sad about that, although he really didn't know why. Now, if you have nothing more to talk about, please leave me alone. I just want to be by myself for a while. She turned her eyesight back to the moon as she sat there trying to forget that Naruto was even around her. Naruto stood there, soaking up everything that she said. It took him well over a few seconds before he made up his mind. He walked over nonchalantly and sat down beside Konan. What are you doing? The orange-haired boy dropped his eyes to her direction. I'm staying with you. But why? I said I didn't want you here. I need to figure things out on my own. Good, Naruto said confidently, you can figure it out. While I'm sitting here. Naruto-san, why are you making things so difficult? The woman replied with an annoyed but sad gesture, haven't you done enough already? Because I made a promise and I plan to keep it. Konan flashed her eyes to his direction and locked her gaze onto his. His look was determined, just like that night. She tried to find falseness in his gaze or voice but found none. I told you that I would never let you steer yourself that low again. Nobody deserves that, you know? Naruto looked to the ground and brought his head back up to look at her with a grin. Believe it or not, keeping you happy is one of my most important goals in life, and I vowed to keep you in the happiest mood you have ever been and ever will be. Before she knew it, she felt a slight warmness to her cheeks. That last comment was something she wasn't expecting. Although, she already knew that Naruto didn't mean it in the other way, having someone say that to her was something that she oddly liked to hear. Before she knew it, she smiled to him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. He looked over to her and grinned right back. It seemed that this was all that she needed to set her mind straight, and it eased Naruto's worries. Her adding kun to the end of his name only made it better. She trusted him now. Konan didn't have to think about it anymore. Of course, he reminded her so much of Yahiko, because her dead lovers will rested on this boy's shoulders. Heroes always carry the same determination. Maybe he will grow more mature with age like Yahiko did? Only time will tell. Konan-chan. Stirring her from her ruminations, she looks over, yes? I can take the rest of your shift and take mine too. You deserve more rest than I do. You haven't slept very well in the past few days and I think you should sleep a little more. Naruto-kun, the woman replied while looking slightly startled, you know I can't do that. I don't want to take away from your equal resting period. You will be tired in the morning. Hey, nonsense, I can handle myself, Naruto retorted while puffing out his chest, you should relax and let me handle it. You need your beauty rest and I can't take no for an answer. Konan was about to retort to that, but she realized that Naruto was indeed stubborn once it came down to certain things, so she just smiled a warm smile. I guess, you're right, I do need my rest. She stood up and dusted off the snow from her pants. I have a feeling that I won't have any more sleeping problems. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night. And with a wave of her hand, she walked back to the tent that Naruto and her share, leaving the blonde boy alone with his thoughts. He could only grin as he thought about Konan's smile. He never realized that all she needed was a little talking to. He never knew it was that easy. He sighed contentedly as he lay on the trunk that Konan was laying on previously. Konan opened the flap to her tent and took off her flak jacket and orange flower. Stretching out her arms, she crawled into her sleeping bag and took notice of the heaviness that began to descend on her eyelids. She didn't really have time to think about what she wanted to think about. All she knew was that she hasn't felt this sleepy in a long while. She never knew it was so simple. The woman closed her eyes and slowly drifted away into a bright, expansive, and grassy field. Chapter 12. No, Naruto-kun, do it again. Right. Sorry, Konan-chan. Naruto was busy practicing a new jutsu that Konan was currently teaching him. He had been doing this for quite some time during the day and he was left feeling tired and running short of chakra. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't do it. After trying again, but failing, he just fell to the ground with a sigh. I can't do it, Konan-chan. Learning to control paper with Fuutan chakra is really hard, he replied, puffing for air. Konan sighed softly while walking over to him. She could understand his difficulty for the special ability she has. It was her Kekkei Genkai and something that she treasured deeply. It's not like she learned how to master paper jutsu in a day. I understand, Naruto-kun, but if you want to learn a new ability while gaining new tactics to use with me, Then you will have to learn how to use this, the woman replied softly while lying down next to Naruto. They became real comfortable with each other after that small talk they had the night before. It seemed they reached a middle ground and truly felt that everything was alright. With his back to the ground, Naruto looked into the clouds of the bright afternoon sky. It was so peaceful and not a soul in sight. The wind blew softly between the both of them and made it seem as if there wasn't a care in the world. It's so nice out here today. I wish every day was like this, Naruto said with a smile. Konan turned her head slightly to view him. She broke out into a warm smile before looking back up into the sky. I couldn't agree with you more. Their gazes were fixed on the deep blue canvas as white puffs of cotton floated across the view. The trees shook softly to the rhythm of the wind and left a harmonious atmosphere upon them both. The life seemed to be so thriving and wonderful. A few moments later, a bird chirped in one of the trees, leaving Naruto to sigh in disappointment. I think we should head back to Kakashi-sensei. He might get concerned about us, Naruto said reluctantly. He slowly started pulling himself up, when a hand grabbed his sleeve and tugged it. Wait, Naruto-kun. Why don't we just lay here a little bit longer? Konan asked a little desperately. Naruto looked back at her and saw her face before looking back to a general direction and scratching his face. I really don't think we should keep Kakashi-sensei waiting. He tried to get up again before Konan gripped him tighter, this time on the wrist, but, Naruto-kun, She apparently pulled too tight and it made Naruto stumble before regaining his balance by placing both of his palms on the ground. After getting his bearing back, he realized one thing, Konan-chan. And Naruto-kun? He was on top of Konan in a very delicate situation. The woman looked at him with a redness to her face and a silent tongue. Naruto looked down upon her with a certain tint to his own cheeks. Wait a minute, why am I blushing? Think Naruto, you can't like her. What happened last time was an accident. An accident. But I'm frozen. Why can't I get off? That was when he looked at her face. With it being so red, it made her look so cute. She couldn't look any better. She had a natural pale complexion because of her years of staying in Amigakure, but now her skin had darkened up a bit, leaving a warmer natural glow and sheen. Maybe that sheen came from being in the heat today? His eyes lowered to her lips. He tried to look away, but they were just so enticing. They were a light shade of pink that slightly sparkled in the sun. They looked so soft and inviting that looking at them only drew him closer to her face. He hasn't kissed a girl before, and the only one he did kiss was the woman that was lying below him. It felt so good, so why shouldn't he do it again? It's not like she wasn't enjoying it the last time, but it's not right. I shouldn't do this. I can't control myself though. But it's not like she's resisting. And maybe just a slight brush against the lips would be okay? Konan's thoughts were along the same lines as Naruto's. This isn't right. I shouldn't be doing this with him. But I can't keep myself from staring at him. I'm so embarrassed. Well, maybe one kiss would be okay? I mean, we have kissed before. Wait a minute, what am I saying? Oh God, he's getting closer. She was gazing at Naruto with soft half-lidded eyes, almost like she has been wanting or waiting for Naruto to do this. She didn't want to fight it because she knew that it felt good the last time. It wasn't like anybody was watching them. She couldn't feel a presence around at all. It only left her wanting his kiss more. Her heartbeat slowly picked up its pace as she stared at his mouth slowly inching its way to hers. Naruto eventually brushed his lips against hers as they both closed their eyes. As soon as the kiss started, it went very slowly and softly. Konan blushed even darker as she brought her hands up to Naruto's broad body. Her left hand went to his hair as she started massaging his scalp. Her other hand went to his back as she felt Naruto's kiss deepen. She softly moaned into Naruto's mouth at the intense sensation. She hasn't kissed in so long and she forgot just how good it really felt. MMGH ha, Naruto-kun tilde. Naruto copied her as he continued kissing her sweet lips. MMMNNN, Konan-chan. Naruto-kun. Konan-chan. And Naruto-kun. Wop. Naruto opened his eyes quickly as he pulled himself up. He stretched as he got a look at his surroundings. It was pitch black in the night, the sun wasn't even close to rising yet. He rubbed his eyes rather quickly as he realized Konan hit him moments before. He looked over to see Konan inches away from him. Actually, they were in the same sleeping bag with Naruto's sleeping bag completely empty staring at him from the other side of the tent. Wait a second, why aren't I in my sleeping bag? Naruto asked while scratching his head. I should ask you the same thing, Konan replied with distaste and arched eyebrows. She folded her arms as Naruto turned his head to view her and started sweating in nervousness. He knew that Konan was mad at him. Something like that was uncalled for if it was done on purpose. Immediately, Naruto got out of Konan's vicinity as he threw his hands up in defense. Konan-chan, I swear I would never try to sleep in the same bag without permission. Konan blushed faintly at Naruto's poor choice of words before rebuttaling, whatever, just forget about it. Your hormones have kicked in full force. It's only natural you would try to pull something like that. She pulled the covers back over her body and rolled over to keep herself from facing him, although, contrary to what you may believe, I am not easy. So do yourself a favor and stay in your sleeping bag because next time, I will put you in a full body paper cast and tie you to a tree. Take this as fair warning. But I didn't. Good night, Naruto-kun. The orange-haired boy sighed in guilt. Yeah, good night, Konan-chan. He rolled over in his sleeping bag facing the opposite of her. He knew that once she put her foot on the ground, she wasn't budging. It didn't seem like she was going to believe him no matter how hard he pleaded for his innocence. As minutes slowly passed and things got really quiet, he started thinking about the dream he had moments before. He's never had dreams like that, at least none that involved Konan. Or making out for that matter. This was something relatively new to him. But I thought that was really happening. It really felt like I was there and doing all of that stuff all day. Weird. He didn't want to delve into it any longer because his Johnny was getting riled up and he knew that he wouldn't be able to go to sleep if it kept up. Soon after, he closed his eyes and fell into another deep sleep. Konan, however, was wide awake. She couldn't go to sleep. Not after what she experienced, that dream. It felt so real. And Konan blushed hard as she thought about all of those images. Not long after she had that incident in mistaking Naruto for Yahiko, she has a dream of making out with him again. She couldn't believe the way her mind was acting. Calm down, Konan, it was just a dream. You didn't actually let Naruto have his way with you? She mentally face-palmed herself. What am I thinking? These thoughts should be illegal, they were wrong. How could she start thinking about Naruto in a way like that? She's only supposed to look after his well-being and make sure he is properly trained. Yes, that's right. Friends. Nothing more. Anything further would be considered outrageous. People would look down on her for making it seem like she was taking advantage of him or something. She can't have that. Now that she thinks about it, even the sound of starting a relationship with Naruto is crazy. Konan snorted to herself as she closed her eyes. Yeah, why am I worried? That would never work out anyway. Naruto's the chosen child. I just wouldn't fit in the picture like that. He's the hero. And I'm just a nobody. After feeling satisfied with her answer to herself, she tried to go to sleep. It came a little easier this time as her eyelids fell heavy, but her final thoughts still echoed throughout her mind. He's the hero. And I'm just a nobody. Just a nobody. Nobody. XXX. Hey, wait. Raikage and his guardians quickly turned to see who called them. I had a feeling you were going to follow us, Karu told them with a scowl. Why don't you just stay away from us? Naruto came to an abrupt stop with a passive and determined look on his face. Konan followed after with the two leaders tailing them to a halt. Sir, I ask you. Please forgive my comrade Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto replied, ignoring Karu while bowing slightly towards the Raikage. He's been through more than anyone would know. He just wants justice, the justice that is seen through his eyes. The Raikage looked onward silently before turning with an angry frown. His ignorance is what is causing all of our trouble. Why should we just let go everything that he has done? He has attacked and tried to capture my Jinchuriki. He is a missing nin and a part of Akatsuki as well, am I correct? Naruto nodded silently but didn't change his attitude. Yes, sir. Then he should be dealt with like any other missing nin should be, killed or captured for ransom. Naruto frowned as he continued. He will most likely be killed for his actions if we were to catch him, but I am unsure about your village's practices, Raikage told him gruffly. Lord Raikage, Karu said while looking his way, that woman is the person I was talking about. She pointed while looking at Konan. What can we do? Shouldn't she be captured since she is a part of Akatsuki? I was a part of Akatsuki, Konan replied, but I am no longer. The group no longer served its original purpose. I only realized this after Naruto defeated the leader, so now I have an insurmountable debt that I have to pay to him and the entire Leaf Village. It's only right after what I have done. Kakashi then stepped in and placed a hand on Konan's shoulder, slightly startling her. Due to certain circumstances, Konan here is forced to stay a part of the Leaf Village for the rest of her life. She is a slave to the Leaf now and is protected by the Leaf. Therefore, if anything is done to her from any other nation or village, then, we the Leaf, will act accordingly as if she is a Leaf Ninja herself. A grunted before turning his head away from them. Either way, she is still scum in my eyes. As for Sasuke Uchiha, he is a threat to my village. I will do whatever it takes to capture him. Or kill him. None of your pity or words can stop me. He turned away as his guardians followed him. Kero smirked in victory because she knew the Raikage would do no such thing. Everyone else was silent. They heard what he was saying and they knew it was true. Raikage spared no one. He was the type of guy you really didn't want to mess with, although before leaving eyesight, Raikage took one last glance at the strange boy while he slowly walked away. Naruto frowned even more as he thought about what A said. Konan walked over to Naruto and spoke softly, "Naruto-kun, you tried. That's what matters the most. I think Raikage was actually hinting something to you earlier." It seemed as though he could understand in a way, if at least what you were going through. Naruto looked awed by what she just said. He hinted something? Yes, Konan replied while softly smiling. He said that his village would surely kill Sasuke if they had a chance, but he also said that he didn't know if the Leaf would actually follow through with killing him at all. He could be suggesting that if the Leaf village caught him first, then maybe you would actually have a true chance in saving him. She's telling the truth, Naruto, Kakashi responded while looking over to his student. Sasuke may get put in solitary, but he will still be alive. It's just the point of getting him back to the Leaf village that will be a problem, but it is possible. Naruto contemplated those words before grinning with another determined face. Then that means that I can't give up yet. I still have a chance. I'm not giving up on Sasuke. Konan smiled at Naruto's antics. He seemed to really care about his friends. It just amazed Konan to no end, how Naruto would try to rescue a fallen friend. Friendships were very valuable things and Konan knew that firsthand. If either of her friends were alive, then maybe she would have done the same thing? No, there is no question if she would do the same thing. She would help her friends to the end. If she would have known earlier of Nagato's stress and pain, then maybe she could have prevented all of this. But the past is truly the past. Nothing can be changed except for the future. I hope we can turn this around. This disaster has gone on long enough. Yahiko. Nagato. Please help us. Good, then I think we should continue our trek, but first I think a stop in the town close by is in order, Kakashi said in slight humor. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and dashed. Cabin. Well, this place looks pretty cozy to be in the snow like this, Naruto said as he walked in. Konan walked in behind Kakashi as he looked over to Naruto. Well, it's not that bad. It will be better than our last sleeping arrangement, that's for sure. Naruto looked around before he sat down on the floor. The walls echoed an eerie silence that seemed to penetrate his eardrums constantly. This room was as empty as the streets at night in Konoha. But everything was so clean and spotless that it didn't really matter that it was empty. After looking around but finding nothing really important, Naruto heard Kakashi speak up. Konan, watch after Naruto while Yamato and myself finish up the arrangements to the cabin. It will only take us a few minutes. He did one last smile before he disappeared into the snow with a silent Yamato. Naruto did the only thing he could do. He fell backwards onto the tatami mats and crossed his arms underneath his head. The truth was that he was just too in thought about Sasuke. Why would he do something like this? Why not just come back? It was so easy and everyone would eventually forgive him. Why not come home? Are you thinking about Sasuke? Naruto turned his head and saw Konan. She had a slight look of concern in her eyes, which surprised him. He just sighed. How did you know? Came his disheartened voice but didn't change his body position. Well, it's not really hard to figure out, she started while walking over to Naruto and sitting beside him. Is this the reason why we came out this way? Are you trying to find Sasuke and bring him back to your home, his home? After contemplating, Naruto sighed. I just don't understand him anymore, Konan-chan. What do you not understand, Naruto-kun? She replied before lying down next to him in a similar pose. Hearing his thoughts about Sasuke was really intriguing and she couldn't pass up on it. She's seen the deranged boy a few times and knew that he was experiencing something within his mind that was driving him mad. It's just that he used to be an okay guy. Now he is left with only a desire to kill. Konan listened with rapt attention, but I know he really doesn't want to do that. Naruto's eyelids lowered. No one would. No matter how hard their life was. I know this may be none of my business, the jounin started, but wasn't there a time when you used to be shunned? Didn't you feel any hatred towards anyone? Enough hatred to kill? I'm sure it wasn't easy having the Leaf's hatred on your shoulders. Naruto laid there in silence, looking into space with sadness in his demeanor. His heart lightly ached from the past that he never wanted to bring up again. Well, when I was younger and didn't know much, of course I was angry at everyone who was mean to me. I couldn't stand it. He clenched his fists very tightly before relaxing them again, but I always eventually got over it because of the few people that actually did understand and helped me. A slight chuckle escaped his lips. At the time, I really didn't know why people were so mean to me. I always thought it was because they thought I was a bad kid because I lived on my own. But now I know that wasn't true. It was because I had the demon fox sealed within my body. I carried the burden. You must have been scared, weren't you? Konan asked softly, with her eyesight looking dead at him. He looked over to her and saw something. He saw another side of Konan. She looked genuinely concerned for Naruto and didn't seem like she was faking at all. In a way, he was happy that she actually cared. It made him understand her a little better. His lips curved upward before he started speaking again. I was at that time, but I've learned since then. I can't totally blame them for their misunderstanding. We are all just people after all. None of us can really be perfect. But at least we can try, he laughed with a grin before looking back at Konan. Konan smiled at the boy's antics. He never let anything get him down. He always looked so confident. It just really brought up her mood. I'm sorry for interrupting, but are you quite finished? A dark voice interrupted as both Naruto and Konan shot their attention to the speaker. They stared at him momentarily as he held a bored posture with his chin resting on his hand. Kaboom! Silly Naruto, you know Rasengan doesn't work on me, the masked figure replied as he stood on the roof by the protruding hole in the ceiling. Naruto was all of a sudden pushed back as Konan ruffled her papers on her skin. They started peeling off and whirling around her figure as she bore her eyes into his. Madara. The man only looked at her with a scoff. Oh, so you've grown an attachment to the boy now, I see. How sweet. The woman didn't say anything as she lowered her eyelids in more distaste. Her anger was so deep. Just even looking at this man again caused her to almost go insane and attack him on the spot. There was only a tiny amount of restraint that was keeping her at bay. It was that little nagging voice that told her that nothing would work on him. Not at the moment anyway. She was unprepared. Suddenly, wood sprouted from every direction as it encased Naruto into a wooden cell. What the hell? His eyes looked up and saw Madara constricted in wood. Kakashi-sensei. We won't let you get your hands on Naruto that easily, Madara, Kakashi told the masked man with his Sharingan blaring and a kunai to the masked man's throat. Madara held no emotion but simply told them, you should already know that physical attacks do not work on me. Well, I don't know if you are a projection, Yamato replied while maintaining eye contact, but I do know that you need to be physically solid in order to grab Naruto, so I'm just waiting for that moment. Big solid blocks of wood started to slowly rise from the ground by Yamato's wood jutsu as if waiting to strike. I didn't come here to fight, Tobi told them nonchalantly. I have my own plans in motion and I can't ruin it with some light squabble such as this. I just came to talk. To talk? Of what? Kakashi was wary as he held the kunai closer to Tobi's throat. About Nagato. Naruto, I am very curious. How did you get Nagato to betray me? I don't care about your stupid questions. The boy replied with clenched teeth. Where's Sasuke? What did you do to him? What do you want from him? Sasuke, huh? The masked man replied as if in thought. Okay, I'll tell you all about Sasuke Uchiha. About the boy with so much hatred for the leaf and carries the Uchiha's burden. Chapter 13, Rivalries Part 2. That's all a lie. Naruto threw his hands to the bars and gripped them until his knuckles were white with strain. Sasuke would never want to be that way. You brainwashed him. Oh? Are you sure there weren't any telltale signs of his hatred? I'm pretty sure he's always felt that way after the death of his clan. Tobi just shook his head. Naruto, when will you ever learn that it's not all about you? Sasuke chose his path and therefore, he will walk it despite whatever you tell him. Your depiction of this Uchiha is far off than you have ever believed. All you are speaking is only what a child would believe. You shut your mouth, you bastard. Naruto twisted his gaze to the paper angel. The glaze over her eyes and the sheer distaste that showed from her mouth could only prove of malice that never washed away, no matter how many days that passed her by. The memories haunted her and her regret has only further pushed her to her mental limits. This was the look of a warrior, a person raised on the means to survive. The memories of what she was before she joined Naruto and his village came rushing back to the orange-haired Konan, and for a moment. There was a time that he believed that maybe things would have been different had he not saved her. What gives you the right to decide what the Uchiha wants to believe? Konan replied in monotone, I can guarantee that you have something to do with the Uchiha's change of heart. Just as you changed Nagato. Or better yet, how you played with their emotions to gain an advantage in your sick twisted plan. I know all about it. Madara. Toby was amused at this woman's constant interference. Perturbed for a split second, the feeling faded as quickly as it came. However, through his musing, he was entertained by Konan's interruption. Interesting. I didn't do anything. I only spoke the truth and let him decide on his own. Nagato was treated the same way and made up his own mind as well. He just decided on a way that benefits my plan, he replied smugly. Although, he already knew that he instigated their decisions, however minor his notions were. He couldn't have them changing their minds now, could he? Not possible. I didn't even have to do anything to Nagato anyway. In the end, he was a fool. Although, it's not as if it really matters. He's dead, or did it just slip your mind? I could just say that maybe he was into my idea from the get-go. I could also tell you that there was a moment when he wanted you dead. Konan flinched in surprise. Nagato wanted her dead? That couldn't be possible. Nagato and I have been friends since we were little. I have never done anything to Nagato to make him hate me, as you say. There was a further indentation on her brow. Toby chuckled in a casual cackle that would only seem darker than anything else. I suppose you're right. Nagato would never be so evil as to do something that would harm his precious person. In reality, he was too weak to even realize his own faults. Calling himself a god. He even had the Kyuubi within his reach and he let him slip by just from a simple conversation. Actually, this would make Naruto the one who killed Nagato. Konan began to ruffle her papers on her skin. They slowly began to peel off and flitter through the sky in a violent tornado. She didn't like this man's constant lies. Everything that masked man spouted was becoming more and more unbearable to hear. She couldn't understand it. Why was he causing so much pain to everyone? A fire erupted in her belly as his words churned in chaos within her mind. She turned to look at Naruto, who was staring at her in concern. A piercing cold flame sparked within her eyes that would put villains to shame. She was exhausted from the fabrications. The man who started it all was right in front of her. She would make it quick and simple to end this cycle with this man here. It's the only way the world will be at peace. No. No. I won't hear it. Nagato passed on his will for peace to Naruto. I won't let you sully his name. Konan's papers peeled with flittering sound that crackled throughout the sky and swirled in a vortex of white blurs. Her thoughts were clouded and left her thinking on one thing. To kill. Her anger filled her senses. It was as if she was falling into an abyss with no way to fly and break free. She was actually losing control of herself. This was completely different from the Konan weeks before. Tap. Her eyes darted to the unusual weight on her form, then followed the arm to Naruto's face, who continued giving her that same look. Naruto's hand found its way to her shoulder. He was silently urging her to stop. She gasped as his touch developed a feeling of warmth through her Jounin vest. A different warmth than just a simple form of heat. She then felt clarity. She remembered that forgiving is the best way to find a peace of mind. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion as an internal battle fought within her mind. She couldn't forget Nagato's words and his sudden change and how easily he put his trust into Naruto. Clenching her eyes shut as the papers slowly flew back to her form, she hung her head low as she found melancholy curiosity to the ground full of snow. That's right. There was nothing that you could do to stop this from happening to your friend. Or to your love, Toby replied nonchalantly to her. Now all you have are feelings of regret and wishes of what you could have done. Unfortunately, this world is cruel. It's a shame though, you should have followed in their footsteps where you could be joined together again. Then you wouldn't still have to suffer another day in this wretched wasteland. The masked man twirled his hand around, signaling everything around them. No one has ever survived my genjutsu. It is only a mystery to how you survived that attack. More like a miracle. Konan thought quietly. I think I've heard enough, Kakashi soon intervened. As interesting as the spat between the two ninja was, there were other things that needed to be found out that were more important. I want to know why you are collecting the Baijuo. What's your true reason? Ah, getting back on topic, are we? Toby replied sarcastically, well, if I were to choose a reason, it would be to become a complete form. The mood fell to a darker shade from his response. Complete form? What do you mean? Kakashi asked curiously. Toby shook his head. It would be pointless to tell you all. Maybe I will tell under better circumstances. It was a quite nice chat for now, but until then. Later, a vortex appeared swallowing the man whole until he disappeared into nothingness, leaving an open gap in the Makuten technique. After a few moments, the tension died and everyone could feel the release. Konan sighed and lowered her head further. Madara. I hate that man. Konan-chan, Naruto asked as he walked up to her, are you alright? He could feel the stress coming off of his teammate in fluctuating vibes. She was troubled, but he didn't know what was exactly on her mind. The woman sniffed and wiped her eyes with her thumbs. Yes, everything's fine. I just overreacted. She knew her actions were strange. It looked as if she might have to train herself to control her emotions again. That certainly won't be a walk in the park because her emotions were so well tamed, and it didn't come difficult because she grew to live that way. Before she met Naruto, it was so easy to solve that minor emotional stir, but even she didn't realize just how much it was a change for her. What she just did could have been a costly mistake on her part that would have injured Naruto or any other leaf shinobi that was around. Why she was acting that way, she couldn't quite figure that out. It only left her pondering over her reaction. 30. Look at my cabin. An angry person yelled. Kakashi and Yamato both looked at the man. He was the owner of the cabins and looked like a fish out of water at the destruction of his beautiful property, or so he claimed it to be. I'm sorry, Yamato replied with a sweat, I'll fix it. I promise. You're damn right you will. I mean, look at it. It's a mess. Ugh, I just can't stand shinobi, he cried while looking at the massive hole in his beloved cabin. Kakashi could only sigh and gaze his lone eye to the top of the cabin, where Naruto and Konan sat up there together. It was becoming ever more intriguing to watch their strange relationship from afar, and he could very well admit that something has changed within the last few days since their departure. Could they be? Nah. That kind of thing would never happen. But wouldn't it be pretty exciting if it did? Kakashi felt the need to grab a small notebook from within his back pouch and began scribbling something that would make either in question pale. Or blush? I think I might continue your passion. Jiraiya-sama. Neither one of them uttered a peep. Lost in their thoughts that were floating and spinning through their minds from moments before, they sat in silence side by side. Konan was replaying what Madara kept telling her. His words were filling her head and driving her to insanity. None of what he said could have been the truth, could it? No. It's not possible. She knew the truth. Words from an untrustworthy man were not valid. She can't believe those things he was spouting off, although, she couldn't help but review her life traumas. Naruto thought in silence. He just can't believe that Sasuke would actually choose that path. Why? Then again, he wanted strength. Like Madara said, Sasuke wanted strength that he felt he couldn't get from anything else but darkness. It was such a terrible and lonely way to get power, but Naruto thought about it. If he didn't have anyone there for him, he would have most likely done the same thing. Maybe in another dimension? He sighed in defeat. He should probably think on it later. His mind couldn't really handle all of the stress. He gazed in Konan's direction and felt astonished from her subconscious action. She usually tried to run away to her lonesome whenever she had problems, but here she sat, together with him and thinking to herself, she is most likely thinking about what Madara said about Nagato, he wondered. It just didn't seem right to him. He clearly knew that Nagato wasn't lying before he died. If he was, then he was doing a really good job. That would most likely mean that Madara was the biggest compulsive liar he has ever known. Naruto knew the truth, but he started thinking that maybe Konan didn't exactly have an answer for everything. Hey! Konan-chan. She replied distantly, with her sight never leaving the snow on the roof. Don't think too much about what Madara said, okay? He replied, snapping her head immediately to his direction, it's just that. Well, we both know that Nagato didn't do anything wrong. He just lost his way. Just don't believe any of it. Nagato wants us to continue on the right path. We can't let anything get in our way. Including lies that bastard says. Naruto answered a little more somber in his last statement. Konan looked on with wide eyes as her glare was reciprocated. Naruto is actually the one telling her to not worry? Isn't she supposed to be the one that gives life lessons to Naruto instead? I've come a long way since we first met, haven't I? A slow, miniature smile of sadness etched its way on her face before she sighed, I suppose you're right. His words have nothing to back them. It's merely talk. I should have remembered that from the beginning. I'm sorry, she rested her head on her hand as she sat there in a hurricane of thoughts. It was a genuine apology and Naruto knew that it was, but he didn't think that Konan should have apologized. She was just being too hard on herself. Look, Naruto replied while scooting closer to Konan and placing his hand on her shoulder, you have nothing to apologize for. Take it easy. Relax. This is just something to get in our way. Just think of it as a small misfortune that's trying its best to stop us. Konan looked over in slight amusement and a glint in her eye, since when did you become so mature? He laughed and started scratching the back of his head, I don't really know. It just sorta came out. He stopped and looked at her, but still, it's okay. We'll get through this. I will make sure that we succeed. She gave a soft smile to Naruto and his sweet innocence. She really enjoyed that upbeat attitude in her life. I would have really needed someone like you when I was younger. Before she could finish her thoughts, something caught her eye and she looked down to Kakashi who was signaling them, hey, Naruto. You need to come down. The orange-haired boy stared at Kakashi who was pointing to several figures walking up in haste, Sakura, Sai, Kiba, and even Bushy Brows? What are you all doing here? Sakura breathed a sigh and looked to Naruto with a determination in her eyes. Naruto, we need to talk. XXX. Huh? What did you say, Sakura-chan? I don't think I heard you correctly. Can you say it again? Naruto stood dumbfounded as he stared at his pinkette teammate. Naruto, I said. I love you, she replied with a tinge of red on her cheeks. All of the spectators, including both parties, were looking on in interest and surprise. Lee looked as if he couldn't believe it. Kakashi's lone eye gazed curiously at the new development. Yamato looked ridiculous. Sai and Kiba kept silent. Konan, however, lowered her eyelids slightly. Her face fell into a partial frown as she watched the two interact with each other. Sasuke doesn't even mean anything to me anymore, Naruto, Sakura stated with her eyes diverted to the side. I was completely at fault to ever like him anyway. Just listen to me better while I'm making my confession. Naruto stared in shock at it all. Never in a million years would he expect Sakura to just openly decide that she likes him. In his dreams, maybe, but in real life it was just impossible and he knew it. That thought changed his ideas and he no longer felt the shock anymore, only confusion. His face held a seriousness to it that was all too different from a moment ago and it gave him an unusual air. But why here? Why now? I don't think this is funny, Sakura. Cut the crap. What are you up to? Sakura stifled a gasp at his stare and this new tone that he added in his words. It seemed a little colder than usual. What do you mean, Naruto? Nothing's going on. I just finally woke up and realized that I can't continue loving a rogue shinobi. I'm not a child, you know. I can tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Her smile widened as she gave a grin with closed eyes. Now that we're done with that, you don't have to worry about that promise you made to me. You can stop chasing after Sasuke. Naruto flinched at that last part and Konan noticed all too quickly. Reacting to all of this, the paper angel forced herself between the two team members, completely surprising both parties. Yamato began to object, only to have Kakashi hold him back, curious as to what Konan had to say. Excuse me, Konan-san, but I have to continue to talk to Naruto, Sakura started as she barely arched her eyebrows in confusion and anger. I can't allow you to talk to Naruto any longer, Konan said aggressively, earning a questioning look from both Sakura and Naruto. Your confession is causing Naruto a great deal of pain and confusion. I can only ask that you leave here at once. I will not stand aside and let you talk to him as if he is simple-minded. Sakura quickly ended her facade as she stared at Konan intensely. One could hear gloves slowly wrinkling underneath the pinkette's winter robe. What? I don't talk to him like he's simple-minded. Do you really think that Naruto is that much of a fool to believe that you would fall in love with him on a whim? Why do you care? Sakura asked, staring daggers into Konan's own eyes. All you want is for Naruto to see your way. We all know what you are doing. Konan's eyes widened at her statement. She was still going on about that? I'm doing nothing of the sort. Really? Sakura said smugly, ever since you appeared, Naruto has been changing. He's not the same blonde-headed knucklehead that I used to know. He's become colder and his hair has even become orange. Isn't it a coincidence that his hair would turn the same color that Pain's hair was? Konan was still in denial about Naruto's hair color. She was still trying to cope with that fact and Sakura wasn't making it better. All he ever talks about is Konan this and Konan that. I don't entirely understand it. You were the enemy. Why are you even here? Why did you change Naruto so much? Sakura shook her head in disbelief. Well, I guess when you hang around a cold bitch long enough, you turn colder. You're. Slap. Everyone's eyes widened exponentially as they saw Konan's hand glide across Sakura's face, making the pink-haired girl falter slightly and wince from the pain. It took the girl a moment, but she looked up and saw Konan with anger and sadness etched on her face. You have no right saying such things about me. How dare you? I've been nice this entire time and you've only slandered about me. You haven't once given me an opportunity to prove my truth and trustworthiness. It would be in your best interest if you just left Naruto and myself alone. I think we've both had enough of your lies. Why you bitch? I'm not even the one that's lying. You've been lying to Naruto th. Sakura. She turned her head and saw Naruto with a fierce look contorted in his features. She went wide-eyed as she turned a shade of white that was similar to the color of a hospital blanket. She never saw Naruto this angry, especially if it was directed at her. He didn't even add the chan suffix at the end of her name. What was this, Naruto? Naruto. You don't mean. I think it's time that you take your leave, Sakura, Naruto replied through grinding teeth. I don't like what you're saying about Konan-chan. You don't know anything about her and she is right. You've only said bad things about her and put her down the entire time. There's nothing more you can say. With that, he left the scene fuming, and Konan, who looked over and saw his reaction, followed in silence. Their footsteps dissipated as Sakura struggled to find words that would bring Naruto back to her. Sakura looked over to Kakashi and Yamato and gave them a silent plea for help. They only shook their heads as the gray-haired Jounin spoke up. Sakura, you know very well that Konan-san is doing her best to become part of the Leaf Village. She is right when she said that you haven't given her a chance. Sakura looked back to Konan, who was talking to Naruto quietly but sadly, and then back at Kakashi. You don't actually believe that Konan is on our side, do you? I can't be entirely confident about that, but my opinions do not matter at this point. Kakashi spoke as the girl softened her facial features, but she does have the support from Tsunade-sama and she has also been tested and interrogated. Basically, there is no evidence that claims she will turn Naruto or stray him. She actually wants to help, Sakura. Maybe you should try and trust her? Sakura didn't know that she was tested. She fell silent as she got lost in her thoughts. Could all of her assumptions be false after all? Naruto's hair turning orange is actually a coincidence? Could Naruto be acting cold? Because of me? Maybe he hasn't changed at all. Maybe I've been the one that has changed. I guess I have no choice. I will kill Sasuke myself and fix this mess. Come on, Sai, Kiba, and Lee, Sakura shouted to the others as she turned her heel and went the opposite direction. She couldn't help but feel like she was to blame for Naruto's attitude towards her. She couldn't handle his cold stare. It was the death of her to see the brightest glowing person that she knew to turn so cold, dark, and callous. She has to fix this, even if it kills her. A lone tear fell from her eye as she tried to staunch the feelings from erupting forth. I'm so sorry, Naruto. Naruto watched his teammate turn and leave, and he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of Sakura's actions. How could she say such cruel things about Konan? He only shook his head as he turned back to the blue-haired woman that was looking at him in return. There was some type of emotion that could be seen within her softened amber eyes, but it looked like she was restraining herself more than standing still. Konan sighed as she looked at the orange-haired boy in sadness. You didn't have to do that. I could have handled it myself. I couldn't just let her talk about you like that, Konan-chan. Someone has to stand up for you. You don't always have to do things alone. Okay? He smiled softly after the last part. She gazed into his eyes and saw that same warmth she saw several times before. She couldn't help but curve her lips upward from his infectious grin. It always did that to her, but she didn't mind it. It actually calmed her whenever her emotions began to take shape. During this moment, something warm enveloped her heart and she could only feel the urge to hug Naruto, but her restraint was quite heavy. She couldn't be doing these things in front of the other ninja, they would think that something was going on. She pushed the feeling down before she sighed with her unknowingly cute smile. Okay. Naruto-kun. Naruto-san. The boy in question turned his head and saw Sai standing in front of them. He held a serious manner. What are you doing here, Sai? I came here to tell you the real reason why Sakura-san came here to you, Sai replied urgently. Naruto was right. There was another reason why Sakura came here besides making that confession. Sakura really was trying to do something else. What? What real reason? Chapter 14, Deception. I can understand why Sakura doesn't want to tell you the truth, Sai spoke with his eyes never leaving the orange Jinchuriki. He came back to tell Naruto the truth, even if Sakura didn't want him to. Naruto had to be told. It would help their current predicament, and for some reason, Sai felt it was better that they returned to their previous attitudes towards each other. Well, tell me, Naruto asked with confusion. He didn't know why Sakura came out in the blue and asked him something like that. It was like she was toying with his emotions. How could she do something so mean? She even called Konan a bitch. That was really uncalled for, and it was only a reminder to how Konan has been mistreated since she was in the village. All of your friends want to kill Sasuke themselves. Naruto's eyes widened. Actually, he was almost speechless. He couldn't believe it. They wanted to kill Sasuke? Naruto's goal was to bring his friend back, but they didn't want him to do that anymore? So, Naruto started with his eyes lowered to the snow. Did Sakura agree to this? I don't think that she'd want them killing Sasuke, especially since he's her first love, you know. Sai looked solemnly but with conviction to Naruto. He could definitely tell that something was different about his comrade. Sasuke will do nothing but bring this world to an end full of hatred. If he lives, then Sasuke will most likely start another war. He kept talking, but Naruto never let his eyes stray from the ground. He wasn't looking Sai in the eye. He's a criminal, Naruto. Just another criminal that is aligned with Akatsuki, which gives him no sympathy points from Konoha ever since the Akatsuki invasion. Konan, who walked up behind the both of them, frowned as she heard that last bit. She doesn't really know why she walked up to them, but what she overheard when she walked up left her wanting to stay. She kept quiet while she heard what was being said between the two. Sakura isn't blind, Sai continued, she isn't a child anymore and she knows now the difference. That's why she came out here to tell you all of this. She should have just said it. Naruto replied sullen. Naruto just couldn't believe all of this. It wouldn't have been that easy, Kakashi spoke up, she knew it would tear you up inside. She thought that if she confessed and said that she loved you, that she would release you from that burden of bringing Sasuke back, Sai said calmly, but even though she said those things, you still said that you wanted to bring Sasuke back anyway. Maybe that's why she didn't tell you the truth? Naruto stood there silently. It was really hard to take all of this stuff in. How could Sakura just not come up and tell him directly? He would have understood. If his friends wanted to kill Sasuke, then he wouldn't have a problem with it. Wait a minute. Where did that thought come from? He clutched his head with his left hand in confusion. It was turning out to be quite a massive headache and he felt a real one coming in as well. But she was just thinking about Naruto's feelings, wasn't she? Sai looked up and saw Konan, who stood side by side with Naruto. Nodding slowly, he continued, yes, and I also believe that she knew what he was going to say. Right? Konan asked a little more forward while taking a quick glance at Naruto and looking back to the talking boy. Right, Sai replied with a little unease. He began to feel uncomfortable talking about this matter. Sakura told us not to tell anyone, especially Naruto, about her plan. She said that it was her duty to do this. I don't think Sakura was ever intending to tell Naruto the truth, Konan replied with an instant realization. I have a feeling that she may have wanted to kill Sasuke herself. Naruto shot his stare immediately to Konan. He paled as he thought about what she just said. What? Is that true? Yamato asked in shock. It's quite likely, Sai answered with a sweat. Sakura smiled at me and said that she would work together with everyone else, but I could tell that her smile wasn't true. She must love Sasuke so much that she'd kill Sasuke just to save him, Naruto replied woefully. His voice cracked with every syllable he spoke.
I believe so, Sai answered softly. She's also prepared herself for your resentment.
She feels as if it's a punishment for putting such a heavy promise on your shoulders. Naruto and the gang sat in silence for a few moments after Sai said those last words. Everyone was waiting on Naruto's response. Konan didn't want to interfere more than she already did, but she did feel sympathy for the pain that Naruto was going through. Sai, Naruto finally spoke quietly. His eyes slowly found their way to Sai's as he continued, why are you telling me all of this? Because it was partly my fault for Sakura coming to you like this. I can't leave Sakura alone either because I'm a member of Team 7 now. Naruto could only sit there and think. His thoughts were completely scattered. Although, at the same time, they were organized and he knew that he had to make a choice. His head started pounding with a headache. It only got worse from all of this news. It was almost as if he couldn't take it. Just then a group of 3 jumped to the scene. One of three started to speak. Her tone was mature and straight to the point. It was Tamari and her two brothers. We're here to relay the information of what happened at the Gokage Summit. XXX. Alright, so first we will deliver the news of the Gokage Summit to Konoha. I'll use my nin dogs to get the information there quickly, Kakashi ordered confidently. Yamato, I want you to take Naruto and Konan back to the village. I'm going to fetch Sakura with Sai here. She is no match for the Uchiha. It's only a death wish. It's my duty as her teacher to bring her back. Yamato nodded his head as he watched Naruto and Konan interact with each other. Now that he thought about it, they were always together now. For some reason, he would notice Konan around Naruto more often. He couldn't really place his finger on why, but at least something good is coming from the both of them being around each other. Maybe Naruto will truly get to this Akatsuki member after all? He snorted as he looked back to Kakashi. Understood. Alright, Kakashi answered. Sai, lead me to Sakura. Sai agreed and dashed away with Kakashi trailing behind. The echo of feet trampling on the ground and tree branches slowly faded away as the duo left, leaving only Naruto, Konan, and Yamato. Naruto started relaying on everything that was said and still his head was hurting. It kept pulsing and he had to staunch his headache. He winced and put his hands to his head in an attempt to keep it from piercing his senses, but it was getting hard. He started making groans as he walked slowly with Yamato. It didn't take long before Konan saw his distress. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Konan asked in haste. Naruto kept groaning and his groans of pain only got even louder as Konan eyed her teammate. Yamato-san, I think something is wrong with Naruto-kun. The captain stopped as he turned around. He looked at Naruto and saw his distress. Naruto, what's going on? Are you alright? I think we should stay in the cabin for just a while longer, Konan brought up quickly. She didn't like to see Naruto this way, and from the way he was looking, it didn't seem like he was getting any better, at least until Naruto is able to get rid of this pain that he is experiencing. I think maybe today's events have caught up with him. Yamato weighed his options. He couldn't really do with an incapacitated Naruto on the trip back home. After contemplating momentarily, he agreed to the idea. Breathing a sigh, he answered, Fine, but we can't stay for too much longer. We have to get back to Konoha. It's dangerous out here. Konan breathed a sigh of relief as she put an arm around Naruto's shoulder to help support him and guide him back to the cabin. He had his eyes shut the entire time, so he wasn't watching where he was going, but the woman decided that she would be his eyes for the meantime. XXX. Naruto shot out of bed in a cold sweat. His limbs felt heavy and he felt disoriented. Where am I? He asked in a moan. Konan and Yamato looked over to him and noticed his stir. Konan smiled as she spoke. We're back at the cabin. You were complaining about your head, and once we laid you down, you fell asleep and haven't moved since. He scanned the area and noticed that he was indeed inside the same cabin again, although it was fixed by Yamato, of course. You worried us, Naruto. We didn't know what was happening with you, Yamato told the orange-haired boy with a sigh. Well, where's Kakashi-sensei and Sai? Kakashi left while you were thinking to yourself, Konan said, slightly concerned. Don't you remember? You were there. Naruto sat there quietly as he processed that information. He was a little slow after he woke up, so it was only natural he'd be silent. He scratched the back of his head and looked to Konan in a tired demeanor. Yeah. I sorta remember it. My head was hurting too bad though, and I couldn't really concentrate. Anyway, now that you feel better, I think we should continue on our trek back to the Leaf Village. I was given direct orders to take you home, Yamato told Naruto in a demanding tone. Naruto stared at the man incredulously. He held a pout on his face before he slumped back over into his bed and encased himself within the covers. He still couldn't go back to Konoha. He had to get to Sakura. He couldn't leave her there to go after Sasuke. Even though he told her to leave and he was mad about Konan being so disrespected, Sakura was still his friend, and it really pained him when he found out the truth of her coming to meet him. I don't think I feel well enough yet. Please let me rest a while longer. Naruto, I don't think you understand the importance of bringing you back to Konoha, Yamato told the orange-haired Jinan. We are wasting valuable time and it could prove to be dangerous. Just please. Yamato-san. The man in question looked over to Konan, who was looking at the man. Let me talk to him. I think the words I tell him will get to him better. Yamato questioned her sudden interruption, but agreed nonetheless. Alright, but please just help him understand what's going on. He shouldn't act like a child anymore. The woman nodded her head and held a serious facade on her face while she gazed at the covers that were shielding Naruto from the two-person audience. Naruto-kun, Konan said with a sternness to her voice, may I have a word with you please? It will only take a moment. He only groaned, but he didn't move from his spot. She sighed as she pulled on the covers quickly, prying them off completely. Naruto rose up in his bed as he glared at Konan. Konan-chan, what the hell are doing? If I may have a word with you Uzumaki-san, Konan said with a sharp tongue and lowered eyelids. His last name just spewed from Konan's mouth like venom. You only have 5 seconds to step outside. He paled as he heard this entirely different side of the woman. Where did she learn to speak like that? It wasn't like the nice and gentle Konan that he's been used to listening to. He exhaled loudly, before he went to the door. He didn't want to piss Konan off any more than he already did. She was scary whenever she wanted to be. Konan's face didn't falter as she stepped outside with Naruto. She looked back to Yamato who seemed a little surprised and sweat at this woman's raw sense of malice. It will only take us a moment. Yamato nodded as she closed the door behind her. After a few moments, he let go a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Yeah. Women are scary. After the door closed behind them, Naruto sat there in silence. He was expecting everything. Mainly the third degree of how he was acting like a child. He kept his back turned to her so he didn't realize what was going on. He could feel her presence behind him and he closed his eyes, waiting on a scream or getting hit. What he didn't expect, however, was when Konan wrapped both of her arms from behind him and embraced him softly. Her chin was on his left shoulder as she breathed softly into his ear. He could only shudder and blush at this sudden action. Konan-chan, what are you d? Shh, Konan shushed the boy as she continued to give him this comfort. The orange-haired Janan could only gulp as he blushed harder and remained speechless. She sat there silently as she hugged the boy in front of her. She didn't really know what to do whenever she brought him out here, but she felt that something was truly troubling Naruto. She figured that she could return a hug, just as he did for her. She realized that sometimes people just need hugs. A moment or so later, Naruto softened up and relaxed as they stayed in this embrace. He did want a hug and the feeling was well needed. A few minutes passed as Konan released the embrace much to her and Naruto's displeasure. That feeling was really comfortable, but there were more pressing matters to worry about. Now. Naruto-kun, replied Konan as she looked him in the eye and held her hands on his shoulders. What is wrong? Naruto returned her stare and then looked to the ground as he started talking. At first the words were hard to say, but he figured he could trust Konan enough to know his deep thoughts. I feel like I should help Sakura with Sasuke. She doesn't have to do it on her own. I even told her myself that I would take on Sasuke myself. Konan looked at him momentarily before speaking, but if you do it, then you're only doing it alone too. I know. I realize that now, Naruto replied solemnly before looking back at the paper user. That's why I want to help Sakura and do it together. He's our friend, so it should be the both of us. Not just Sakura alone. Konan thought about what he said and shifted her body. What makes you so confident that Sasuke will come back to Konoha? He's not coming back to Konoha. The woman looked over to Naruto in astonishment. What do you mean? I thought you wanted him to come back to Konoha and you were going to bring him back to Konoha no matter what? Naruto grunted as he looked away into the trees. I've been thinking. Maybe I shouldn't hold on to this ideal of bringing Sasuke back. He's only been thinking about himself and hasn't changed, no matter what I told him. He kicked a little of the snow on the ground as he continued, but I want to make sure that he absolutely doesn't want to come back. I have to talk to him one last time before I make up my mind. So this was also part of the reason why you wanted to follow Sakura? Yes, Naruto finished as he breathed in and put his hands in his pockets. Konan contemplated momentarily as she stared at the Uzumaki. He seemed a lot more focused than before and she was curious. Naruto. You really have matured. I'll help you. Naruto shot his eyesight to her. Why you will? Yes, I will help you with Sakura and Sasuke. I really think that you should do this and get your final resolve. It's never good to leave feelings unfinished, she replied while glancing over to him and back to the cabin, but we may have to set up a plan to get us out of here. We can't have Yamato-san knowing of our departure. Yeah, you're right, Naruto replied. After rubbing his chin, he came up with a simple idea. Alright, let's XXX. Konan and Naruto walked back inside the cabin, disturbing and almost sleeping Yamato fully awake again. They could have just left without even creating us, Naruto thought as he looked at Yamato in a ridiculous manner. I hope you've sorted everything out you two, Yamato replied as he looked at the both of them. They only nodded at him before Naruto started feeling pain again. He began to hold his head again like last time and groaned pretty loudly. Yamato looked on the both of them in worry. Naruto, are you experiencing that problem again? He asked as Naruto closed one eye shut and looked at Yamato in a wince. Yeah. It hurts really bad. I don't know why it's doing this. Could I please just lie down a little longer? I need to close my eyes. Oh, sure thing, Yamato replied. Boy, is Captain Yamato a sucker. Naruto thought as he continued to fake his pain. It's working so far, Konan thought as she looked at the display. Naruto's acting skills were poor, but they were good enough to fool Yamato for the time being. I hope they make it in time. XXX somewhere in the woods. Naruto grinned as he quickly darted through the tree's branches to get to the scene as quickly as possible. I think we got away with this one pretty easily, Konan-chan. Now we can get there before Sasuke does something to her. He had his Sage mode activated as he tried to find his teammate. His senses were developed really strong whenever he activated that technique. It was truly something that was reliable when he needed it. Konan had to respect the boy's tenacity to the situation. Getting clones to take over their spot was really easy to do. I never realized how quick he was with planning. He just kept surprising her more and more, and a small grin formed on her face as she looked at the back of his head. I was right to put my trust within you. XXX. Sasuke. The person in question turned his head and looked up. He lowered his Chidori as he stared at his teammate in disgust. Sakura. The pink-haired girl stared at her teammate. Just looking at him gave chills down her spine. He wasn't the same person he was before he left. What are you doing here? Came his question. He didn't look like he wanted to chat. He actually looked like he was ready to kill whatever was in his path, and Sakura could very well feel that vibe radiating off of him. She felt scared. Sasuke. I've gone rogue from Konoha. I want to join you. But why do you want to join? He asked apprehensively. There's nothing in it for you. What are you trying to do? Sakura couldn't let him find out about her plan. She felt that nervous feeling within her stomachy while she continued speaking. I'm not planning anything. Ever since you left Konoha, I've always regretted that I didn't go with you, even to this day. Do you even know what I want to do? I want to destroy Konoha. He ended that last statement rather darkly and looked into her eyes just as fiercely. Could you really leave Konoha just for me? Yes, Sakura gulped, if that's what you want. Then prove it to me by killing this girl, he ordered while pointing his finger towards the collapsed girl on the ground. She's of no use to me anymore and I can't have her stay alive. If you kill her, then I will believe you. Oh, you're a medic nin as well, right? That's great. It will be a perfect replacement. Sakura walked slowly up to the girl and Sasuke as she pulled a kunai from her pouch. It poked through her robe as she got ready to attempt an execution. She started shaking as she came closer. Sasuke noticed it quickly. What, you can't do it. On the inside, Sakura was having a mental battle of will. She felt as if she should just turn around and take on Sasuke right at that moment with her poison-laced kunai. Sasuke. Don't. Sakura heard the girl on the ground barely breathe out those words, but her sense came in quickly as she turned her head and saw Sasuke coming in with a Chidori straight to her head. It would have hit if Kakashi hadn't come in on time and stopped Sasuke. My Sasuke, how could you get so low? He asked as he countered Sasuke's Chidori and kicked him away from them. Sasuke gained his balance and landed on his feet. He didn't like the fact that Kakashi was here, but he could relish in the fact that there were two of his former team that he wanted dead. XXX. Naruto and Konan were still dashing through the woods. It was a good thing that Konan was an S-rank ninja, otherwise she would have had a hard time catching up. Naruto was really fast. Unfortunately, Naruto was too much into his own thoughts that he didn't want to start a conversation. He had to get to Kakashi and Sakura. Konan looked at Naruto and his determination as he kept up the quick speed. She felt a little sad about his predicament. The guilt still got to her about everything that happened to Naruto's village, and she could only feel like part of it was her fault. Hell, a part of it was her fault. She now realized that her debt was far greater than she ever thought before. She was that pawn that easily went along with anything that was done or needed to be done within the Akatsuki. Maybe it was her fault that she didn't realize just how much was truly going on within the Akatsuki and her friends? How did she become so blind to it all? Did her anger for Yahiko's death only spur her own vengeance? She was supposed to be the level-headed person of the trio, and she ended up doing the opposite that Yahiko really wanted whenever he started this plan for peace. Everything became twisted after Yahiko died. Nagato was always quiet, but she knew that he was mourning his death every single moment of his life. Konan didn't cry, but she did feel ashamed during those times. She was a ninja. She's not supposed to cry. It's not what a kunoichi does. Instead, she could only feel the pain nag at her, but she would shove it down and move on. No matter what it took to maintain that focused mind, she couldn't lose that order. But now, she realized that it's not healthy to keep it bottled up inside. After showing her weakness to Naruto, she realized that she felt so much better and calmer. He probably doesn't realize it, but he's already helped me understand. They're just beyond these trees, Naruto yelled to Konan, who nodded her head in confirmation. They picked up their pace through the foliage as they whisked through the trees in haste. Sasuke? No, was all they heard as they broke out of the branches and arrived on the scene. The sound of metal against skin could be heard as Sasuke swiftly cut into Sakura's throat, completely slicing a perfect line horizontally across her neck. Sakura's eyes widened as she saw what just happened. It was as if everything slowed down to a stop. She couldn't breathe anymore. She clenched her neck tightly as she felt the world spin around her. Blood was pouring from underneath her hands as she silently screamed in agony. Her gurgles could only be described as heart-wrenching whenever she fell to her knees and then to the ground, still clinging on to life by a thread. Sakura ah! Kakashi heard Naruto as he sped with the speed of light towards his crush. Kakashi's eyes widened as what currently happened dawned on him. Sakura got hurt. Badly. Naruto. What are you doing here? Naruto landed right beside her and picked her up in his arms. He had to. He loved his teammate. He looked into her face as she lay there. She held her sight to Naruto, but couldn't speak because of the cut. It was too deep. Her eyesight was constantly staring into Naruto's deep blue eyes. She lost that vibrance, but she was still trying her best to mouth what she was trying to say. Naruto started sobbing uncontrollably as she laid there in his arms. Sakura-chan. He whimpered as he cradled her frail body ever so gently to his own. His tears were falling quickly. There was so much blood. She weakly and shakily pulled up her arm and touched Naruto's face with her blood-stained hand. Tears of her own began to fall gently as she held her hand there. She was trying her best to tell her teammate how stupid she was. To tell him, Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come here without you. Naruto could only cry more as her hand left his face and fell beneath her. Her movement slowed to a stop and her eyes dulled. She wasn't breathing anymore. Naruto looked at her as her life faded away. He couldn't believe that one of his best friends was dying before his very eyes. He couldn't even save her. No. No. Sakura-chan. No. He gripped her even tighter as she laid lifeless in his arms. Kakashi could only stand and watch in shock at what happened. He already knew that it was not possible to survive from a cut like that. It just wasn't possible. Even if you were a medic nin or not, it would take someone like Tsunade or of equal power to revive her, and Tsunade was unconscious. There was no hope. Konan could understand Naruto's pain really well. Her crush died before her eyes too. She was unable to do anything about it, just like Naruto. It was tearing him up on the inside and breaking him apart. She couldn't do anything either as Naruto sat there with the lifeless body in his hands. She looked away in sadness. Kakashi looked on in sympathy and felt further remorse and regret for being such a bad teacher. Where was he when Sakura needed him? He could only look to Naruto. His eyes widened exponentially as he gazed over to Naruto. No, this can't be happening now. Naruto's body began to seep a red soupy chakra from his skin as it enveloped him and bubbled in form. Chapter 15, The Unimaginable Truth. A deep haze slowly worked its way around Naruto's form. It deepened in color as Naruto's sobs grew louder in turmoil and anguish. His teammate, Sakura, who he had a crush on for years ever since he started Ninja Academy, has died by her own crush's very hands. Such a betrayal that could only leave anyone guessing who would be that cold and heartless to kill their teammate. None other than Sasuke Uchiha, who stood proudly after he achieved that kill. A momentary frown was held upon his face before a contorted smirk replaced it. His devilish grin grew wider as he noticed that Sakura wasn't breathing anymore. He chuckled darkly and watched the two closely, mainly Naruto, because he knew that Sakura was his favorite person. The one he loved the most. He noticed that Naruto's aura was slowly expanding with every waking moment. A mere second later, a very bubbly tail began to take shape as Naruto's canines grew. His trademark whisker marks thickened and his eyes opened to reveal something never seen before. Oh no, Kakashi thought out loud as he stared in hopelessness, this isn't good at all. I need to find Yamato and quickly. He bit his thumb, threw out a bunch of hand signs and slapped his palm on the ground. Kushios no Jutsu. Bomph. Yeah? A brown pug asked as he appeared from the smoke. Pakun. I need you to head south about 2 kilometers. Find the cabin with Yamato and bring him here, we need him as soon as possible. Pakun nodded his head as he gazed over to the Jinan and deceased female. I can see the reason for the haste, he woofed and dashed the direction Kakashi had ordered and eventually disappeared from sight. Naruto started growling as he grew a second tail, his heart was broken. The girl he wanted to be with, one of his best friends, was gone right before his very eyes. His tears eventually turned a darkened orange and began floating from his eyes as his chakra cloak increased. He looked up to see Sasuke, who had that same grin plastered across his face. That's too bad, Naruto, Sasuke replied while folding his arms, she shouldn't have tried to kill me. Such a weak and pathetic kunoichi. At that moment, Naruto snapped. Guru oh ah, Naruto bellowed into the sky. His chakra flared massively and it caused a sonic boom to overtake the crowd. The whole audience instinctively pulled up their arms to shield their faces as the wind blew through them, flattening their clothes in front before they flapped loosely in the wind. Konan could only gasp as she lowered her arm and stared at Naruto. Her concern grew as she saw Naruto's chakra tail swaying furiously in the air. This chakra. It's so massive. I'm almost suffocating at the sheer amount. This is what the Kyuubi's chakra is like? She looked at Naruto's eyes and immediately paled. No more did he have soft blue eyes that only shone innocence and kindness, he's completed his Rinnegan. Why did his Rinnegan complete itself? She not only noticed the Rinnegan, she also noticed that Naruto had slits for pupils instead of being circular like they normally were, and his Rinnegan was a darkened maroon. His glare was what really left her shaking? She raised her arms to notice her hands were trembling. Was she really that scared? She hasn't been this disheveled since she was younger and still training with Jiraiya. Before she could dive any further into those memories, she saw Naruto move. The enraged Jinchuriki slowly placed the pink-haired girl down on the ground before he shot a deadly glare towards Sasuke. The Uchiha didn't seem fazed before he found himself 50 feet into the air. Naruto came by so fast that he couldn't even get a grip as the Sharingan user was launched into the sky and had the air blown out of his lungs. Sasuke hit the ground with a hard thud and tumbled 100 feet or so before bouncing back on the balls of his feet with dust and rocks erupting everywhere. He coughed violently into his hands and sputtered blood that drizzled down his chin. Damn it, he wheezed as he looked left and right. He couldn't see the orange Jinan anywhere, and that left him watching his surroundings. His deteriorated eyesight didn't make it much better because everything was entirely blurry. I shouldn't have used the Mangekyo. Shit. He couldn't think any further as Naruto roared towards Sasuke at inhumane speeds and swung his fist into Sasuke's face. The Uchiha felt like his face was being ripped off by the sheer force alone. Naruto combined Shinra Tensei with his Kyuubi strength and it increased the power of his punches. It slung Sasuke back even further and pushed him into the woods where he hit a tree branch. The branch split in half and slowed Sasuke down. He hit a few more branches on his crash course to the forest bottom. After a moment, blurry eyes opened and the ground came into view as Sasuke tried to pull his face from the dirt. He was learning real quick that Naruto was a lot stronger than he thought previously. He couldn't believe it. How? Did Naruto get this stro-wa? He felt a pull from his body as he started zooming through the air without his control. He couldn't stop himself, and before he realized it, he was now back in the open and gliding ever closer to Naruto's palm. The look on the Jinchuriki's face was terrifying, but Sasuke didn't show any emotion about it. He just grunted in pain and wound up in Naruto's hand in a death grip to the throat. Naruto stared into his ex-teammate's eyes as he came face to face with him. There was coldness enveloped deep within those maroon-colored eyes, and Sasuke couldn't say anything. That is, until Naruto felt something stab within his chest. The Jinchuriki looked down and saw that a Chidori was implanted into the boy's body. He glanced back into his hand and noticed that the object he gripped between his fingers was a Kawarimi log, and saw Sasuke behind him with his hand impaled through his body. Sasuke smirked in victory as Naruto looked stricken in pain. Gwora! He roared in agony as the ache in his chest increased ever more. The stab mark was already staunched by the Kyuubi's chakra as Sasuke dodged Naruto's swinging fist. Even though Naruto missed, the Uchiha still got smacked into the air by an unknown force and was tumbling on the ground again through the impact. What the hell is that? Sasuke asked as he tried to gain his bearing. Naruto missed his attack, so how could he hit me? He looked back over to a distorted form of Naruto who began to grow feral. He fell to all fours as his canines grew even sharper and the whiskers even darker. Even Naruto's hair was becoming bolder than it was before, leaving a mahogany sheen from the chakra that continuously erupted around his form. Suddenly, a third tail shot forth from his chakra cloak as it swayed in disarray with the others. "You'll pay for what you did to Sakura-chan," Naruto growled as he stood there on all fours. The malice was apparent on the boy's face. There was nothing else but the thought of death for his male teammate, to rip into bloody pieces all over the ground. Kakashi couldn't do anything to stop Naruto as he watched the intense fight. It was too dangerous to get in between Naruto and Sasuke as they battled it out. Especially Naruto, whenever the Jinchuriki uses Kyuubi chakra, he loses all rationality and wreaks havoc on whoever made him angry and anything else that stands in his way. He knew very well that Naruto was going to not hold back once he saw Sakura meet her untimely demise. "I hope Pakkun reaches Yamato soon. We can't have Naruto lose control and release the Kyuubi." He glanced over to Konan and noticed she looked a little frightened. She probably felt like she couldn't do anything. He couldn't tell, all he could do was watch on in silence as Naruto grew his third tail. Huh? His eye widened as that tail grew in quickly. "This is terrible. It grew faster than I thought it would. We have to do something. We can't have his fourth tail emerge." Konan sat in silence, watching in horror as Naruto roared from the top of his lungs. This Naruto was different. He looked like he was in pain and far from being healed. He didn't look complete within himself and he carried this evil aura. The chakra alone was vividly malevolent and the tense atmosphere left her frozen in place. I can't move. Why is?" She gasped as she looked at Naruto's destruction. This wasn't like Naruto at all. He was a madman and couldn't be stopped. It was then that she was struck with a memory she suppressed her entire life. A memory long forgotten and dead but still haunted her dreams like a recurring itch. Flashback. The battlefield was filled to the brim with Ame shinobi as two Akatsuki members held a standstill with the crowd of overwhelming Amigakura ninja. Both of the Akatsuki members held a defensive stance while staring at the leader of Ame in disgrace. Hanzo the salamander was grinning through his breathing contraption as he found a weakness to this so-called Akatsuki. "Since I was an Akatsuki member, I was the first target because I was female. I was bound and held captive by the Ame leader known as Hanzo who wouldn't give in to their demands. So he held a secret plan with Danzo who helped in this little charade. Both of the men wanted this group disposed of and forgotten, and what better way than to kill off the head honcho? The leader of the Akatsuki was a young man with orange spiky hair and a mature stature. He wore a black robe and spoke with intelligence. It wasn't every day that someone came across a man like this, and it certainly proved why so many wanted this man dead. He understood the meaning behind death and he understood the reason why peace was so difficult. He strived to achieve his master's will for peace and wouldn't let anything stand in his way. That's why he was left in a standstill and an ultimatum. He gazed his tired eyes to me, who was held prisoner up above. I was a woman that he loved very dearly. Someone he couldn't let pass away as easily as this. He looked down and questioned himself, his entire beliefs. He never believed that it would come down to this. This was the final moment where the thoughts of his childhood were in play. He had to become a man and face reality. If he didn't die, then the girl that he fell in love with would perish for his own fears. He couldn't let that happen, but he was too drowned in thought to make an absolute answer. Hanzo decided to spare the man the choice. Hanzo himself knew that he had to finish this ordeal soon, so he gave them a chance. He couldn't have the leader wasting any more time, so he threw a kunai that stuck 3 feet in front of the Akatsuki leader's teammate. A red-headed Uzumaki named Nagato looked up to the Amikage in question. He wasn't an idiot at all. He instantly figured out that Hanzo was expecting him to kill his best friend. "You," the salamander stated, "kill the one next to you and I will let this girl free." I shouted as loud as I could over the rainfall, but I think my pleas fell on deaf ears. I could tell Nagato was afraid. He never knew that it would come down to this. He never knew that he would have to make the choice to kill his friend or let me die. I was so grief-stricken. I shouldn't have been so stupid to get myself caught. If I would have thought my actions out a little further, this never would have happened. Before I knew it, I heard a scream of agony and the sound of a kunai piercing a ribcage that filled the air in a sickening crack. I grazed my eyesight over both of my teammates and saw that Yahiko was stabbed in his chest by Nagato. I couldn't understand. I screamed as loud as I could at the pain that I saw fall before me. I heard Hanzo chuckle as he stared at my 2 teammates in amusement. It was over. My crush, my love, fell before my very eyes and hit the mud in a bloody mess. I felt like weeping and giving up. It tore me apart and scattered the pieces. The person who took care of me, who helped me become strong, fell lifeless in the cold pouring rain. Nagato stood still as what had happened before his eyes was taken in at once. I could see it in his face, the betrayal, the shock, the realization of it all. He couldn't take it anymore. He changed. I saw this. This look in his eyes that was far beyond reasoning. He roared. Nagato actually roared. It wasn't just some simple battle cry. No. It was a roar of vengeance. A roar of death. He pulled me free from Hanzo's grasp, and while lifting me, he didn't know that there were tags placed upon the ground and they tried to keep us held down. Nagato kept me safe at the cost of those tags incinerating his legs. I watched as his legs burned and I couldn't help but feel ashamed because of my faults. Hanzo ordered his men onto Nagato and everyone tried to attack him all at once. He instantly repelled every attack like they weren't even a challenge. Once Nagato placed me on the ground, I could only look up and stare at these new eyes. His cold, dead, Rinnegan. I could see it within his face that he had given up. He told me to watch after Yahiko's body, but I was too distracted by Nagato's anger to focus on the situation. Then, he did something that changed his entire life. Performing the Ghetto statue summon. It completely made him lose control of himself. I've never seen a man so enthralled with his power. He roared maniacally and was stealing away the souls of Hanzo's henchmen with a simple sweep. I saw him grin with satisfaction at his evil deed. I could only grit my teeth in frustration and look away as I tried to stifle my emotions. Nagato. You achieved vengeance. Does it satisfy you? You finally snapped and reciprocated the pain that has fallen upon you. That innocent and quiet young boy turned into a cold killer, just like the ones who took your life away from you. You went so far off track. It took you so long to realize. Nagato turned to me and I fell breathless as I ended up staring straight into the eyes of a lifeless Naruto Uzumaki. Ansan. Konan-san. Konan snapped at attention as she looked to see Kakashi standing in front of her and shaking the woman from her daze. Konan-san. We have to stop Naruto. We can't let Naruto's fourth tail emerge. Konan looked around and noticed that indeed, Naruto was still fighting Sasuke. She completely lost track of time as she fell into her memory. Then her thoughts all came crashing down harshly within her mind. She clenched her jaw as she noticed the full scenario. Wait a minute. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. I can't with that. She dashed towards the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha as fast as she could with an unusual look on her face. Wait. Konan-san. It's dangerous, Kakashi yelled to deaf ears. He only sighed as he watched the woman loom closer to the fight. Maybe you can do something. I can only hope. Naruto and Sasuke both held a staring contest as the wind settled between them. The ferocity of the fight was pretty spectacular. Sasuke knew that Naruto got stronger, but he didn't think it was that much of an increase. And since when did he gain the Rinnegan? He was more perturbed at the fact that Naruto was stronger than him more than he was about anything else. He spit more of his blood to the ground as he watched Naruto stand up on both of his legs. Naruto's face was darkened in hatred as he leered upon the traitor Uchiha. His chakra cloak warbled with intensity as it darkened its red hues. He growled violently as his gaze sharpened in distaste. I'm going to end this, you motherfucker. Sasuke stood in silence and emotionless to Naruto's taunts, never breaking blurry eye contact away from the Jinan's hate-filled Rinnegan. Shortly after, Naruto went on all fours as he dashed towards Sasuke. The Uchiha prepared as he fell into a defensive stance. He really wasn't in the best shape to have a full-on fight with Naruto. He had to save his energy the best that he could. Naruto disappeared halfway and left Sasuke widening his eyes. Not a split second after, Naruto stuck a knee to the back of Sasuke's head and sent the boy flying through the air yet again. Before he could hit the ground, Zetsu bounced out of Sasuke's body and cushioned his fall before he hit his head. Alright, I should intervene now, Zetsu replied with a sigh. Sasuke picked himself up and looked at Zetsu in anger. Where did you come from and why didn't you come sooner? Zetsu looked at the Jinchuriki before he turned to Sasuke. I was sent to watch over you for things like this to keep from happening. I'll relay the information to Madara. After that, the white man phased through the ground and left Sasuke momentarily to handle his problem until Madara returned to the site. It wouldn't take long at all, but that meant Sasuke still had to stall for a few minutes. Not many things were on the Uchiha's mind, although he knew that there were plenty on the rabid Jinchuriki's mind, but Sasuke did sweat a little from the instability of his ex-friend. He had to watch what he said, otherwise he would really get killed in his weakened state. Why are you making such a big deal about Sakura? She wasn't even that great of a kunoichi. But, thanks to me, we won't have to worry about that anymore. Now I can finally have peace, Sasuke said as he glared with tired eyes at Naruto. Shut up. Just shut up, Naruto roared as he gripped his head in rage. He was beginning to lose his sanity and the very core thoughts that made him who he was. He was losing it all. The only thought in his mind was to annihilate. Destroy. Crush. Exterminate. Kill. Something started bubbling on his chakra cloak as he bellowed in a demonic voice. A fourth tail began to emerge from his cloak as the chakra began to confine and seep into his skin. His growl was deepening and making his cry from earlier seem like nothing but a cat's mew. Naruto was beginning to fall on all fours whenever something grabbed him from behind and gripped him tightly. The Jinchuriki screamed as he felt weighed down by something. He quickly tried to get this thing off of him as he tried to pull it apart from him. The thing wouldn't let go as it held on for dear life and it only enraged the monster. Naruto-kun. The person yelled as she held on tightly. The monster roared as he continued to wriggle free. This person was trying to restrain him. To prevent him from killing Sasuke, the one who murdered Sakura in cold blood. Naruto-kun. Please. Drip. Naruto froze in place as he registered a wet feeling hitting his shoulder. All movement ceased and a cackle of breathing could be heard from the Jinchuriki's mouth. It was almost like he was waiting on the person to continue. Or maybe he felt that the person's voice and touch was familiar. Please stop. Please.
I don't want to lose you too.
Konan held tightly from behind as she trembled from the emotions. Her memory made her realize something truly important. Naruto was the only thing she had left and Naruto was about to follow the same path Nagato walked. Naruto can't fall off from his path to peace, not when he's so close. She had complete faith in him. This time she realized the mistake of her inaction with Nagato and now she finally decided that she would do something about it instead of standing back and doing nothing. That's why she didn't want to let Naruto go. She couldn't let Naruto go. She would be giving up on him if she did. She had to stay strong, if at least to get him to put his anger in check. She had to be his pillar of strength right now. You're important to me, Naruto-kun, Konan started with a quiver in her voice. You've taught me that I should move on and that I should have faith not only in you, but with the rest of the people in the world. Please. Naruto-kun, move on from Sakura's death. Konan felt Naruto flinch under her arms and she heard an animalistic whine in sadness. Yes, it will hurt for a while, but that's why you should move on. Remember, this is one of the steps for peace. Forget the pain, but don't forget the person. Always remember that she will be with you in spirit. She will live in your heart forever, Naruto-kun. Konan had streams of liquid sadness streaming down her face while she spoke with a soft shaky tone and sad smile. So. Please. Naruto-kun. Let it go. These few moments felt like ages, but it was a good sign. Naruto's cloak receded back within the Jinchuriki and he started losing his tails, eventually leaving nothing but his slightly burnt skin and his clothes on his back. His breathing was rapid from exhaustion and tears made their way down his cheeks as he heaved in sadness. Konan continued to hold on to him as she rubbed his stomach in a soothing motion and was gently crying on his shoulder. It's all right, Naruto-kun. I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere. I promise. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes and gazed his now blue eyes back at Konan's face by his neck before he turned around and embraced her forcefully. She was surprised by the sudden attachment, but she relished the feeling and continued to wrap her arms around his sobbing figure. I will be your pillar, Naruto-kun. I won't hold back anymore and I will support you. I think. It's the least I could do for what you've done for me. Sasuke looked on in silence as he stared at the sickeningly sweet moment. It secretly made him wish that his mother could do the same for him and he only narrowed his eyes at the scene. The time was coming for his revenge. It wouldn't take too long for him to achieve his retribution. For now though, he had to stay alive, so he waited patiently until Madara appeared. Kakashi looked over in shock at the scene that fell before him. I don't believe it. She actually pacified Naruto. His lone eye widened as he saw the chakra that surrounded Naruto slowly dissipate, until it disappeared. He was only left with questions as Yamato appeared through the trees in a violent rush. What's going on? What happened? Kakashi held his eye to the lifeless form beside his feet. Is she? Kakashi nodded sadly as he stared at the deceased female and spoke firmly. Not only that, Naruto went out of control after he realized that she died. He began releasing the Nine Tails chakra. What? The wood user yelled in fear. Where is he? Kakashi pointed over to the distance at two people embracing firmly and a third person a little further in the background. Konan-san went out there to stop him. She somehow calmed him down just moments before you arrived. It's a miracle, Yamato stated in awe. He was absolutely shocked that Konan was able to suppress his chakra and calm his emotions. He never heard of Naruto ever being able to suppress the rage on his own. Not even Jiraiya could prevent him from going completely insane whenever Naruto let the Nine Tails chakra consume him. If she wasn't here, Naruto would have erupted into full Nine Tails and went out of control. He looked onto the scene before him and felt a small smile form on his face. There really is something different about her. Soon after, a swirling vortex appeared beside Sasuke and Madara emerged from the hole. He took a glance at the scene and pondered momentarily before looking back to Sasuke. I thought I told you to rest? Sasuke did a loud snort before turning his eyesight. I had a little run into trouble. Well, for now, Toby started while gazing interestingly at the two locked in an embrace. We're going to have to retreat. I will set up another time for you to fight the Nine Tails. For now you need to rest. Let's go, Sasuke. The young Uchiha turned his head back to his ex-friend and the ex-Akatsuki member before closing his eyes and furrowing his eyebrows in anger. Madara. I'll talk to you later. The masked man said nothing as he swirled Sasuke in the eye vortex before doing the same to himself and leaving the ground before them completely empty. Chapter 16, Trials. The drippings of rain cascaded their way down the window as the clouds darkened the afternoon sky in rumbling beauty. It was as if they were to signify some type of unfortunate accident in their occurrence. Something unfortunate did happen that day, something that would forever change the future into unknown territory confusion. An orange-haired young man lay silent on his couch as he replayed the ever-menacing and haunting thoughts that plagued his mind. It was just so defiant of his nature, but he relished the thought of being alone in his own home. Away from everyone and all the sadness, although he couldn't necessarily escape either of them. Naruto sat silently in constant thought. Things felt different to him and his head was spiraling. No more was it the same as it used to be, and he could only wonder just how farther things will go before he loses himself. Why was this a reality? It seemed so unbelievable. He never put it into perspective that Sakura could actually die. It almost became unbearable to sit at her funeral. Flashback. The funeral was unusually quiet. No one in the audience was aware that this would happen. Some ninja more than others knew that this was just a part of life. Things happened in the ninja world that just couldn't be helped. They lowered their heads in pity as the spoken words were told. Naruto sat silently as Sakura rested within her coffin. Konan stood quietly behind him in sorrow. She didn't wear any makeup, nor did she wear her vest. She was allowed to wear black for this very rare occasion. This moment was for Naruto. It was for his inner peace. He had to figure this out, even if he didn't like the idea, just as she had to herself. Naruto-kun. I'm sorry. Naruto couldn't believe it. His love died before his very eyes. How could this happen to him? He thought they would end up together and marry someday. Possibly have a big house with 3 kids and live up to his name as being Hokage. He was hoping for that to happen at least. Now that would never come to pass. This was the ultimate rejection that could be given to him. Naruto couldn't have been more rejected than this. He couldn't have her after all. Smell her. Touch her. Laugh with her. Smile with her. Love with her. Cry with her. Why did this happen? If only he was there faster, it wouldn't have gone this far. He would have saved her and stopped Sasuke from doing this untimely deed. Another stream fell down his cheek as he sat there silently. His body started to heave. He was almost losing himself. Tap. Naruto's eyes opened wide as he saw Konan's hand on his shoulder. She looked at him in remorse as she saw the color faded from his eyes. He looked dead and it didn't seem like anything was helping him at all. His sorrow and grief was just only a constant reminder. Naruto-kun. Are you still thinking of the funeral? The orange-haired boy slowly lowered his head. He started crying again with sobs and threw his palms to his face. His hands wiped the heartbreak from his eyes, but it wouldn't stop dripping the pieces. I'm such a fool, Konan-chan. He brought his squinted puffy eyes to match hers. I wasn't there to save her in time. It's all my fault. No. Naruto-kun, it's not your fault. It was no one's fault. It was just something that couldn't be changed. Konan looked upon him with determination, just hoping that it would put his thoughts to rest, to at least give him a little mental clarity. Naruto looked at her fiercely as more tears steadily dropped down his whiskered cheeks. Even just the thought of being helpless infuriated him. I would have changed it. She would still be safe with me. Nothing would have happened to her because I would have been protecting her. It would have never been this way. I don't have. Slap. Naruto staggered on his feet as Konan placed her palm across his face. The slap came completely by surprise, as he looked at her with shock evident on his face. You can't change anything, Konan stated bluntly. No matter how many times you cry or however many times you say you could have done something, the fact of the matter is that she is gone. You can't continue to live your life in wondering what could have happened. You have to move on from this. Naruto lowered his head again as he slumped in defeat. Naruto-kun, Konan sighed softly and gazed at him in regret. She saw the heartbreak in his eyes. His fire was slowly fading. The strength gave way from his body and he started to swoon. She had to be strong for him. This is his needed moment. She couldn't leave him this way. She gradually walked closer to him and just before he started to move, she wrapped her arms tightly around his body and left him there. Her hand made it to the back of his scalp and she gently ruffled his hair in comfort. The shock set into the orange-haired Jinan, as he processed Konan's hug. Air escaped his lungs but no words emerged from his breath. There was nothing you could do. You saw it yourself. No matter how much time we saved, we wouldn't have been able to stop it. It was her time. Sakura-san can rest peacefully now. You have to move on, Naruto-kun. The tears fell even harder as Naruto started sobbing uncontrollably onto her shirt. It didn't take him long as he started to release all of that built-up stress that he had been bottling up within ever since her death. It's just so hard, Konan-chan. Nothing is the same without her. I don't know what to do anymore. Just relax, Naruto-kun. Everything will be alright. Konan felt her heart break from the intensity of his frailness that began to overtake her. She felt the tears dampen onto her shirt as he trembled and released his stress. Just seeing him this way really left her speechless. This is what she must have looked like whenever she did it to him. Her eyes widened at the realization, I was just like this. Is Naruto really? Konan looked to Naruto slowly and saw him shivering and grasping at Konan like a newborn child to a mother. Flashback. The night was dreadful. The earlier portion of the day left her feeling drained. She had no idea it would be this way. Things had become easy recently and it felt like she would never feel this pain, but it fell before her with no warning. He always promised to be safe. He always promised to be there. He was gone. The silence was deadening and laced thick with tension. Nagato didn't utter a peep and stared blankly in a corner as Konan tried to heal him. He already knew. He knew just how severe the jutsu was. The damage was far beyond repair. The chakra rods shattered and split many different areas of his lower spine and he could barely move his hands from the damage everything caused. He was lucky to even move at all. She never removed the rods for fear of permanent damage, so she had to work around them to try and mend the few things that she could feel. After she tried everything that she couldn't help but tear up at Nagato's state. She started sniffling as she tried again and kept moving up and down his body to repair something. Anything. Konan. The woman stopped instantly as her name was called. Her eyes widened in worry as Nagato remained face forward and motionless. Go back to your room. I'm fine as I am. No, you're not. She retorted fiercely. Her teeth gnashed in frustration. I have to figure out how to fix you. Just give me time. I can't leave you like this. Nagato remained silent and unmoving. It was a little scary and slightly ominous. He didn't have that fire that she used to see within him and she wondered just how far her friend truly changed. Just go to your room. I'm paying the price for my actions. Don't worry about me. There is nothing you can do. So please. The man lowered his head and a tear rolled down his cheek as he continued, please leave me be. She never thought it would be that way. Just the thought seemed so foreign to her. She left his side and ran to her room with it closed off and left nothing to anyone. Not a word was spoken between Konan and Nagato after she left him there for the rest of the night. She could see the lifelessness that echoed in his purple rings and it only brought on more remorse for their dead comrade, Yahiko. It didn't take him long after she closed the door that he started yelling and throwing things in his room. Konan could only tear up in grief and cry at her friend's behavior. She couldn't do anything for him and it was just tearing her apart. She opened her door and quickly closed it in a fervent attempt to hide away. She screamed in agony so loud that her teeth rattled from the intensity. After her explosion, she slumped to the floor like a rag doll and cried pools of tears upon the floor. Her makeup washed up against her skin and left streaks as she continued. She had no comfort. She had no support. Nagato never wanted to speak to her whenever he was in pain this way. She could only vent to herself. She was alone and not a soul really cared that she was this way. She cradled herself deeply within her own legs and arms and lay silent hours after her tears ran dry. It wasn't long until after she stopped crying that she became motionless. Her mind fell victim to the harsh reality of life. She was drained of her very essence, it was only a matter of time. She thought absent-mindedly, it doesn't matter anymore. Life is easier without the heartache. I can't shelter the burden of having someone to love. They would just die in the end. Her thoughts only trailed downward in despair as she continued lying catatonic. This is what I am. This is what I've become. My tears hold no weight if my commitment is only failure. I won't do it anymore. Konan lay there silently as she pushed her thoughts so forcefully and blocked anything that could be redeemable. They were pushed into the far corners of her mind, locked away hoping to never be touched again. She fell asleep, dead to emotion and dead to everyone else around her. No more would anything get the better of her. No more would she live that life of false hope. No more faith. There laid someone who was hurt far beyond what she had ever believed. Never believing that she would ever recover from this. End flashback. Drip. 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 The blue-haired woman lifted her hand to her face and noticed that her eyes were moist. The revelation shocked her to her very core, remembering just what happened. Her mind was so dark back then. She never believed it to be true. It didn't seem plausible at all. Her grip tightened on Naruto as she held him in her arms. Her heaving increased as she embraced him forcefully, almost suffocating him from the hold. The Jinchuriki brought his head up to realize that she was crying. She was crying again just as he was. He looked at her momentarily with question in his eyes as just for a split second, he forgot about Sakura's death. Not knowing what else to do, he held onto her tighter while Konan's grip matched and didn't want to let go. The woman noticed his stir and realized that it was becoming uncomfortable. She slowly nudged Naruto to his room and surprised him as they looked at each other. He looked into her eyes and saw the genuine feeling behind the gesture. After a solid moment of thought, he nodded his head in agreement and slowly went to his room with her. She lay down on his bed and pushed herself against the pillow to get comfortable. The pillow felt so inviting to her and her eyes closed momentarily to the sweet sensation. Naruto came around and pushed his knees on top of the mattress. Konan looked at him deeply within his eyes as she observed him moving closer to her frame. She noticed him hesitate as he stopped midway to her. The orange boy was lying on the bed but was giving the woman personal space. Her face lifted to a small half-smile as she noticed his coy demeanor. Noticing his distress, Konan pulled him closer to her and pushed his nose to her neck. She pulled her arms around him and wrapped him deeply within her body. She also wrapped her legs around his own, and that made him worry, but only for a slight second before he relaxed and got lost in the contact. Naruto's arms lowered in defeat as they snaked their way around Konan's figure and gripped her back strongly. He felt even more so the urge to cry. This was the most human contact that anyone has ever given him. She almost felt familiar to him. Konan didn't know if she was doing the right thing, but she felt that this was the best thing to do. Her tears kept flowing even though she didn't feel any sadness. She just felt joy. The most joy any person could ever feel. She felt this feeling deep within that was just bubbling to the surface. It was all because of him. This light that he carried around. Everything about him made everything better. Naruto-kun. Thank you for everything that you have done for me, she whispered softly to him as she continued. I wouldn't be who I am today if it wasn't for you. You really pulled me from what I used to be, and I never thought I would ever recover from this emotional failure. You've proved me wrong and I couldn't be happier. Just, thank you, Naruto. You really gave me order within my mind, Naruto? She slowly pushed him to see if he was awake. What she got was a loud snore and a moved leg. She giggled softly as she slowly looked down to his face. She saw the wet stains that were left on his face due to the earlier emotional sessions. But saw this peaceful expression that laid upon his whiskered face that defied his earlier episode. Konan's eyes darted from left to right in embarrassment and unsure if she should do it. I don't think it should be a problem. After all, he did do so much for me. It's the least I can do. Her eyes lowered half-closed as she smiled at his sleeping form. Before she knew it, she lowered her mouth to his face and softly kissed his forehead. Surprisingly, she stayed there for several moments before she removed it a little quickly for fear of Naruto waking up. I don't ever want to lose you. Please don't leave me either. You're the only thing I have left. Her eyes fell closed and the warmth from Naruto really drew her to snuggle a little more deeply into him. The body contact was so nice that she could lay in bliss from this embrace forever. She hasn't had this in a long time. Chapter 17 Unknown Future. Warmth. Warmth filled Naruto's mind as he thought such sweet thoughts. Never was there a time he felt calmer than this moment in time. Nothing could compare to this blissful silence that encumbered him in his bedroom. The dreams that he replayed in his mind were nice. It wasn't like usual, and he couldn't remember a time that he slept through the entire night without waking up. That in itself was unusual in the least. It was almost like his body was just floating in euphoria. The dreams he had were some of the more wishful ideals. Some of them didn't really make any sense and others were far more interesting than he ever really expected, but the thing that really set them apart the most was the fact that they were all calming and soothing dreams. He didn't have one nightmare last night, and that was a very big change to what he was used to. His eyes were left closed and the heat that protruded to his face was so relaxing that he pushed his face further into the softness. He wanted the feeling to last longer. He didn't really pay attention because his mind was groggy, but he didn't really care. All he knew was that the bed was too inviting to leave just yet. NMMMHHH. Naruto felt something wrap around his head a little more forcefully. He felt something else move underneath the covers and touch his leg. I'm just dreaming. He thought, trying to ignore the weird sensations around his body. He remembered that there were these instances in which he would be dreaming while feeling awake. A couple of years ago, he asked Jiraiya about these strange phenomena that occur, and the sage only replied that they were something called lucid dreams. The orange-haired boy liked the term and it fit the scenario very well. He was just dreaming. That's all. Nothing more. Nothing less. He would eventually wake up entirely and just realize it was nothing. He pushed a little further into his pillow and relaxed his body again. Once more, the force pulled his face closer and his nose pushed deeply within the soft texture. He felt a warm air hit his head as a sigh echoed throughout the room. Wait a minute. Something's not right. This feels too real to be a dream. And I can't breathe. He slowly cracked his heavy eyelids open to reveal his deep blue eyes, and then it dawned on him. The thought struck him instantly and he panicked. That's right. I was crying and Konan comforted me. We fell asleep together. His mind screeched to a halt as he put everything together. His face was pushed very roughly against Konan's. His face was touching. Getting better associated to his laying position, he realized a few other unexpected occurrences. His right arm was laid over her waist and placed against her bottom. His pupils dilated as he registered this exciting feeling that laid across his palm. As these thoughts raced around his mind, he realized that he had to use the restroom. Really badly. Then he realized something far more dangerous was approaching as he felt his lower region was as stiff as a board. It's touching her. Oh my god. I'm so dead if she wakes up this way. What do I do? Naruto asked himself in thought. I should think this rationally. I am a ninja after all, and this could be a life or death situation. He decided that he should first move his hand off of her butt and slide upwards so it would seem as if he were still sleeping and it could rest somewhere on her upper torso. He took a soft and uneasy breath and started to slowly move his hand. It rubbed slowly against the fabric of her pants as he continued to move upward. Tensions rose highly as he continued playing with fire. Feeling the hand finally leaving the waistband, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Now just a little further. Do you feel better, Naruto-kun? His heart stopped beating and his mind fell into an empty abyss. The unthinkable voice echoed in the room, completely shattering the silence that blanketed the room for so long. His mouth was far too dry to answer that question. Licking his lips and clearing his throat, he answered, "Why yeah." There was no answer back after some moments, and Naruto became scared of what was about to be said next. I hope she doesn't bring it up. Please don't say anything about it. Please, Don. Good, she replied sleepily, completely unfazed by their embrace. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Naruto thought in relief. Sighing softly, he asked, do you think we should get up now? No, Konan said in a soft pout, I think. I want to lay like this for a little longer. Naruto blushed heavily at her response. She didn't want to get up? That was a first. Was she actually enjoying their embrace? Although he was quite sure that she was too tired to notice their predicament, he still didn't mind the fact that maybe he enjoyed this position for more than he would have thought possible before. Knowing that he had to use the restroom, he reluctantly sighed in defeat as he started to get up. Konan whined softly as Naruto pulled himself off of her and stretched his wide shoulders apart. He placed his hands over his crotch and stumbled over his own feet while making his way to the only escape that he had from their little snuggle. A click echoed throughout the room as Konan laid in a half-sleepy daze. The light danced on the walls as it peeped over her shoulder from the window, silently asking her to wake up. She winced lightly as she sat up and threw her hands in the air. A loud moan elicited from her mouth as the muscles stretched throughout her body. That was the best sleep I've ever had, she thought absent-mindedly. She looked over to her right and saw a small brown bird resting on the windowsill. A smile crept upon her face and she slowly strolled over to the bird. Such a fascinating little animal. Although butterflies were always first on her list, Konan always had an admiration for birds. She loved flying creatures. Just the thought of flight sent wonderful imagery to her mind. She always used to imagine soaring over the skies and through the horizon to see the beautiful scenery. Those thoughts made her think of another reason why she wanted to fly. She wanted to get away. When she lost her parents and was left for dead, she just wanted an escape. Flying felt free and adventurous. It was a way to break free from her emotional chains. She just wanted that freedom away from the pain and the loneliness. After she met Yahiko, those feelings became less and less, but she still daydreamed of reaching the clouds. She softly opened the window and gently lowered her hand to the bird. It chirped once before landing on her index finger happily. Konan chuckled softly at the little bird's display. Man, Konan-chan, you have a way with animals. Konan turned to see Naruto smiling warmly at her. The bird felt intimidated before it quickly flew away into the trees and out of sight. Sigh, Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? Konan brushed her hair softly away, parting with intertwining fingers. Her eyes glowed softly from the sun as she looked upon his face for an answer. Eh? Hey, let's not worry about that, he replied with a soft chuckle, I'm okay now. It's not really a big deal anymore. Why am I saying that? Her features softened upon his answer, but still, she couldn't help but feel that maybe his answer wasn't entirely true. Sakura's death was a big tragedy to everyone in the Leaf Village, but it was the worst thing that could have ever happened to Naruto. It wasn't just his crush. It was one of his best friends. Someone he was trying to help. It was an important goal that he had to accomplish. Naruto-kun, she started seriously, what are your plans now about Sasuke? Are you going to still go after him? The boy's smile faded as his gaze faltered to the floor. For some reason, the carpet was more interesting than usual. Konan, noticing his unusual reaction, quickly continued, I mean, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I was just. Well. Never mind, she pivoted on her heel and sauntered to the bedroom door, I'll just make us breakfast. Without much time wasted, she smiled awkwardly and exited the room, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. What am I going to do? He thought quietly. His mouth tightened into a line while he rested on the bed. Sasuke. His teeth clenched in resentment at the thought of his longtime friend. You killed Sakura. How could you? His fist slammed forcefully on the sun-bathed blankets, causing particles to scatter like pixie dust. Sasuke, I don't know if I can forgive you for this. You betrayed us. You betrayed everyone. The orange-haired boy sighed in exasperation. I can only hope. Maybe you have something left within you. The blue-haired woman cooked absent-mindedly, occasionally stirring the soup within the pot. Her eyes would look over the boiling contents but was never actually looking at them. She was preoccupied with this disturbance. Maybe I should have asked more questions. Dug a little further. Maybe Naruto would have been more eased? No, that won't work. These wounds are still fresh for him. A loud thumping echoed through the empty hallway. Its sound was deafening, or at least it seemed that way. Konan looked over and saw Naruto with a blank expression as his heavy feet slowly thrashed the wooden floors. Without looking at the other occupant in the room, he grabbed some bowls from the shelf and placed them on the counter before he sat down and proceeded to twiddle his thumbs. Konan grabbed his bowl and quickly poured some of the soup with many vegetables within. After all of the food that the villagers gave Naruto, he had too many foods stacked upon stacks. She decided to help him get rid of it. It was a good thing that she knew how to cook. She poured more of the soup into her bowl and sat down adjacent to the stumped boy. Sorry that it's not ramen. I know you wanted some, but we have so much food in the house that I have to use some of it at least. Naruto snapped out of his daze and considered his food. Oh, hey, you made us food. Wow. A smile etched across his face as he observed the steam that protruded from his meal. He took a big whiff and breathed out in happiness. Man, this smells amazing. Not as great as ramen, of course, but still this comes very close. Ignoring that blunt remark, Konan smiled when she saw Naruto munching away at his soup. Yes, we have too much food at home. Even this morning, I found some eggs, bread, and a few canned foods laying at the front door. It seems even now, the people in your village really are thankful you saved them. Naruto mumbled as he scarfed down the vegetables to his never-ending ramen stomach. Gulp, yeah, I don't know what to say to them. Hey. I don't want to be rude or anything, and I actually kinda like the hospitality that has been given to me recently. The blue-haired woman continued to smile. She knew that Naruto really enjoyed this. It was his shining moment. He achieved a victory for his village. Konan remembered Nagato but quickly shoved those thoughts down. What am I doing? Now's not the time to think about that. They ate silently for a while. It seemed a little awkward because normally they would both smile and have a seemingly infinite conversation, but here they are, both sides couldn't even start anything remotely interesting. It came down to the last moment. Naruto got up and decided to get another bowl of soup. Konan noticed. No, Naruto-kun, I can get it for you. You don't have to get up. Nah, it's okay Konan-chan, he replied softly while lifting the lid, I can get it myself. It's not a problem. Naruto-kun, you should just rest, she said while she attempted to grab for his bowl, you've been I can do it on my own. The boy screamed while ripping the bowl from her fingertips, I don't need anyone's help. Konan's eyes widened at Naruto's outburst, Naruto-kun. The Jinchuriki sighed with furrowed eyebrows. He surprised himself with his words more than he would like to admit. He gazed into Konan's eyes and saw sadness and confusion within her bright amber irises. It was amazing to Naruto how much he could see just from her eyes, and right now, he was seeing something that he didn't want to see. He mindlessly placed his bowl on the counter and turned to Konan. She followed his movements with her eyes and noticed his disdain and forlorn afterthought that came to him without much haste. Suddenly, she felt two arms embrace her figure and a chin pressed against her shoulder. After a few moments, she closed her eyes and involuntarily sighed in a squeeze. Unknowingly to Konan, his arms felt comforting to her, and every time they did this, she could only let go of whatever it was she was feeling. Sorry, Konan-chan, he mumbled over her shoulder, I shouldn't have done that. I honestly don't know what came over me. I've been more emotional than usual. She sighed, there's no need to apologize. I understand. Pulling him apart from her, she smiled at him genuinely, you're still upset and it's okay. I believe you will find whatever answer you need within your heart. I have complete faith in you. Naruto stared at the woman in front of him. Her words made him feel warm within his stomach. No one has ever made him feel that way. Sakura probably made him have butterflies, but his love was unrequited. He knew deep down that maybe he shouldn't chase after Sakura because of her unforgiving love toward Sasuke. Still, there was that piece of him that told him to keep trying again and again. Maybe after all of that, then he would finally get an answer that he had been wanting all along. But what is this? Naruto didn't understand what he was feeling. Konan-chan. Without warning, Naruto grasped her again. This time, he held her firmly and didn't give her any wiggle room. And Naruto? Konan breathed out. I'm sorry, he bellowed uncontrollably, I don't want to stop. This hug didn't feel like a normal hug. She felt a wanting from Naruto that wasn't usual with their other hugs. He didn't utter a peep as he continued his actions. Konan tried to move but to no avail. His strength from his training has really shown in this moment, and she couldn't deny that maybe she was liking it more than she would care to admit. Her arms fell down in defeat and her eyes closed in satisfaction. She started feeling an uncertain sensation within her body and it made her nervous. That sensation felt strangely warmer than she remembered. Am I blushing? I'm blushing. I can't be blushing because of him? Eh? We might have summoned you at the wrong time. Huh? Both Naruto and Konan's eyes opened wide when they heard that. It wasn't either of their voices, and Naruto heard it as well, so hearing voices in her head wasn't the answer either. It smells different. Weren't they alone? Hey! Don acts surprised. We reverse summoned you before, a small female toad shrieked. Oh, wait, I was reverse summoned? Questioned Naruto as he rotated his head to look at his surroundings. He was indeed at Mount Mayuboku. The humid temperature was mainly the telltale sign, but it wasn't long before he noticed that he was within the toad's home. Yeah, my boy, a male toad replied rather happily, and not a moment too soon either. Well, maybe a little soon. Ha, what do you mean? Ahem, the lass in your arms, the female toad answered sneakily. Naruto turned and saw his tight embrace still in effect with the woman in his arms. He saw the embarrassed look on Konan's face and... Was she blushing? He ripped his arms away from her quickly while apologizing over and over again. Konan repeatedly tried to calm him down, but he seemed to be in his own world. Naruto, my boy, glad I could see you again. The male toad replied happily, but putting all that aside, we gotta take you to the great Lord Elder. He has some divine tellin' for your future you need to hear. Naruto seemed intrigued from the toad's response and glimpsed over at Konan. Oh, okay, Konan-chan, you will have to sit here while I. Actually, Naruto, the male toad interjected, grabbing the attention of both humans, bring the lass with you too. This concerns her as well. Wait, you can't be serious, Konan replied uneasily, what does this have to do with me? We're not sure, the female toad spoke up, he only said that he needs to see a female with blue hair. I don't know. Naruto and Konan both exchanged glances at each other before Naruto grinned, okay. Let's go see Gramps Sage. There was a pitter-patter of feet along the dirt and grass. The toads kept the lead as Naruto and Konan fell slightly behind. Konan observed the scenery around her while they walked closer to the elder toad's location. She had such awe on her face and it made a small upward curve formed on Naruto's lips as he watched her curiosity peak. You've never actually seen anything like this before, have you? No, I haven't seen anything like this at all, the woman said in wonder. I have been to several countries but this realm is unlike any habitat I have ever had the chance to encounter. It's beautiful. Yeah, I've been here a bunch of times, but this is only your second time being here, the orange-haired boy responded while laying his hands behind his head. What? The shock clearly evident upon her face. I've been here before? Oh yeah, the male toad's mind clicked, I remember now. You're the last the Naruto brought in. He went through a lot of trouble bringing you back to his village. He even got the other toads in a fuss fair using the reverse summon technique. But I swear I ain't never seen such a passion in a young man's eyes than I did when he told us about ya. His eyes glanced to Konan, he really had ta get ta ya and he ain't such a bad kid so we did him a favor. At first I didn't think it would work, Naruto replied rather dully, I brought myself to Mount Mayuboku when I realized they could summon me. The only bad part was that they told me that I could only be reverse summoned from my previous location, another toad summoner, or from a special toad teleportation seal. His eyes darted downward when past memories began flourishing his mind. The toads told me it was impossible to summon myself on my old master. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, the paper user replied solemnly with clasped hands, if I could have taken it back, I would have already done it long ago. No, no. The boy retorted dismissing her apology and gave a half-convincing smile, it's okay. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama would be kinda glad how things worked out. It's okay really, he looked over and knew Konan was feeling guilty for helping kill their mentor, but Naruto knew that deep down, she never wanted this to happen. Pushing all of that aside for the moment, he continued, the only other option that I had was using a special toad teleportation seal. The pervy sage actually had an escape just in case he was in danger. Remember his giant scroll on his back? The woman nodded, luckily, pervy sage made this seal a long time ago specifically for deadly situations where he knew there was a possibility he wouldn't return. He would leave his scroll that he had on his back at Konoha or somewhere far enough away to give him an escape when it was dire. These two guys, the boy pointed at the two toads, told me that pervy sage dropped his scroll during his fight with Nagato and his paths. This seal can only be used twice, so I summoned myself there and summoned myself back to Mount Mayuboku after I rescued you, then finally, I was reverse summoned back to Konoha by the toads. You gave us a load of trouble you little twit, the female toad hollered, but if it wasn't fair this lady wouldn't have been saved. I'm just glad that I made it in time, Naruto responded happily, who knows what would have happened if I didn't show up. Yeah. Konan answered despondently. Thinking back upon it now sent shivers up her spine. There was no mistake she was one breath away from death. If Naruto was just a minute later, she would have died. These thoughts haunted her daily and it was hard to just throw it away as something worthless or useless. Oh. Hey giant Gramps Sage. It's been a while hasn't it? Naruto yelled loudly at a gargantuan toad on an even larger stone chair. The old toad peered through cracks in his eyelids looking at a blurry orange-haired man in close proximity. I brought the boy for you great lord, the small male toad responded while hopping next to Naruto. Ah yes, the big toad answered, I have summoned thee, but who are you again? Naruto threw his hands to his face, Gramps forgets everything. I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes. Yes. Naruto. That's right. I have summoned you, the toad croaked tiredly, I have not only summoned you, but also an angel with blue hair, is she with you? My name is Konan. It is an honor to meet you, she bowed politely. The toad smiled a little as he spoke again, Naruto, you will meet an octopus soon. I couldn't see it clearly, but I indeed saw octopus legs. Octopus? Naruto asked incredulously. That is correct, the toad continued. Another vision involves you fighting a being who finds power within his eyes. I already know that, Naruto replied in distaste, and I already have an idea on what I'm going to do. You know what this person is? The toad asked, curious to Naruto's conclusions. Yes, I have a plan, although I don't really know what I'm going to do yet, but I need time to figure it out for myself. The toad's curiosity piqued at Naruto's answer, but he humbly let the boy be. So be it, Uzumaki Naruto. The giant toad's head turned slightly at the woman. Konan, I've had several dreams that contradict one another of you. This brought everyone's attention to the elder toad, including the smaller toads. One shows that you have already deceased and yet you are still here. It is not common that I have dreams that predict altered realities. How have you survived this long? Uzumaki Naruto saved me from my impending fate. He found me and protected me from the clutches of an evil man with the help of my long-time and deceased friend Nagato, she answered truthfully. If it wasn't for Nagato realizing my conditions and giving Naruto the help he needed to find me, I wouldn't have survived at all. The large toad grunted through his flared wrinkled nostrils. The one named Nagato somehow caused a shift in fate. Could he see into the future? Given to what has happened before his passing, new futures have appeared in my dreams, he grumbled momentarily before continuing. I saw a blue-haired angel protecting Naruto as the world came together to fight. I will assume that is you, young one, Konan nodded ever so softly. She was known throughout her country as God's angel for her paper wings and being Pain's right hand for anything to do with the village or fighting. I have already indebted myself to Naruto. I will do anything and everything I can to protect him. He is the key to saving all of us. The toad looked over to the woman quietly as he pondered her words. The look gave a serious atmosphere to everyone in the vicinity. Before anyone could speak, the elder toad spoke up. Konan of Amigakure, I have also foreseen you and Naruto working together with the toads and using them to your advantage. Gamatora, the other medium-sized toad left in the room, looked up at the elder. I have also seen you within a dream where you stored yourself within Naruto. You may give the fourth key seal to Naruto. Naruto, please summon the toad summoning scroll for Konan to place her name upon. What? Konan quickly retorted with widened eyes. There's no way I can. I can't use. I'm not worthy, elder toad sage. Please forgive me. Fukasaku saw Konan's distress. Take it easy, lass. It's not common that the elder ever gives the special summoning scroll to just anyone. You should feel proud that you are receiving the right. But I'm not worthy. I've even helped in the death of Jiraiya-sama. There's no way that I can possibly be forgiven for this. Konan-chan, it's alright, Naruto butted in with a smile. They already know about all of this stuff. The elder toad seems to like you. I don't know what he's seen, but he is helping us. Konan looked back up to the elder toad before she fell to her knees with her head rubbing against the ground. I'm sorry, elder toad. Please forgive me for killing your disciple. I promise from this moment forward, I will treat your kind as I would a brother or sister. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will not let you down. The elder toad looked at her sternly before he let out a deep chuckle. Get up, young one. It's alright, the woman mentioned looked up in confusion. You have proven your worth long ago. You have as much right as Naruto to use our prestigious clan. Please, Naruto, gather the scroll and let Konan sign it. Complying to the elder toad's commands, the boy bit his thumb, wiped the blood on his palm. He threw several hand seals before he slammed his palm into the ground in a forceful action. Kushios no Jutsu. Bomph. A bigger toad about the height of Naruto appeared through the thick cloud of smoke. He had orange bumpy skin and blue markings appeared all over his body in unusual patterns. He only croaked once before he extended the scroll to the party with his slimy tongue. It dropped to the ground with a soft thud as Naruto thanked the toad. With haste, he opened the scroll to the next available slot. His features slowly changed into sadness as he noticed his master's name and print stored within the scroll. But as quickly as they appeared, Naruto shifted gears and smiled tenderly as he gazed at Konan by his side. Just bite your thumb with enough force to draw blood. Write your name and mark your fingers with blood on the bottom, then you're all set. Gamatora, who's been quietly sitting at the elder toad's side, shifted quickly to respond to his commands. Sir, I will pull the fourth seal scroll for you. He proceeded by expanding his body to shape a scroll in between his body and rolled out the scroll revealing the entire key. Naruto turned. Just press your fingers in the square. It will give you what you need to perfect the jutsu that Jiraiya told you about. The boy looked at his hand in uncertainty. Could this really be it? This could be a lot harder than I anticipated. Am I really ready? You seem unsure, Naruto-kun, Konan said with a slight frown upon her face. do you think you're ready for this? Konan-chan, he responded with closed eyes, I know that the 9 tails can consume my will and be set free if I don't do this correctly. My only concern is that I won't be able to get rid of the anger that fills my heart when bad things happen to people close to me. I can't really take it, you know? Konan nodded her head in understanding. She witnessed his rage firsthand and she didn't like it either. But deep down she knew that Naruto can accomplish it. Naruto-kun, I completely understand. It's difficult losing someone close to you or someone that you love. But think of it this way, you will need this chakra to challenge Sasuke, to challenge Madara and help your ultimate goal of saving your friends. Naruto-kun, she placed her hand upon his shoulder, you have to do this for yourself. Show the 9 tails that you can overcome his will. That your will surpasses his will of hatred. I believe in you. Everyone in your village believes you can do anything. Naruto kept his eyes closed in his cloud of thoughts. He felt the fire fill his belly as his confidence rose to all-time highs, this motivation. It feels good. I can do it. Everyone believes in me. Even Dad said he had faith in me. I have to trust in myself. You're right. I can't get depressed about it now. I have to control it. He smiled bravely, summoned chakra to his fingertips, and pressed his fingers in the square area of the seal. Good, Gamatora replied in finality while closing the scroll. Next step is try and find that octopus. Croak. Huh? Naruto turned as he noticed Gamma the toad staring at the young woman. Gamma says that you didn't finish writing your name, Gamatora answered. You didn't finish your name? Naruto asked with a snort, how could you forget that? Konan lowered her eyes, I didn't think it was necessary to put my last name. We have to have your full name so we can complete the ritual, Fukusaku said, if you don't put your full name then you won't be able to summon anything. Konan sighed as she moseyed over to the scroll. She didn't want to put her last name on the scroll but she had no choice if she wanted to summon the toads effectively. Personally, she was trying to avoid placing her last name for fear of being known but she couldn't back down now, it's not like I can't trust anyone here. I'm safe here. I trust Naruto. The boy in her thoughts walked over to her, curious to what her last name was because she never told him. He never even heard it. She kept it secretive and he couldn't lie and say that he didn't want to know. He had asked her once or twice but she always told him that it wasn't the best time to ask or that she just wanted it to be forgotten. That it was a part of her past that she never wanted to relive ever again. He always abided by her rule and just shrugged it off. It's not like it was hurting anyone anyway. Okay, I finished it. Naruto looked down at the scroll with a laugh and everything in the background went black. His eyes widened at what he saw. His heart sank at what was written down next to his name. There was no way in a million years. It just wasn't possible. How could he not have noticed before? He took it back. Now he knows why she didn't want anyone knowing. It was a dangerous name, especially because of where she was living. Being anonymous is what made her survive all these years. Right above the 5 fingerprints was written in formal letters and fresh red blood. Konan Senju, Chapter 18, Old Ghosts. My parents. My parents. I miss them. I miss what it was like to have a family. I miss the cold winter rainy days where Mother and I would sit by the fire while she told me stories. I miss how my father used to hold me when I got scared at night. I miss how my mother would cook delicious meals even if we didn't have much. I miss how father used to bring animals home to cook. I miss how mother used to sew Zero the Rain together. I miss having a normal life. Where did it all go wrong? It was a reality where it just wasn't meant to be. Naruto-kun, soon after they finished the signing, they were reverse summoned back into their home in silence. The woman looked up at the boy in their home once again. It wasn't a surprise to her when she saw the look of confusion laced in his features. To say that he was surprised was an understatement. He was hit by a bombshell far more powerful than anything he has ever heard before. Konan. Senju? He replied as he sat down, but that means you're related to Granny. Yes, it's true, Konan answered solemnly, I can't deny it now. My last name is Senju. One of the only ones that I know are left. The boy let that information sink in. Was she really who she says she is? There isn't a possible way, is there? Why did this information come to the surface now? Too many questions roaming the boy's head caused him to rub his temple. Konan-chan, why didn't you say anything about it until now? I'm pretty sure it was bad, but you could have used your name to your advantage tagging along with Konoha. What? The woman gasped, that wasn't possible. I would have been killed. She sat down next to the orange-haired boy with her head in her hands. You don't know how dangerous my name actually was to Amiga-Kur. Just as quickly as the Uzumaki were slaughtered against their will, my clan was also a high-value target. They gave no remorse to anyone that bore those names. It would have been the end of me had my secret gone out. I only survived by my parents' secrecy. They didn't allow anyone knowing of their last names. They chose a fake name and I didn't know anything about it until I heard my mother and father fighting one night. I was lucky that my mother wasn't a senju. I don't have the famous ability that other senju have. Hey, Naruto replied while laying a hand on her shoulder. He pursed his lips in concentration. Tell me everything. Konan looked at him momentarily in surprise before lowering her eyes. If you say so. I mean it. Tell me everything about you. I want to know what really happened to you when you were younger, he said in conviction. Tell me about Konan Senju. Konan sighed in thought as she tried to put the memories together in her head. Truthfully, she never thought that she would ever have to retell her past until now. Most memories she could recall really left her feeling empty within herself. She didn't like thinking about her past at all, and digging them up now started to take a toll on her. Okay, but promise me that what is said here stays between us. You have to promise me that much. Her sight lowered as she bit her lip. If the time comes and I want anyone else knowing, I will let them know myself. The Genin nodded his head softly with a tug at his lips. Okay, Konan-chan. I promise. You have my word as a ninja. She smiled softly while gazing at him in a peculiar way. Okay Naruto, it's star. Knock knock knock. Huh? Both replied in unison. I'll get the door, Naruto said while heaving forward, pushing his weight up. I wonder who it is? Naruto twisted the cool handle that grazed his fingertips. Opening the door created a draft that wafted through his hair. Yo, Naruto. The boy followed the voice with his eyes to see a lazy eye staring at him. Huh? Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here? Hopefully I wasn't interrupting anything, the teacher replied casually to the orange-infested boy. Naruto looked at Konan, who gazed at his teacher with curiosity, and saw her slight disappointment. No, not at all, he replied waving his hand in dismissal. We were just talking is all. What do you need? I'm sorry Naruto for intruding. I know it's real soon, but you're required for another mission, Kakashi replied coolly. Actually, it's a very important mission. Huh? Naruto replied dozing off on his hand. Drool lightly dribbled down one side of his mouth as he sat there. What did you say? I said we are almost there, Yamato answered. Geez, Naruto, pay attention. The boy looked around at his surroundings and noticed the rocking of his foundation. But Captain Yamato, you said that a few hours ago. It's been forever now. I'm tired of sitting here waiting. I want to get started on my mission already. Patience, Naruto, the captain replied. We will be there in a moment. Please just relax until then. Naruto sighed in exasperation as he stood up and walked to the railing that overlooked the ocean and rested his chin on his palm. Yeah, he was bored out of his mind. Sitting on a boat didn't really help his eager anticipation of doing something new. After staying in the village and after the death of Sakura, he wanted to go somewhere fresh. Too many bad feelings made him feel claustrophobic. Konan played through his mind while the waves beat against the boat forcefully. Konan being a senju was really a game changer for him. Not only was she related to the first and second Hokage, she was also related to the fifth. Even reminding himself about that made him shake his head. I wonder what Konan's story was about? She never did get to tell me. He peered to his right and saw the woman sitting against the cabin with her eyes closed. She hasn't said much since we got interrupted. I wonder if she is okay. Konan laid there in silence as she felt the rocking of the boat against the waves. The calmness broke all of the tension within herself and made her rather sleepy. Even through the silence and peace, she still found herself thinking a little upon the near spill of her past. The only ones who knew anything about her were Nagato and Yahiko. She never told Jiraiya about who she was and she didn't want anyone else to know. Until now. She just wanted to forget her past that badly. There must have been something in the air. Perhaps Naruto slipped something into her drink while she wasn't watching? No, Naruto would never do that. Maybe she just trusted Naruto to that extent. As a matter of fact, maybe she was trusting the teen a little too much. I trust Naruto. Nagato was right. There was no reason not to. And now? Konan's fingers slid on the cool metal beneath them as she gripped in confusion and sadness. I can't help but be beside him nowadays. I'm worried. Am I becoming too attached to Naruto? She opened her amber eyes and stared at the lone Uzumaki leaning against the railing. He had a very distant look in his face. Her hand moved to her chest as she gazed upon the boy. She felt a warmth within her chest that was unlike any other feeling she had so far. Her hand tightened on the pocket of the vest before her eyebrows arched in perplexity. Naruto-kun. I really wouldn't be here without you. Maybe you mean more to me than I realize. She looked at the boy again and took in his features. His orange hair flowed back and forth in the breeze. His skin was tan from all of the outside activities he had done. The way his cheeks curved really intrigued the woman into looking at him longer. His blue eyes glowed like the reflections of the ocean. Her eyes lowered softly as she observed his form. A peculiar emotion started rolling in her chest uncomfortably before she shook her head violently and sighed in exasperation. I shouldn't think like that. What am I doing? Crash. Ow. What the hell was that? The Jinchuriki shouted loudly while gaining his bearing. He rubbed his head furiously from the sudden knock against the railing. He glared to the direction of the sound and saw a peach-colored tentacle gliding against the boat before it crashed back into the water with a loud slap. Ah. I don't know, Yamato responded hastily. Whatever it was, I think it's coming back. It's the squid. A dark-headed man yelled with one eye closed. I forgot to mention that there is a monstrous squid in these waters. I don't know how he found us. Squid? Naruto asked to himself, hey, didn't Gramps say something about an octopus? Naruto-kun. Konan hollered as she blazed across the ship to the teen's side. This is no time be lost in thought. Be prepared for battle. Konan's right. We have to be prepared for anything. Yamato responded loudly while leaning into a stance. Water erupted against the boat as a gigantic squid brushed its body against the hull, causing the people to tumble around on the top. The boat began to angle itself sideways, almost capsizing then and there. Naruto tumbled faster and faster to the edge as he struggled to gain composure. No. Naruto-kun. Grab my hand. Konan screamed out for him and tried to grab him, but to no avail as he plummeted head first into the violent water. Yamato's eyes widened as he saw the Jinchuriki plummet into the water. Naruto. You're out of luck, squid, you hear? I will give you something to fear. A loud voice boomed as an equally large bull with tentacles came out of the water and slammed the squid with a hard punch that crackled in the air. The squid flew through the sky in a trajectory leading to a distant pat of the ocean before a softer splash was heard, followed by a rough waving boat. That's Killer Bee. We're saved. The one-eyed man yelped in happiness. Naruto floated as his limbs swam lifelessly in the ocean. My chest feels heavy. It burns. I didn't think it would be this difficult to stay at the top of the water. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. No, Naruto yelled as Sasuke violently swung the kunai across Sakura's throat. Sakura's eyes widened as blood splattered all over her paste-colored coat. Naruto's heart shattered into pieces as Sakura's life faded out of her eyes like a dying candle. Hey, Naruto-kun, can you hear me? Naruto-kun tilde. Naruto opened his eyes widely and sat up in a confused state. The sun shined brightly through the white billowy curtains that flowed in a soft breeze. A faint bird chirping ensnared the young man into losing his thoughts in the beautiful scenery outside. Momentarily, he looked around the room and quickly realized that it wasn't his room at all. This room was a lot bigger than his old room. The strangest thing about the room was that through all of the new things that occupied this room, there were items from his own apartment that scattered the dresser and corners. He looked to the peach-colored wall and noticed a poster that was an exact replica of the one he had on his wall at home. Where am I? He questioned curiously. Before his thoughts carried any further, the door to the room creaked open in a musical fashion and he saw a bright smile appear before his very eyes. Naruto-kun. The woman's blue hair looked freshly washed and dangled freely against her shoulders. Her face glowed warmly in reflection of the light from the open window and her eyes also shone brightly colored orange. Her figure was accentuated by a lean on one leg. She wore a white tank top that fit snugly against her body and wore dark-colored shorts that showed off her toned legs. Konan-chan, what are you doing? Naruto asked dumbfounded. She had an unusual look on her that stunned the teen. Her lips curved beautifully in an upward smile. She seemed to have a blush that the Jinchuriki barely noticed. Konan giggled softly at Naruto's antics and started walking towards the bed before she kneeled down on the plush top. Isn't it obvious, silly? I'm coming to wake you up. Naruto's heartbeat quickened as he saw Konan's eyes turn from sweet to devious. She crawled up to his form and grabbed his shoulder before she planted her lips against his in a solid kiss. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt her body push against him heatedly. Naruto's mind melted as Konan pushed herself onto him so desperately. "You made me this way, Naruto," she mumbled in between kisses. The woman started to run her hand up his shirt before the teen's mind decided to finally kick in. He abruptly stopped the kiss as he pushed her away from him in a desperate attempt to take a breath. "Konan-chan. Why are you? Isn't it obvious?" "I'm trying to wake you up," she replied with a forlorn look upon her face. Naruto became confused at her statement. "What do you mean? I'm already awake." "No, Naruto-kun," Konan answered as she laid her body against him softly. Her hand lay gently against his chest as she tugged softly at his shirt. "I want you to wake up. Your warmth is something I've grown to adore. Please don't leave me. You're everything to me." Her body began to heave as she continued speaking. "Please wake up, Naruto, wake up." Naruto's eyes opened hesitantly as he awoke to a darkened room. He was lying comfortably on a bed and could feel his lungs hurting. "That's right. I fell in the water. We must be at the island now." He tried to get up, but an unknown weight was attached to his shoulder and arm. When his eyes adjusted, he saw a female sleeping against him peacefully. He could feel her breath hitting the side of his cheek as they both laid there. Wanting to get up, Naruto began to move his feet to angle them off of the bed. "You're finally awake." The orange-haired teen froze in his movements as he turned his head to see Konan's eyes softly glowing in the darkness. He could feel her concerned stare boring into his own eyes. "Why yeah," was all he could muster. Did she always know when he was awake, or was she watching him the entire time? He wasn't sure, but the more he thought about it, the more disturbing it was. Naruto laid there silently as he felt her fingers glide softly against his forearm, running against the hairs that crossed his arm. "Konan-chan. Why are you laying with me?" It was Konan's turn to grow silent.
Her hand froze against his arm and settled on top of it. I saw you lying in bed sleeping, but you were tossing and turning, so I took it upon myself to
lay beside you and give you comfort." Naruto processed that information slowly before Konan continued. "If it means anything, you became quiet when I started to pet your arm." Naruto blushed heavily at Konan's response and swallowed ever so slightly, like something was caught in his throat. She has been acting strange these past few days, and Naruto didn't leave it unnoticed. He was starting to feel that maybe Konan was opening up more to him, and he couldn't deny that her pet against his arm was comforting. He sighed as he laid there in silence. He needed to know, "What happened after I drowned in the ocean?" The woman blew air from her tired lungs in a saddened strength. "Killer Bee rescued you with one of his tentacles. You were unconscious and weren't breathing when he brought you to the boat, but I quickly resuscitated you." Her hand tightened lightly against his arm as they laid there. The boy noticed the feeling of distress emanating from the woman next to him. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you in time." It was strange feeling defenseless in that situation. "I should have been better prepared." The teen said nothing to her apology and caused Konan to lower her eyes in contempt. That's right. She was useless. Completely and utterly useless. Naruto almost died and she couldn't do anything about it. Her mind repeated the same words and regurgitated a known feeling that swept her away in a euphoric disaster. Useless. Careless. Worthless. Unreliable. But just as soon as it became too much, Konan's breath hitched as she felt a warmth touch her fingers. Naruto laid his palm against her hand. "You did what you could," the boy replied softly. "That's all that matters. You still saved me and I'm still here and grateful for what you've done." His head turned to face hers as they locked eyesight with one another. That passion in his eyes radiated lowly against the reflections coming from the window adjacent to the bed. "Don't ever think that you're worthless, because you're not. You're far from it." Konan's eyes widened slightly as she relayed the sweet words that echoed through her mind. It's almost like he was reading her mind, and the way his eyes bored into her own looked like he was peering right into her soul. How can he do that? Naruto smiled lightly as it was his turn to rub her hand. His thumb caressed her knuckles up and down, following the ridges and dipping between them. Konan didn't say anything as she felt the sensation sweep a flood of emotions through her being. Her eyes closed softly, wanting to break eye contact with him. That feeling she was receiving was unexpectedly relieving, and she felt a burning sensation in her chest as they laid there. "What is going on with me?" she questioned in a slight fear. She couldn't understand it. Her heart thumped roughly against her chest as she sat stone still, afraid to even shake the wrong way. She felt Naruto's hand move from hers, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. He would look at her with that look of his, that fiery gaze that she began to appreciate. He would rip her apart from the inside with that piercing stare. She couldn't afford his attention. She gasped. Naruto's hand found its way to her waist, and she couldn't help her eyes to burst open and see the orange-haired boy looking at her with such delicacy. Before she could react, Naruto pushed himself closer to her and tucked his hand behind her head and pushed to his chest to have her nose pressed lightly against him. Konan tensed before she relaxed in Naruto's embrace. It seemed to calm her thoughts and she didn't mind that one bit. "It's okay, Konan. I know you've been under a lot of stress recently." Konan breathed a little roughly against his shirt as they laid there serenely. This was the first time in a long time that she ever had anyone comfort her in this way. Finding someone who could be there for her in that way was nearly impossible, and she wouldn't doubt that if Naruto wasn't around, she would never have this type of comfort again. Her thoughts trailed aimlessly as they laid there in their bliss, although there was one thing that kept reappearing in her conscious. "Hey, Naruto-kun? Do you still want to know about what my family was like?" She waited patiently, uncertain as to what Naruto was thinking. He probably didn't care about it anymore. Why would her life be important? It's all in the past now. It's most likely just a faded memory to him. She continued to wonder before she couldn't take the silence. She had to know his answer. It was killing her, Naruto-kun? Snore tilde. Sigh. Konan furrowed her brow in frustration. It was at this moment that she realized Naruto was indeed a fast sleeper. She took a breath and slid her arms around Naruto and embraced him in his sleeping state. "I guess I'm going to have to get used to that. I can always tell him later anyway. There's no hurry." She left it with that final thought before she closed her eyes and fell into Naruto's rhythm. Little did she know, tomorrow would be the day she would see something that she would never forget. Life always has a way of coming back around full circle. Chapter 19, My Inner Demons. "Lady Tsunade. How are you feeling?" A groan echoed against the walls as a busty blonde woman laid in bed tiredly in a small room. A few medic nin were beside her futon checking her vitals and pulling blood for further evaluation. No one knew what happened to her because before all of this took place, she was completely fine. She even looked normal and had a slight pep in her step, but now her condition was worrisome to the woman by her side and even the medic nin who looked more nervous than usual as they continued their checkup. "I'm okay, Shizune," Tsunade softly answered as she lay there trying to wiggle free from the blankets. "My head is just killing me and I feel weak. It's hard to move." "Don't get up, Lady Tsunade," Shizune replied through tears, "you almost died." "Okay, Naruto. This is B. He is the host of the Eight Tails," Yamato answered sternly with his hand gestured to his left. The boy looked at the figure in question and thought with a hand to his chin, "This is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" B smiled reassuringly, "That I am little man. B is my name, hosting is my game, we." Naruto blanched at the rhyming that spewed from the man's mouth. In all honesty, he really didn't care for this weird way of talking. It kind of irritated him, to be honest. He just wanted to learn new things and be done with his mission. "And my name is Motoi," a spiky-haired man said as he came up. "I am the supervisor of this island." He couldn't do without an introduction, could he? "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's an honor to meet you, B and Motoi," the teen said, bowing ever so slightly. "Hey now, there's no need for all that," B replied, shaking his hands defensively. "All we need is a rap and a fist tap, ya dig?" Naruto looked around worrisome as B stared patiently waiting for the Jinan to give him a good rhyme. The boy looked over to Yamato and the man gave him an "it's all on you" look. His eyes peered over to Konan who wasn't even looking at him. Her head was turned to the trees. Perhaps she was a little embarrassed at the situation. Naruto sighed in defeat and thought momentarily about a good rhyme. To be honest, singing or even rhyming weren't anything he was blessed with growing up. He had no reason to sing, and when he did, it sounded more like a screaming banshee than music. No, that won't work. Nah, that's too corny. Gah. I'll just try to spit something out and see what I can come up with. Although I'm slow, it isn't hard to flow. I can make a rhyme, pass the time and rewind the best line. Mighty fine. We tilde. He blushed at the rushed sentences that came from his mouth. Truth be told, he felt extremely embarrassed at what he was saying. He couldn't believe how decent that rhyme actually was, although it was nothing that he would consider brilliant. The man in the dark goggles looked him over and it put a lot of pressure on the boy with his scrutinizing stare. Moments felt like hours before the guy split his mouth into a grin. "Hey, nice work, boy. That spit wasn't so bad, don't be coy." Naruto smiled slightly as B brought his fist forward. Before long Naruto broke out into a wide grin and bumped his fist into B's. "Follow me, little man," the older Jinchuriki replied as he turned. "We will go somewhere special." "All right," Yamato spoke up, "I will have to go with Naruto. I am Naruto's supervisor and a trained Makuten user. What about Konan? Naruto brought up, will she come too? Yes, Yamato replied sternly, she has to be watched for any irregular behavior. Konan looked indifferent at the words that were said about her. She didn't really care at this point. She knew where she stood. Very well, Motoi responded, let's walk. This is it. It's where I come to sit, listen to my heart and think of myself a bit. Naruto's eyes darted around through a clearing that opened up to a massive waterfall with a tiny circular mound of an island in the center. It was a beautiful place that seemed to hypnotize Naruto as he gazed upon the waterfall. While hypnotizing, something else about the waterfall felt off. A little ominous maybe. He couldn't pinpoint what it was, but it gave him slight goosebumps. Maybe the mist from the waterfall was getting to his skin? This is the waterfall of truth, Motoi spoke calmly as they walked closer to the water. This is a preliminary step to gaining control of the Baijuo. The man walked across the water and motioned Naruto with his hand, step to the mound and sit down. Close your eyes and you will see the truth held within you. The boy looked around before walking to the mound and sitting down calmly. It reminded him a little of Mount Mayuboku. He gazed his eyes silently to the waterfall before closing them in a trance-like state. Why do you try so hard to fit in? You know everyone is just playing with your emotions. Even Konan. Naruto looked up and saw a shadow cast within the waterfall. Who's there? You know Konan is only playing with your emotions, right? She's only using you until she has her chance to kill you. A figure emerged from the water as the waterfall played through the unknown person's hair. No one could ever like someone like you. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw what looked to be an exact copy of him walking towards the mound. Who are you? The Jinchuriki asked in caution. There was something strange about the boy walking up to him. I didn't make any shadow clones. I'm you. The real you, the darker Naruto replied, I'm the one you try to hide every day. Liar. Naruto got up to his feet quickly and dashed towards the darker form. He went to quickly land a punch before he hit the other person's palm. Huh? The darker Naruto grinned devilishly before he proceeded to impact his fist into the normal Naruto's jaw. The force twirled the normal Naruto's body momentarily in the air before he fell in the water with a loud splash. Naruto gasped as he pulled his head up, there's no way this guy is me? Is it? It seemed kind of strange having another Naruto that resided within his mind. He never knew that one even existed until now. But regardless of him having another Naruto in his head, it wasn't the real Naruto. It was just a lump of hatred that built up over the years. Naruto didn't know what to do as he watched the other Naruto pull something out of his pocket. You see. You can't beat me. I'm like you in every way, but I'm better. He smiled evilly as he stood there in his malice. The darker Naruto held something in his hand that fluttered lightly in the breeze from the waterfall. Konan knows who you really are. She was an Akatsuki member. She opened you up and made you vulnerable. You're weak, you know. Naruto looked up and saw an orange flower in the dark Naruto's hand. That's. Yes, this is the flower you made, Konan, the darker half responded while looking down in what appeared to be melancholy. What were you trying to prove with this? She's not even your friend. You forced her to Konoha with you and she'll always hate you for that. Naruto widened his eyes at the darker half's declaration. Konan would hate him? That's not true. I saved Konan's life. She didn't deserve to die. I could have left her in Amigakure, but then she would have seeked Madara and only been killed. What do you know about anyone else? The darker Naruto yelled in annoyance. He then proceeded to crush the orange flower in his hand, leaving nothing but wrinkled paper. You've only cared about yourself. Since when have you ever cared about anyone else? You're right, Naruto said, sulking as he sat in the water staring at his legs. I was always angry at everyone for what they did to me. I always backlashed at myself for being so nice. I never thought that I would be seen for what I really am. Just as Naruto Uzumaki. The darker half grinned, so you agree that you need me? Naruto thought for a moment. Was this really what he needed? Did he really need that hatred? Of course it has helped him through some rough times, but in the end, it became a hindrance to who he is as a person. It caused him to do things he probably shouldn't have done. His rage almost caused the entire Leaf Village to be destroyed again when he fought Nagato. He almost released the Kyuubi and endangered everyone in the vicinity. Could he really afford to make these mistakes again? Naruto couldn't help but sigh as he stood up. There was something about all of this that got him to think deeply about the entire situation. He has to conquer his inner demon, his hatred that he kept for so long, even when he thought it was long gone. He's only trying to get into my head. I can't let him interfere with my thoughts any longer. I can't be mad at anyone for what they've done. At the end of the day, people are only people. How could I possibly be upset at anyone for doing the things they've done? Yes, they've hurt me, but only because they believed what they were told instead of looking underneath and finding the truth. Naruto widened his eyes in amazement. That's it. People aren't bad. It's the way they were taught that was bad. Who am I to judge someone with hatred in my heart over something so petty? What are you blabbering about now? Just admit that you need me, the darker Naruto replied with narrowed eyes. The main Naruto smiled with conviction in his eyes as he looked at his other half. I don't need you. What did you say? I said, I don't need you, Naruto responded in finality. You've been a great help to me and all, but you aren't really needed anymore. A rage erupted in the darker half. What do you mean? Are you just going to forget about me? You can't, because I'm a part of you. I will always be here. When you begin to feel your lowest, I will always be the one that you come to. You're right, Naruto replied quietly as his gaze fell to the ground. Then you know that. You're right that you're a part of me, and that's what I have come to realize, Naruto rebutted. I know now that I must accept my hatred for what it is and let it go. I can't keep living with this undertone in my heart. He walked to his darker half as he kept talking. Konan accepts me for who I am. She has seen many things that gave her a better understanding of life. Maybe I need her more than I realized before. She's become a precious person, just like the others. She's a part of my everyday life now, and I don't regret bringing her here. I don't regret staying in the Leaf Village. I don't regret anything that I have done until now. Everyone in the village accepts me now, and I can't let them down. I have to continue showing that I'm everything that they hoped for. The village's Orange Hokage. The darker Naruto looked at the real Naruto in confusion as he kept talking. Well, I know it's still a long way until a real peace can be achieved, but I want to help people see the truth. I want to be part of the reason why people can finally understand one another. I want everyone to be able to rest at night without having an underlying fear. I mean, we're not so different after all. We're all human. Naruto grinned a fox-like grin at his evil half with his hands behind his head. If anyone heard Naruto now, they would look twice and still wouldn't believe that he actually came up with these answers on his own. Usually, he would be known as the dense boy or just an idiot. He was oblivious to a lot of things and didn't really think too much about anything, but ever since he obtained his Rinnegan, things have been opened up to him that he wouldn't normally talk about. Things that he never would have seen or thought of before. It's true. Ever since I have had these eyes, I've been thinking a lot more. It could have just been him thinking about Sakura's death that got him pondering more on life and peace. Maybe it was his master's death that made him think? Maybe it was Nagato's, whose death seemed to stump him with a lot of questions. Nagato was misunderstood. He lashed out and became the bad guy. But seen through certain eyes, his work could have been seen as good. A necessary evil perhaps. Naruto sighed inwardly, as he took in all of this information. It was everyone that caused me to reevaluate my conclusions. Shut up. The darker Naruto spat. In the end, you will come running to me. I'm the only one who can understand you. Sakura tried and failed. Sasuke couldn't even comprehend your friendship with him as a real one, and Konan couldn't possibly be friends with you. She will never understand the pain that we've been through. She doesn't even know us. You're wrong. She does understand, Naruto yelled in conviction. She had it equally challenging, and it's possible that she had it worse than we had. That I had. We're only human. Sometimes we have to play the cards we are dealt. She's not evil. She's not bad. His eyes fell low as he thought about what he said next. She's alone. She doesn't have anyone else in her life. Naruto looked up to his other half's eyes again. That's why, I want to help her in any way that I can. People can warm up to her over time in Konoha. It's just that the war is still fresh in everyone's minds. She needs a chance to prove herself, and Granny has already given it to her. I will show her how much there truly is in Konoha. She deserves a break. We all do. How can you say that? The darker Naruto asked in confusion. She was the enemy. And what about Sakura? Don't you blame yourself because of that? You didn't arrive fast enough. Sigh, you were right, that I didn't show up fast enough, but there is nothing that can be done about that now. Sakura-chan wouldn't want me to continue beating myself up over her death, because she's my friend, Naruto said while smiling. In the end, I have to believe that I can achieve these goals. I have to believe in Konan. I have to believe in myself. You should too, because you're not evil. You're just me. Sniff. The real Naruto looked on to the darker Naruto that started to weep silently. Tears fell lightly from his face as he fell to his knees. Before Naruto knew it, the darker half started to dissipate into nothing as he smiled softly at his answers. He found out a lot of things in such a short amount of time. He realized who he truly was and overcame it so easily. He never knew that he built up such a hatred in his heart. He thought it not as an entity, but rather something that comes and goes. And that's when he opened his eyes. V and the others watched as Naruto stood up in what appeared to only be 5 minutes' time. He saw Naruto's face and smiled reassured. Naruto turned to them all and gave a big thumbs up. V clapped in congratulations as he walked over to Naruto. Konan walked over to Naruto with a slight smile on her face. Naruto-kun was able to conquer his hatred so easily and in 5 minutes no less. I didn't expect this outcome to turn out so well. He really is something else. VVVVVVV. Are you sure Konan-chan can't come in here? Yes, I'm sure, Yamato replied sternly. We have Guy watching over her in case she does something strange. We can't have her doing anything to you while you're trying to control the Kyuubi. Naruto only frowned in annoyance at his captain as they continued walking. He looked over to B with intrigue. So, this is the room where you learned how to control the Hachibi? Yeah, B said as they entered the entire White Chamber. Every Jinchuriki in my village has to come here to control their Baijuu. This is only for the case where if they couldn't control it and it gets released, then we have somewhere to contain them to keep them from escaping. He then looked over to Naruto. By the way, what seal keeps your Baijuu at bay? A tetragram seal, Naruto answered casually. Hey, that's impressive. Better than mine anyway, B replied while sitting down. So, do you have the key for it? Yeah. Okay, cool. B replied with a smile. Are you sure that the Kyuubi won't escape? Yamato asked with concern laced in his voice. It was a scary thought to have the Nine Tails break free from Naruto and wreak havoc on the populace of the island. Don't worry, Captain Yamato. I will make sure that never happens. I can't let it happen. I have to do this. Naruto looked at his curled fists. I have to make sure that I succeed no matter what. This is for the people, for everyone that died and for myself. I will not fail. His face flew up with fierce determination that caused the other males to gaze at the boy with a slight admiration. Let's get started, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki said as they both sat together and bumped fists. Inside Naruto's mind. What are you doing here? Just as mean as ever, aren't you? That's not working on me this time, Naruto said with a determined grin as he pulled off the paper that covered the circular lock on the sealed barred enclosure. The Kyuubi glared demonically through the cage at the boy as he watched him pull up his shirt. What are you up to now? The Jinchuriki didn't answer him as he filled his fingers with chakra and pushed into his stomach where the seal resided. He used his fingers and twisted as if he were opening a door and the seal began to open on his stomach. He looked up and saw the cage lock twisting in a complex fashion as it slowly opened. Swap. Gwaha! Nine Tails erupted as he slashed his way out of the cage that held him in for so long. Naruto flew backward and did a small flip before landing on the ground with a strong thud. A second version of himself made of chakra formed beside him and stayed attached to his shoulder. His foot slid forward as he propelled toward the enraged fox. His memory kicked in from what B had told him earlier. He charged the fox quickly as the Hachibi appeared behind him and lassoed his tentacles around the Kyuubi, surprisingly and ultimately bringing him down. Naruto, now's your chance. Naruto leapt forward with his chakra half beside him. Although things seemed they were going his way, the Kyuubi immediately ripped apart the tentacles that bound him in place. The Kyuubi's chakra half floated outward and made a grab for Naruto's chakra. The boy made a quick dodge but was immediately hit by a large paw that slung him sideways, throwing him to the ground. He pushed off the floor with his hands and swiftly dodged another paw slam. Damn, that fox is fast. I just have to, Naruto gasped as he saw the Kyuubi power up a chakra ball from his mouth. It got bigger and bigger until it was double the size of the Kyuubi itself. Before he knew it, the ball shot straight toward Naruto. The boy's eyes widened because he knew that there was no way he would be able to escape it. He braced for impact as things became dark. He slowly opened his eyes to realize that he was within something that was taking the blast. Octopops. He said in a breath of relief. The cocoon unraveled and deflated slowly into oblivion as the boy walked out of it. His eyes narrowed in determination as he gave the Kyuubi a thumbs up. Not bad, Kyuubi, but this won't last too much longer. I will make sure this ends now. Trying to control my power, are you, boy? The Kyuubi asked in amusement. You won't even come close to capturing it. I am evil incarnate. Naruto smirked as he activated his Rinnegan and Sage mode. His eyes slowly morphed into the two tear irises. The color blended into a shade of maroon and his pupil no longer remained circular, but instead shaped itself into a rectangle. I'm gonna have to go all out if I want a chance at taking his chakra. The Kyuubi stared at the boy in curiosity. The fox cocked an eyebrow and knew that there was something a little unusual about Naruto's tone and he was intrigued. The idiot seemed a little more cocky than usual. What did Naruto have up his sleeve to feel so confident about himself? He watched as the boy slung up his hands into the familiar hand sign and about 1,000 Narutos appeared, encircling the nine-tailed fox. Each pair began forming a Rasengan. The main Naruto began forming an enormous sphere from his hand that made everyone in the room seem exponentially smaller. Get ready, you dumb fox. Your chakra is mine. All of the clones immediately darted towards the fox and jumped into the air. Most of them were swatted away, but not all of them. The rest flew their Rasengan into the fox's fur. Tiny explosions scattered throughout the fox's body that caused him to roar in pain. His eyes widened as he saw a massive blue spiraling sphere hovering towards him. He was too busy trying to fend off the clones that he couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Bastard. Naruto rammed the blue sphere into the fox, completely ravaging his body in the process. The fox roared incomprehensibly as the Rasengan grinded against his body. Noticing that he had a chance, Naruto slung his chakra half towards the Kyuubi's chakra half. His chakra counterpart began pulling feverishly at the fox's chakra. Slowly but surely, the chakra was being pulled out and draining the Kyuubi dry. The Kyuubi looked at this as an opportunity. He was weak, but he still had one card up his fur. He smiled devilishly as a darkness began to seep through his chakra. The darkness spread faster as the fox concentrated it further. It started to travel across into Naruto's chakra half, and as soon as it did, thoughts began emerging that Naruto thought he had left only recently. It's all my fault. Why did he have to go? I can't go on any further. Why am I even trying? Go away. You're worthless. Naruto gripped his head in confusion. These thoughts were overpowering his own concentration and will. He felt tremendous pain and rage that permeated through his entire body. It was uncontrollable and quite difficult to even register. What is this? It hurts. He squinted in frustration and possible exhaustion. He lost concentration and his eyes reverted back to his normal eye color, although, something was wrong. Very wrong. His left eye began to darken. See? The Kyuubi grinned, there's no way that you can control this hatred. Your hatred was only a tiny fraction of what I am. You're weak. I'm weak. Naruto replied, his voice laced with depression. His overwhelming emotion from the Kyuubi's enhanced chakra put him to his knees as he sat there trying to fight it. Don't ever come back here. A faceless voice yelled angrily, get out of here. No. Stay, a warmer voice replied, stay here. Naruto. The orange-haired boy widened his eyes. The voice was soothing, almost melodic. It was a complete contrast to the dark voices that slowly began taking over his mind. In the white void, a figure slowly appeared with a white shirt and green long dressing. The figure was female. She carried herself lightly on her feet as she moved forward, but what really struck Naruto's chord was the woman's unusually dark red hair. Hey, who are you? How do you know my name? Naruto didn't know this person and he wasn't just going to get all friendly with someone he just met, even if it was within his subconscious. How about you guess who I am, Naruto? The woman asked with a smile. Naruto furrowed his brow as he looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. There was only one thing that came to his mind, the red hair set it off for him. Don't tell me you're the real form of the Nine-Tails Fox. The woman widened her eyes before she guffawed loudly at the boy. Naruto glared at her as she continued, you have a scary laugh. Don't trick me by taking this female F. Wop. Hey. You're wrong, you know. The woman screamed at him while bashing her fist into his noggin. Naruto groaned in pain as he registered what the woman said, you know? Oh, silly me, I guess Minato didn't tell you much about me. Sorry about that, Kushina responded while scratching her head embarrassed. Naruto's eyes widened exponentially as he stared at the woman with the gorgeous long red hair. There was something about her that drew him in. The green eyes that held nothing but warmth within them. The way she held herself as she stood there in that space, you're... That's right, Naruto. I'm... Whoop. The boy rushed quickly to the woman and grabbed her tightly. The level of emotion was intense as he trembled. His arms wrapped around to her back and didn't want to let go. It was hard for him to contain himself as he cried softly right then and there. Years of withholding feelings broke through all too easily. The woman could only sigh as the boy held onto her. This was a moment that she had been waiting for. This was a moment he was waiting for. Something that he never would have believed would happen. He saw his mother. "Mom. There's so much that I want to ask you." She grinned as she looked at her son. "We can talk for a little while, but first," she proceeded by releasing her chains within Naruto and shooting them to the Kyuubi in a binding hold. The chains wrapped around the demon fox forcefully as he laid there trapped. "These are Kushina." The fox roared maniacally. He didn't think he would ever see this again, and it gave him an undeniable itch. "There. That ought to buy us some time," the woman sighed in exasperation and closed her eyes. She never really liked having to deal with the Nine Tails, but it had to be done if she ever wanted to spend time with her son. "Now, how are you, Naruto-kun?" The boy grinned like an idiot as he heard his mother's sweet voice. It was an odd feeling. Seeing his mother after all of this time really eased a lot of feelings of discontent within him. He burst with excitement just being within breathing distance of her. "Oh, I'm doing okay," he replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "I've been through a lot growing up, but I always stuck it out." Kushina smiled at her son with a tender feeling. "That's good to hear. I'm glad that you were strong this entire time. It probably wasn't easy being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi." Naruto looked down in slight sadness. "It must have hit a soft spot, yeah. It wasn't that easy. But like I said, I held on and kept moving forward." The son looked at his mother unsure as she observed him and looked him over.
There was something that was obviously bothering her. I don't know what to say about it, so I'm just going to come right out with it."
"Why is your hair orange? I remember it being blonde when you were born," she said with a flat face. "Oh," he laughed, "I don't know. My hair was blonde and then it became orange. Captain Yamato said that maybe my genes were fighting dominance over the other. I don't know. It's very confusing." "Ooh," Kushina said with her curiosity piqued, "maybe your hair will turn red eventually? Wouldn't that be interesting? Then you could have the same hair as your mom. At least it would match your face," she said with a grin, waving her hand in the air dismissively. "Come on, Mom, it was already hard enough to say goodbye to my blonde hair," he said with an exaggerated tear. "I don't think red hair would match me." Kushina held her hand to her mouth to stifle a giggle that burst forth from Naruto's reactions. The boy looked at his mother when she did that and blushed profusely. He never heard it before, and even then, the way she laughed and about him in particular was very intriguing. "Hey Mom," Naruto grinned ear to ear as he saw her look up at him. "I just wanted to know. How did you meet Dad?" "VVVVVVVVVVV. So?" Kushina started with an unusual glint in her eyes. "Who's that woman that you're with? Is she your girlfriend?" Naruto's eyes widened to the size of saucers as he threw his hands up in the air. What? "No, she's not my girlfriend. I mean, she's just a friend. She trains me, and we spend a lot of time together and stuff. Plus, she wouldn't even like me anyway, Easy, Naruto," the woman responded gently. Naruto looked up to see her talk with softened eyes. "There's nothing wrong with her being older than you." "Huh?" Naruto asked, bewildered. He really wasn't expecting his own mother to say something like that. Wouldn't she find it weird? "Wait a minute. What am I saying? What do you mean?" Kushina sighed as she closed her eyes. She twiddled her thumbs idly as she spoke calmly to her son. "Well, I don't necessarily approve of the age gap between the two of you, but," she smiled warmly and moved her hand to rest comfortably on the boy's shoulder, "I know love is a powerful thing, so I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to." The young boy lowered his eyes in embarrassment. His mom was talking about Konan like that. It was really unusual for him to hear such encouraging words from his mother about a woman that she didn't even know. "Just make sure," the woman started again, "that she likes you before you try anything. Always be a gentleman to her." Naruto looked up to his mother again. He didn't understand at all. What was going on? He figured that his mother would never say anything like that, but how can you trust her so much? You don't even know her. The redhead chuckled at that. "Easy. I've watched her through your eyes. I know who she is and I've even seen the way she acts. She's just been through some tough times, Naruto-kun," she smiled with closed eyes as she continued. "She needs someone there for her. Someone to save her as Minato was to save me. I can tell that you've done something to her. You changed her, Naruto, and I believe that she feels indebted to you." The boy looked over to her despondently. "She did say a couple of times that she owes me. I didn't want her to feel that way, but what could I do about that? I know, son. Women are a lot more complicated than they may seem to you. Kushina smiled knowingly about her statement and looked into the white sky. I think there is more to her than you believe. She then looked down into her hands. It's kind of hard to imagine what Konan-san may have been through, but she needs someone there for her now more than ever. Naruto nodded his head as he continued listening. She isn't the same woman that you saw when you first met her. Her closest friends and family members are gone now. She doesn't have anyone left for her except for you. Naruto looked in despair to the groundless void as his mother continued. You're the only thing keeping her moving. You're the reason why she is starting to look at life in a different light. You've caused a great impact on her life and great memories may have been gained along the way. I don't think she knows how she feels yet, but I do know. She has feelings for you. Naruto's face heated up to a dark shade of red. What? Say that again? The woman giggled again at Naruto's question. She has feelings for you, Naruto. The orange-haired boy widened his eyes in amazement. Whatever eye contact he had with his mother was now broken. There's just no way. His mind began running at Mach 3 speed. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Konan has feelings for him? It's not possible. She couldn't. Inconceivable. Memories flooded his mind as he processed this new information. He wasn't really that smart when it came to actual signs. His mother telling him that one of his closest people actually has feelings for him was really impacting. He thought about the incident when the Kumo ninja beat him within an inch of his life and Konan showed up threatening to kill anyone. He thought about the many hugs that he received from the paper angel. She seemed to really enjoy every single one. He felt warmth from her hugs. He also thought about the time that they first kissed in the tent. How passionate she was in kissing him. She said it was an accident, but could it really be something that they should forget? He thought about when she broke down and cried on him. How she truly gave herself into Naruto. He remembered the smiles that she would throw his way and the caring nature that she developed towards him. There were so many memories of her. She changed. She became the total opposite of what she had become during her role as an Akatsuki member. Most of all, she became beautiful, not just in body, but in spirit. She started to shine and glow with happiness.
Mom, I don't really know what to say, the boy answered in a sigh.
It's okay, Naruto-kun. You have plenty of time to figure all of these things out for yourself, Kushina answered with a smile. Just as quickly as she smiled, a devilish smirk appeared on her face. Hee, I never expected my son to be the older woman type. Naruto blushed brightly at his mother's blunt statement. He waved his hand in dismissal at her. Nah, I still don't believe that she likes me like that. That would just be silly. You could say that, although that kiss she gave you is pretty intimate, if I do say so myself. I mean, I used to kiss Minato like that and he would slide his hands. Gah. No. Blay, I don't want to hear that, he replied, sticking his tongue out at the image. Kushina laughed loudly at his antics and smiled so brightly at Naruto when he showed his true self. These moments were moments that she wished that she had with her son, and now she had the opportunity to do so, if only for this short time with him. It was a truly wonderful sensation. I'm so happy, Kushina replied wistfully. Now I can say something that I've been meaning to say for quite some time now. Naruto looked onward to his mother rather curiously. What is it? She smiled ever so softly and looked him in the eyes. I love you. Naruto's eyes stared into hers before he blushed and laughed in embarrassment. Hearing his mother say that made him feel great. Empowering in a sense. The real Naruto that was holding the Kyuubi with chakra chains received the clone's memories shortly after that conversation with his mother. He felt calm, relieved, soothed, happy. His brow furrowed as he pushed with all of his might to dispel the evil chakra that was taking him over. It receded rather quickly and surprised the Kyuubi at the sudden change. The fox started ripping the chains off of him in a fervent attempt to fight back before things got out of hand. Luck wasn't in his favor though, as Naruto threw his hands up again to release another 1,000 shadow clones. All of the clones began forming more Rasengan as they charged after the slightly weakened Kyuubi. Just as quickly as the Rasengan were formed, every clone received Sage Mode and their Rasengan grew 100 times the size of the clones themselves. Every clone sent their Udama Rasengan into the body of the helpless Kyuubi, who only roared out in anguish once more. Where did all of this power come from? It forced the Kyuubi to stand his ground as he slid backwards forcefully. He looked up after he stopped moving and saw a Naruto approaching him with a spiraling Rasengan that increased to 100 times its average size and then threw it towards the Kyuubi in a last-ditch effort. It hit the Kyuubi with a massive explosion, blowing him backward as a few dozen clones pulled intensely at the fox's chakra. Before he knew it, The chakra separated entirely from the fox and started to attract to the only other chakra holder in the room. It slowly seeped into Naruto's skin as he stood there absorbing what he stole from the Kyuubi. His body began to glow a bright gold. Flames licked around his shoulders and his clothes as he stood there in awe. Naruto. You've pissed me off. I can't let you get away. The Kyuubi roared as he started forming another Baijuu bomb. His body slowly started fading the longer he pushed his chakra into the attack. Wow. To think that you still have that much chakra left, Naruto said with amazement before he twisted the seal on his stomach. Large wooden structures fell from the sky and captured the Kyuubi in place. He couldn't move. He had been trapped again. Naruto, you will regret this. The gate closed once more and locked in place as the Kyuubi slowly lost consciousness. Naruto looked onward towards the fox as he lowered his eyes in sadness. Don't worry, Kyuubi. I won't keep you like this forever. Just give me some time. VVV. You did it, Naruto-kun, Kushina said happily. It was a major achievement to see her son accomplish such an amazing feat. He could finally use the Kyuubi's chakra with control. She hugged him softly and looked up to him. Now I can finally join Minato. Naruto cast his eyes downward as he heard his mother say that. He was finally getting accustomed to seeing his mother and she had to leave already. It left him feeling bitter and a little lonely. He thought quickly of a last few minute things that needed to be answered. His mother was one of the last Uzumaki that knew anything about his heritage. He needed to know what happened. Something Nagato said really caught his interest in that moment. Hey mom, who massacred the Uzumaki and why did the Uzumaki have Rinnegan and no one ever told me? Kushina looked at her son a little strange. Huh? What do you mean? That really piqued his interest. Well, you said that you came to Konoha to become the next Baijuu host. Yeah, that's right. Well, who massacred the Uzumaki? Kushina looked at her son rather strangely. Who told you we were massacred? And the Rinnegan? I don't gasp. Oh no, Kushina retorted rather abruptly, my energy is fading. I don't have much left. Naruto widened his eyes as he saw his mother disappearing before his very eyes. Getting desperate, he tried to hug his mother only to brush through her energy. Mom. I love you, Naruto. You're everything I hoped you would become. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there for you, she cried lightly. It's fine. I love you too, he answered with a sob, but I still want to answer your question. He rubbed his eyes dry with his sleeve. It was a man named Nagato Uzumaki, he said in a hurry. He was the one who told me that the Uzumaki were massacred. Kushina's eyes widened unexpectedly. Huh? Naga, too. Ma. Chapter 20, Old Ways. Naruto opened his eyes to the witnessing spectators and saw a look of shock written upon their faces. It had been a while since people have looked at him like that, and it left him to ponder just what exactly got them so worked up. It wasn't until he smiled that he began to lighten his mood about the situation. He carefully looked down to his hands and noticed a bright yellow flame encasing his arms. But not only his arms were inflamed, the rest of his body danced in a euphoric light. That's right, my man. You did it, B shouted out as he bumped fists with the golden boy. Good work, Naruto, Yamato responded with a sincere smile. I'm very proud of you. Thanks guys, the boy responded, as he looked himself over again. He could feel his senses open far beyond whatever he had felt before. Even when he was in his tailed form, he never felt as much as he did now. Which reminded him, he was feeling an unusual aura around them. It didn't really feel nice. It felt rotten. It pinpointed to the sword that lay on the back of B. Hey, you think you can hide? What? How did he find me? A surprised Kisame thought as he ran over several escape scenarios in his head. What? I don't detect anyone here, Yamato replied while turning in a defensive posture. I don't feel chakra, Naruto responded as his hand flew up pointing towards the sword on B's back. I feel a sense of evil in that sword. Just as soon as he said that, Yamato leapt off of B's back and ran towards the wall. I didn't expect this turn of events. His sword body scurried over to the wall where the door opened for his escape. Flabbergasted, Yamato blurted, how did he even know how to open the door? Ha, shouted Kisame, they don't call me an Akatsuki for nothing. Before Kisame could even smell the front entrance, a lightning flash blew all the way to the other side of the room and impaled against the slippery shark man. Everyone in the room were amazed at such speed and precision that impact hit the shark. He looked up and hissed in pain as he fell to the floor. Naruto's foot managed to crumble the wall easily and his foot was unmovable and possibly broken as he tried to pull it free. Ah! That was a stupid move. I should have done something else, the Jinchuriki moaned in his mind as he attempted to pull free but to no avail. Kisame took this minor incident as an escape opportunity and snaked his way out of the tailed beast room. I have to get away from that brat. His scurries dissipated as Yamato tried to help Naruto out of the wall. His foot dropped pieces of debris onto the ground as he put his foot down, only to wince as soon as pressure was applied. Yamato noticed his distress and wrapped his arm underneath the Jinchuriki's shoulder for support. Looks like you sprained your ankle. I'll help you out of here. Naruto grinned a little while limping. Yeah, I made a mistake. Ha ha. Don't worry, Captain Yamato, it will heal in a couple of minutes. I'm going after the spy. I can't let him get by, B shouted in his usual rap as he dashed out of the room, leaving the others behind. VVVVV. Konan and the others waited patiently outside of the waterfall as time ticked away. She was leaned against a tree with her eyes closed, lost in thought. She couldn't really help it. Although she had faith in Naruto and his ability to control the Kyuubi, she still felt concerned about the overall process. She didn't know what was going on in there and no one trusted her enough to allow her through. Her curiosity piqued about the waterfall. When she watched Naruto fight his inner battle, she couldn't help but wonder if she could go up there and face her own inner demons, but Naruto-kun did it. Surely, if he can fight his inner battle and win, then it shouldn't be much more difficult for myself. Her ruminations were interrupted as she took a breath and opened her eyes. She could do this. It wasn't like it was deadly or anything. It wasn't that at all. It was her fear getting to her. She was afraid. Afraid of truth that was always locked away in her mind. She was afraid of realizing her wrongs. Afraid of losing to her inner self. She wanted to try at least. She wanted to do what Naruto did. She is strong. She needs to realize her inner problems, bring them to a head, and get rid of them once and for all. Excuse me, Konan asked while walking towards the caretaker. The man's gaze swayed to his right. What is it? I was curious to know if I can use your waterfall? She asked in uncertainty. She wasn't sure if the man would even allow her to use that waterfall without his permission, and she didn't want to just walk up to it herself. The man smiled as he looked at her. Sure. I don't see why not. If you want to find your inner balance, then you can certainly use it. Just remember, he spoke while pointing his finger as if he's directing her, keep your eyes closed during the session, otherwise, you'll break out of the concentration. Konan nodded slightly as she started walking towards the mound. Thank you. She didn't want to tell him her life story or anything and just left it as that. The others there watched as she walked onto the mound and sat cross-legged facing straight into the falling water. The mist hit her skin and gave her slight goosebumps as she got into position. Her hands came together in a meditative position and she closed her eyes. The entire thing felt mystifying, but she couldn't relent. Her heart told her that she should follow in Naruto's footsteps. He could accomplish it, surely she could as well. She needed to. If she wanted to be his protector and guide for the future of the world, then she should do her part. She relaxed her breathing as she slowly lost herself in thought. What do you think you're doing? Another voice asked, breaking the silence. Do you really think that you're useful? Anyone can tell that you're trying too hard. Konan opened her eyes and saw a shadow through the waterfall. It took the shape of a person. You're pathetic, you know? You latch onto anyone as long as you're not alone. You always try to tell yourself that you're making a difference when all you do is fail in your endeavors. Show yourself, Konan responded with slight annoyance. If you insist, the person responded as they walked through the waterfall to reveal a woman. Another Konan with darkened eyes. She grinned evilly as she took more strides towards the original one. It's quite funny. You've locked me away for so long and I never really felt what it was like being outside for a change, she snorted in laughter. You finally freed me. It took you long enough. Konan looked at the woman in front of her and found that she was an exact copy of her currently, although her eyes were darkened in an ominous tone. Are you my inner self? Of course, I'm the real you. I'm the thoughts that you try to hide every day. I'm your worst nightmares come to life, the darker Konan retorted harshly. You always try to deny reality. Everything here is pointless. You know Madara is right with the things he says, don't you? Konan looked at the fake with narrowed eyes. That is not true. His view of life is distorted and he only thinks of himself. Are you sure about that? Chaos has always ravaged the world, but with the pure intention of making the world whole again. The world will never stay safe. There will always be war and death. It is a cycle that never ends. What makes a kid any different compared to the thousands that have tried to make a change? The darker Konan asked with a frown and furrowed eyebrows. Don't you remember your life? War was always on your mind. You cried yourself to sleep and never once thought it would get better. When Yahiko-kun died, you lost hope as much as Nagato. You never thought things would change. That's why you followed Nagato-kun and his plans. Konan's gaze fell to the floor as she took in what her darker half said. Her darker half was right. She really did give up when Yahiko died. The love that she had for that man was something that she greatly appreciated. He was her beacon because he never gave up. His intentions were pure. You could tell by the way he talked and how people followed him so passionately. Even Jiraiya knew that there was something special about them. But it all changed when Yahiko died in front of them. In front of Nagato. They knew it all too well. That last hope that they ever had died when Yahiko died. Konan's expression grew forlorn as her thoughts took over and the darker Konan smiled in a cocky grin. I remember. When Yahiko died, that I never felt that bad in my entire life. Everything crumbled down on that day. After that day, I grew colder and Nagato lost sight of himself and he felt obligated to take it out on everyone else. He started to believe that it was everyone's fault. He wanted to change the world by getting rid of the problem at the root, but her eyes shifted around in thought. He didn't want to change the problem in the hearts of the people. He would have rather killed them. Even I know now that this way of thinking was deranged. Then why did you go along with it for so long then? The dark Konan asked in a curious tone. It's because you were lost and alone. You couldn't handle going back to the days when you were by yourself. How pitiful, she snorted ruefully. Maybe you'll learn from your mistakes and realize how much I've actually done for you. Konan looked at her opponent before her. She seemed to know her deepest secrets very well. Of course she did. She was a part of her. Her darker part of her, but a part of her nonetheless. But there was nothing that her darker half could say that could change her now. She didn't say anything, but she did smile slightly at her own thoughts. The past that she had was always a haunting one, but she's moved on from that. Naruto, dark Konan said softly. Konan's head shot up at hearing the name being mentioned. What about him? That boy isn't your friend. At the end of the day, whatever relationship you have with him will vanish just like the others, she said with a snort while throwing her hands up. What's even funnier is the fact that he killed Nagato. You're friends with your friend's killer. You've betrayed Nagato and his intent. Now you hold it right there. Konan angrily spouted, why would you ever doubt something like that when we know that Nagato set Naruto up with us intentionally? Even you can't deny that Nagato changed his ways after Naruto-kun talked to him. He set Nagato on the right path again. Even though it didn't last very long, he was able to atone for those past mistakes that he made and even helped me understand exactly what the true path was all along. The darker Konan looked down in confliction as she clenched her fist. You know it won't last. What won't last? She retorted with suspicion. This relationship that you have with Naruto will not last. She responded vehemently and with a tinge of sadness. This life that you live mocks you. You're not even supposed to be alive and yet here you are. This partnership that you have with Naruto will not bloom into anything more than a small friendship built on trust. Nothing more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dark Konan's eyes narrowed. Don't play a fool. Even I know that your feelings are growing for him. To be honest, it's unbecoming of you. An older woman falling for a boy barely old enough to be an adult. How low can you fall? Konan's gaze shifted over to the side in embarrassment. We don't have that type of relationship. We aren't the same and feelings only get in the way. We've only grown stronger by building our friendship, but I never expected it to go any further than that. You only lie to yourself, the darker half responded roughly, bringing her hand to rest her fingertips on her forehead in annoyance. Your connection with him goes far beyond just friendship. You really want there to be something more there and you keep trying harder and harder to make it happen. You always feel alone and you're only clinging to whoever comes your way. Just forget about it. It will never happen. You're just too old. That statement left Konan feeling bitter. Her hand clutched against her chest and she breathed an uneasy sigh. But it's not like that. I would never. Her thoughts spiraled as she recollected her memories. Her memories didn't lie. There were scenes that she couldn't believe that she did. Times where things felt more like home. She felt more warm being around the orange-haired boy. The feelings that she felt. The times she shared with him. The laughs. The trust. The compassion. The love? You're pathetic, the darker half responded as she got into a stance. Papers slowly started falling off of her body and circled her. I guess I should beat some sense into you. Get it through your thick head, it will never happen. Konan looked up with widened eyes and saw the darker version of herself rush forward with paper wings. Konan-san. Huh? Konan replied confused as she looked ahead and saw an object shooting through the waterfall. Her counterpart disappeared and what was left was this strange sharp object zipping straight for her. Not today. A man shouted as he countered the object by elbowing it out of the way. A loud smack was heard through the area as the object that looked kinda like a bug or a strange fish collided with the rocky mountainside of the waterfall. You should know better than to sneak up on someone. What? You guys already stopped the Akatsuki spy, B shouted while coming through the waterfall. It must have taken one try to subdue the guy. The strange insect looked at the spandex-clad man in confusion before realization dawns on Kisame's face. You're the green beast. Might Guy paled at the strange creature before him. Is that a puffer fish? He is not a puffer fish, although an Akatsuki spy is correct. It's Kisame Hoshigaki, Konan told them with conviction. I'll never forget that face. She stuffed her other thoughts down for later as she looked down at the fish man. It's been a while, Kisame. The fish man looked up to the woman with a slightly surprised face before changing one to that of an interesting upward curve of his lips. What an interesting change of events. Chapter 21. Adapting. Everyone was stunned as they witnessed the Akatsuki spy wiggle in his current form at the rockside. He looked around silently as he tried to register the situation. A grin spread across his face as he witnessed a woman in the room. It wasn't just any woman though. It was Konan of the Akatsuki, or more accurately, Konan the former Akatsuki. He looked at her attire and glanced up and down at her. She looked a lot different than she did before. Her hair was slightly shorter on one side and she now wore Konoha shinobi gear. A green vest with a black long sleeve shirt that had a red swirl on each arm. He also saw her black pants with her holster on her right hip. When he looked up again, he noticed her leaf headband that reflected poorly in the dim light of the reflected water, but he could definitely see the leaf symbol etched in the middle of the chrome plate. These things weren't the things that intrigued him the most, but rather her facial reaction to him. She looked unpleased. What's the matter, Konan? Not going to at least say hello? I mean, we all work together after all. The woman in question looked down at the man with a flat expression, but the look in her eyes showed all of her distaste in the current events unfolding before her. I've done away with that organization. We are not partners any longer. If anything, you are only getting in the way. Kisame's grin grew wider as he wiggled a little more and molded from Seimata. His body oozed from the innards of the sword and he fell into the water with a small splash. Coming up to the surface, he spoke, feigning injury. That hurts. And here I was expecting you to say this was all a trick, but you actually became a traitor to us. The Akatsuki has lost its original intention, Konan replied stoically. Nagato and Yahiko wanted to bring peace to this world the right way. Madara turned it into a disaster and drug everyone down with him. I was only lucky enough to escape the catastrophe. Her eyes narrowed in sadness slightly as she spoke. When Nagato passed, he realized the original view of Akatsuki and saved himself and others that he killed during his invasion upon the Leaf Village. He knew what he did wrong. Of course, it goes without saying that they acted of their own will. The shark man grunted as he looked around. His gaze shifted towards the water as his sword swam to Killer Bee and looked at an opening. He knew that he only had one chance to gain chakra to build his form back, but when he looked at Konan, he was unsure of his timing. Shit. With Konan here, I don't know if I'll be able to reach Seimata in time. I never expected her to be here. It seems even with your male bravado, you're surprised to see me. Did Madara not fill you in? That got the shark thinking quietly. It was true. Madara hadn't said anything about Konan being there. From the way things looked, it seemed like she had been with the Konoha shinobi for a while now. This was throwing a wrench into his plans and he could only stall as he sat there. I wonder why he would do something like that? Konan responded while looking down at the man. One would assume that he would let all of his pawns know of rather interesting intel such as my joining with Konoha. It seems the Akatsuki is a shell of its former self. What does it matter to you? Kisame snorted in annoyance. You're not a part of us any longer, so honestly, it's none of your business. Good. Just a little more. Hey guys, did you see where the enemy went? Everyone's eyes diverted towards the orange-haired boy coming through the water with an awkward limp. Now's my chance. Kisame darted underwater towards Seimata, who was still leaning against B. While Kisame was still underwater, he grabbed the hilt and felt chakra immediately swarm into his body. The energy was bringing him to life again, but that was until he felt something sticking to his skin. His eyes widened as he saw paper attaching to his body. These are. Kaboom! The waterfall erupted into an explosion as Kisame flew from the miniature lake. His skin was charred on his legs and arms and he could feel the burn tingling through his body. His chakra hadn't recovered entirely, but he had enough to be able to narrowly dodge that attack. That was too close for comfort. Everyone watched as Konan's paper jutsu fluttered restlessly in the air. Her paper peeled against her skin and was filling the air with more of the white rectangles. You thought that I wouldn't notice, didn't you? I know you well, Kisame. Kisame cursed silently to himself as he stood on the surface of the water. He hadn't expected Konan to be as alert. That was a mistake that he regretted and promised that he would never make again. He looked at his opponents and noticed everyone getting into stance to fight against the man. He only needed to be there for information regarding the Jinchuriki and their locations, but he didn't expect the orange brat to rat him out so soon. If only he had a little more time. His sight went to his sword Seimata. He could tell that the sword wasn't wanting to be with him any longer, and since B was guarding the sword, there was no other way to retrieve it. With so many opposing him and his only means of protection and strength taken away from him, he had to react quickly. Kisame. The man looked over to the woman that attacked him before. Her face looked questionable and she seemed to be uncertain about something. I just have one question. That garnered everyone's interest as they all looked at the confrontation between the Akatsuki and ex-Akatsuki member. Mostly with interest, but also with curiosity. Spit it out. What do you get out of all of this? That question came straight from the left field. What was Konan's goal with that? He couldn't really put a finger on it, but he felt that she was at least being genuine, if his years of experience told anything about him. He supposed that he could at least give her an answer before he left. Well, I suppose I can tell you since it won't really matter anyway. A grin appeared briefly before a sad contemplative aura took him over. I just want a world not filled with lies. His eyes never left hers as he continued to speak. Even you should know how dangerous this world really is. Life here is pointless when all we do is lie to each other and kill each other. If I could live in a world without lies, then I can truly be happy because then I would never have to worry about any of this ever again. Konan thought contemplatively at his revealing of desires. Of course, she could relate. Her whole life had been nothing but despair. Nowadays, she didn't worry about these things as much since she met Naruto, but it's not like it didn't pop into her mind every so often. It was a part of her life after all. Even though she moved past those years, she still thought about them from time to time. Hey, Konan, Naruto spoke out, do you know this guy? Konan didn't really pay Naruto any mind as she kept eye lock at the shark man. She felt the mutual understanding. He was following Madara's plan because he wanted a certain type of peace. Just like Madara, he wanted to create something that would change the world just so the world would become something different than what was ultimately reality. In a way, Konan spoke, I've only met him a few times, but I do believe that you've met him before as well. Naruto thought back momentarily and recognition immediately ran to his face to the time where Sasuke met Itachi and his partner, which was none other than the shark man himself. That's right. That was the man that was with Itachi that was looking for Sasuke. Konan nodded curtly as she kept her focus on the fish man. It was clear that with current situations, he wasn't going to get out alive and she thought that she could perhaps bargain with him. I wonder how long until you'll realize it. Kisame looked at the woman slightly curious. Realize what? That you're only a puppet to Madara. He's not doing this for you. He's doing everything for himself. Honestly, I am surprised and saddened that someone as smart as you are can fail to see the obvious trickery that has been played before your eyes. The fish man thought silently as he looked at the events that played before him. This woman is starting to bug me. Even I can see that she is the one that's being used. Why do you persist in this good guy bad guy nonsense? Because sometimes, Konan said as the papers ruffled toward the shark, life is what you make it. Konan shot her papers towards Kisame like sharp needles. Needless to say, Kisame jumped up and shot through several hand seals before water erupted beneath him. The giant water serpent speared toward Konan as she flew to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast of water. She then threw her hand up and guided paper toward man once again. He landed on the ground, but only momentarily as he felt something grab his leg. He noticed a long line of paper connected together from Konan's hand. Kept him from moving as the paper swarmed up his body like liquid, locking him in place. Damn. I wish I wasn't so weak at the moment. I would have been able to get out of this easily. I bet you're thinking that you could have gotten away from this had you been at your prime, Konan replied with an flat expression, but unfortunately for you, I know how you perform. I know all of your jutsu and even have a proper way of defeating every single one. Her face remained flat while she spoke. The papers covered the shark man even further until his head was the only thing visible. while Nagato was always prepared, I was always one step ahead. I keep information on every Akatsuki just for the assurance that one would betray us at any point in time. I could counter them. Looks like it came in handy after all. Kisame growled in annoyance at the woman. He was basically useless at this point. You won't get anything out of me, so there's no reason to even try. I'm not spilling. Konan brought the man forward with her paper and stood him in front of her in his cocoon. She looked him in the eyes with a stone-cold gaze. I don't want anything from a tool like you. Your information means nothing to me since you're so blind. Kisame looked at her, never leaving her sight. It didn't help that it felt like she was staring into his soul with that piercing gaze. Her eyes were telling of the things she had seen and done. Kisame spoke. I bet you've never actually battled Madara before, have you? Battled him? Konan said out loud. He actually killed me at one point. To be honest, I don't even know why I'm alive to even talk about it, but I do know that my life has a new purpose now. I should actually thank Madara for helping me rationalize my outlook on life. Life seemed so much more complicated before Naruto saved me from death's door. I've been given a second chance and I don't intend to waste it. I will use it to fullest of my potential and serve the people for the preservation of humanity. Don't even lie to yourself, Kisame said with a grin. You know that you were forced to become a slave to Konoha after they picked you up. It was all a part of their plan from the get-go. The woman chuckled defeated and looked upon the man with cool eyes. Her violent gaze seemed to diminish as she looked down. It's kind of amazing thinking of how these days, my eyes have been opened more than they were just months ago. I used to think like you. I used to believe that the world couldn't be saved without sacrifice. I was wrong. Her eyes shifted over to Naruto, who looked cautiously but somewhat determined at her. I found someone who I can truly believe in. This new path that Naruto has opened up for me was given to me and I should not waste it. I had the choice to remain alone or die, and yet I chose to stand by Naruto's side on his path to peace. I didn't entirely align myself with Konoha. I aligned myself with all of humankind. Kisame snorted as he looked down in contemplation. Konan was saying some things that were starting to make sense. It didn't entirely make sense, but her words held a lot of weight on them. It made him silently reflect upon Itachi. Your worst mistake was taking someone's words at face value, hoping that regardless of the destruction and the immoral repercussions of it all, that you wouldn't have to worry about this world anymore. Instead of trying to change it yourself, you believed in such a dark concept and drowned yourself in it. Your mindset was immature and selfish. You are a slave of your emotions and thoughts. Konan looked up into Kisame's eyes again. She could see the reflection of her words on his face. She honestly didn't believe that he would actually listen to her, but she was trying her hardest to get him to see this new way of life. She knew Kisame's past was troubled. The things that were mentioned about him through reports over the years helped with that conclusion. She knew he could be a valuable asset to the ninja in the upcoming war. She needed to try and sway others, even if they still choose the dark path. She must try. One of the best things that have ever happened to me was one moment after following Naruto, I found out something. I really don't have anyone to boss me around. No one is constantly looking over my shoulder or spying upon me anymore. I no longer have to worry about the stress of always being cautious or on the run because I know that in the end of the day, I am free. I can make choices now. Believe it or not, you also have the ability to make the right choices. Your path has strayed, but it can always be fixed. Konan's eyebrows shifted into an arch as she continued, although, if you continue upon this path, the only future you have is death. I can't guarantee that Madara won't kill you after he is through with you. Your path to your so-called peace is nothing but disappointment. It won't last. But our goal is much larger than Madara's and our goal will lead to peace. Kisame thought idly for a moment. Konan's change of character was unexpected. She seemed set on creating this peace through the shinobi world. Her views seemed clear to him while his were more confusing than he originally remembered. Why was he even doing this again? He started thinking about his past. About the times where he killed comrades. He also thought about the times where people were genuinely his friend, only for him to kill them in the end. He also thought about the civil war in Kiri and how it affected everyone. He thought about Itachi and how the man always seemed to be deep in thought. A lot of his ideals were bouncing back through his mind. Many things Itachi mentioned were starting to fall in line with things that Konan was saying. It was strange because the Uchiha always said them so cryptically, but maybe that was for his benefit. It was all starting to make sense to him. It was strange because momentarily, he truly believed that the world could be saved by these two. I have to be honest with you, Kisame started with a serious but forlorn look. I never really thought too much into this. Even now, I think some of the things that I was thinking about were truly just things to make me feel better. Although, I do have serious doubts on whether or not you can truly achieve these plans of yours. I will admit, Madara had me thoroughly convinced that I could actually have my future the way I wanted it. I don't know who to believe anymore. Konan noticed the defeated look that plastered upon his face, and she took this as a sign. He's actually thinking about it. He may still have a chance. Her hand slowly let go of the papers that tightly wound around his body. His legs planted to the ground as he looked at her, puzzled. Her trust with him at this moment was unexpected. You seem quick to judge, Kisame said with a straight face. I have a feeling that we have reached an agreement, Konan replied stoically. The blue man laughed softly in resignation. In a sense, I suppose. He noticed as all of the other ninja there were still on guard regardless of Konan's unwinding of paper. Even he knew that he wouldn't last long here if tried anything funny right now. But after everything he heard today, he didn't want to put up any retaliation anymore. He lifted his hand to his mouth and coughed momentarily before a scroll appeared between his teeth. He lifted the scroll up for everyone to see before he threw it over to Konan. She caught it with no effort as the fish man spoke. This is my bargaining chip for my release. I don't want to fight and I surrender for today. He walked past Konan as he went for the exit. They made brief eye contact in that passing, but more was spoken with their glances than was spoken all throughout their small battle. He jumped and disappeared into the ocean as the ninja watched him swim away. Their faces were more or less shocked at the instant deflation of the scuffle. Konan opened the scroll and saw that it was indeed the information that was written, with vital information that could damage their chances of winning. Konan thought silently as she reflected on the recent conversation. So many things swam through her head and she didn't know that she was going to get through to him. She smiled softly at her accomplishment. She looked over to Naruto and saw him smile widely at her with all of his teeth for everyone to see. Well done, Konan-san, Guy shouted in excitement. You've managed to avoid casualties while gaining exactly what we needed from the spy. Lady Tsunade will be most impressed. Chapter 22, Risk. The days had been rather quiet recently. Naruto didn't really like being on the island he was currently living on, but he had no choice in the matter at the moment. Gathering data on all of the animals that resided there was a challenge and kind of a nuisance. The whiskered boy always thought that his talents could be put to more use than they were currently. It didn't really help that he had a sinking feeling in his stomach these days. He couldn't really understand what that was about though. Unknown to him, there was a war that was starting right underneath his nose. That feeling that he was feeling was a genuine thing, but none of the other ninja on the island were willing to share that information to Naruto. They couldn't let him know because it would be detrimental to their plan. They needed to keep both of the Jinchuriki on the ancient Turtle Island. The end result could be disastrous if the Jinchuriki were captured early. Being bored from counting animals wasn't the only thing that was on the fox container's mind. There was a certain woman that seemed to echo over and over in his head. It was strange. Naruto couldn't understand it, but he was feeling a lot more interested in the paper angel that sat across from him at another tree. His mother's words reverberated from the time they talked together and what she said about Konan. It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't just some error. His mother genuinely said that the relationship between Konan and him can be entirely acceptable. He didn't know why, but there was a weight that was lifted when his mother said that. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. Naruto blushed slightly at this revelation. His mother was okay with such a strange relationship. Wait, what am I thinking? He said, pinching his cheek. Am I really going with this? Is this really okay? Have I gone crazy? So many thoughts rushed to the boy's head. He couldn't grasp the idea of Konan and him being together. It was so foreign. But then, it felt so right. Naruto would think of the times where they both confided in each other. Those soothing times where they held each other. The times where she openly smiled towards him. Not just a fake smile, but a real one. He never thought she could smile that way. He looked over to Konan, who was idly folding an origami shape with her hands. He found that strange because normally, whenever she did origami, it was from her jutsu and it formed automatically without much effort. It was interesting seeing her delicately folding the sheet in an intricate design. He looked at her hands and saw how softly they held the paper. He glanced up and noticed her amber eyes silently reflecting on her choices of folding. He saw how her mouth pursed in thought and how the hue of her lips was inviting. Blushing, his thoughts wandered to how she kissed him back in the tent. How forward she was in planting her lips upon his. His hand slowly touched his mouth again, trying to remember that faint memory of that time, but it was a little difficult to grasp. Then a thought swung at his chest and hit him hard. Am I in love with Konan? At first, the thought held no weight, but when he thought about it thoroughly, He could honestly see it being possible. She was the only one around when he was going through his problems. He was the only one around when she started showing her full self to him. Her personality was blooming and he enjoyed every bit of it. He remembered Sakura and his feeble attempts to woo her, but he noticed that there was something different with Konan. There was something stronger. There was something that he couldn't put into words, but he felt it in his heart. A strong pull was tugging him towards her. His eyes flew to his hands and they darted back up to Konan's paper flower. She was still wearing it. That meant she liked it. She liked something that he created for her. She took care of it. That meant, something made by Naruto was something that she cherished. Could she be feeling the same way? Naruto realized it. It all became clear to him now. He was infatuated with her and he couldn't help but think about how to say it. That was when he lifted himself from the ground. Konan played with her origami while she sat in silence. Naruto hadn't said anything to her since she finished that interaction between Kisame and her. What was strange to her was the fact that he sat across from her perched against a tree. He would always look at her with a strange look and she couldn't help but think that something was bothering him about her. She didn't really know what, but she didn't want to bring it up if he wasn't going to say anything. If he had anything to say at the time, he would come to her. It had been a while since she worked on origami with her hands, but it seemed to relax her pretty well. It would bring her to her past when she would make origami with her father. She always felt a fascination with creating something as simple as a folded paper, but turning it into something beautiful and long-lasting. "Hey, Konan-chan." Konan was startled out of her ruminations as she looked up at the person calling her name. It was quiet minus the sound of the waterfall that splashed away from a distance and the leaves that rustled against the branches. Naruto's face remained neutral although she noticed something off about it. She dusted off her pants and stood up with a concerned stare. "Yes? What is it?" Naruto's eyes glanced over to the side as he rubbed his neck. The more he sat and waited, the more he felt uncomfortable about talking about it. Konan saw the loss of eye contact and became somewhat worried. "If there's anything you want to talk about, you know that you shouldn't worry about whatever it is. I'm available to talk. I'm always here for you." She smiled slightly while trying to gauge his reaction. She noticed that he seemed to shrink even further when she said that and Konan couldn't help but be worried about her friend. She gingerly laid a hand upon his shoulder while looking directly into his eyes. "Hey, tell me. What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" After a few moments, Naruto looked back at her. His inner turmoil evident upon his face. Her eyes never leaving his, he breaks the silence. "I think I like you." Everything stood still. The leaves took rest and the noise of the waterfall seemed to fade away. The words ripped through the air like a saw. The air around them seemed to heat a few degrees and Konan could only widen her eyes. Her hand that rested on Naruto's shoulder slowly fell to her side. Did Naruto just say? Her thoughts jumbled. There were so many things rumbling through her mind, but she couldn't put focus onto one thing. She just received a confession from Naruto. The look that she saw on his face told her so many different things, but she could see the genuine truth in his blue eyes. She saw the light blush against his cheeks and she could only stand there flabbergasted. Konan was reminded of the time she fought her evil half. She knew deep down, that there was something telling her that she held something for the boy that was unacceptable. She can't. She felt sadness and regret at the thought of Naruto doing this. Not only for him, but for herself. This wasn't something that should be done. It went against everything that she knew. She was older than him, a past enemy, and this relationship wasn't something that should be taken lightly, Naruto-kun. "I know." Naruto replied softly, "It's not normal. I know this is all strange and confusing, but..." His head lowered as his gaze fell to the ground. "I've realized that I've been feeling something for you for a while. I only realized it today that there was something more to this weird feeling." Konan's eyes lowered in remorse as he spoke calmly. "You were always there for me, Konan-chan. Even through all of the things that I put you through in Konoha, you remained. I've never had anyone like you before." His hands dug into his pockets and kicked a foot against the dirt. "I guess." He never finished his sentence as he looked back at Konan awaiting her answer. Konan always had an underlying feeling that something like this would happen, but she didn't want it to. It didn't seem possible. She just assumed that they would be friends and she would help him when she needed to. She didn't want to think that Naruto would actually be willing to start a real relationship with her. Her heart hurt at the mention of that. She couldn't do it. "I can't, Naruto." "Huh?" Naruto replied with uncertainty. "You can't?" Konan looked shamefully to her right. "Yes. I can't do that, Naruto. It's wrong. Naruto's eyebrows scrunched up in confusion as her stared at her. Wrong? Naruto-kun, she started back up, it can't happen between us. I'm sorry. It's just, Konan said while pacing a few steps towards the waterfall, our relationship is purely a friendship. Nothing more. It's not supposed to go any further than that. Who said? Naruto asked irritated, is someone keeping you from getting close to me? Let me know and I will talk to them. That's not it, Konan retorted with a slight grit of her teeth, it's something else. Just. So, are all of the things we did together not real? Do friends kiss other friends like that? Naruto asked angrily. I told you already, that was an accident. Bullshit. Naruto gritted his teeth while gazing at her back. She wasn't looking at him and that bothered him. The things she was saying were getting to him. It seemed to him like she was just trying to avoid it, but what was she trying to hide? Was there really someone keeping her from getting too close to him? Naruto, we are just too different. It's just not possible for us to work. So, was everything a lie then? Naruto asked aggravated. No, it's not. A lot of things we did together were genuine, Konan responded in annoyance, those things. A sigh escaped her lips while she closed her eyes. It was all honestly becoming too much for her. She never expected it to go this far, but even with this, she had to stop somewhere. Naru MMPH. Her sentence was cut short as Naruto grabbed her and planted his lips upon hers in a sudden kiss. Her eyes widened as she noticed the boy was pushing his face against hers. Her thoughts rushed in a sudden frenzy and the shock was enough to stop her suddenly. But as fast as it came, Konan's rationality took over. A hand planted hard against Naruto's right cheek as he sat there quietly reeling from the surprise palm against his face. He held his hand up to the painful cheek, but didn't say a word. Konan glared lividly at Naruto as she spoke, first, don't ever do that again. Secondly, your feelings for me are nothing more than something for you to latch onto because Sakura-san died. Naruto saw her look away from his direction after she said that although Naruto didn't really know why, I'm sorry. I guess you're right. Maybe I'm looking too deeply into things. I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot, Konan retorted after calming down, you're just confused. I can understand that so I won't hold it against you. After some thought, Naruto smiled a little, yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks for forgiving me. If Sakura-chan was here, she would have beat me to a bloody pulp if I did that to her. Well, it's a good thing that I'm not her then, isn't it? She replied while walking away, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. Naruto chuckled softly in defeat while looking at the ground. The leaves on the ground moving softly against the breeze, I guess you're not. TLO. Naruto had been training for a while now on his Baijuu abilities. B was thorough in teaching him the ropes of controlling external Baijuu chakra to his will. To be honest, Naruto was tired of sitting on the island. He really wanted to get a move on. There was nothing else for him to do, and it didn't help that he kept feeling a nine-tails chakra that was somewhere other than where he was currently. He couldn't place his finger on an exact location, but he still couldn't let it rest. B, something has been bothering me, Naruto replied after taking a break from his Baijuu mode. What is it? Well, I sense nine-tails chakra somewhere else. I mean, I'm the only one who has nine-tails chakra, right? B smiled, of course, my man. You're the only one who has the chakra. Nothing else can. Naruto thought quietly about what B said before he closed his eyes and sighed, where's the restroom? It's right outside. The first door to the left. Thanks, Naruto said as he ran out of the door a lot more quickly than normal. He either really had to go that badly, or he was trying to escape. B's Baijuu, the eight tails, was really persistent against letting Naruto leave, but B only shook it off. B knew that Naruto wanted to leave and he could sense it within Naruto, that the boy had something he needed to do. That was the strange thing about Jinchuriki. They seemed to know what's going on with the other. B only smiled and started stepping toward the exit. As Naruto totally ran straight through the corridor and past the bathroom that he supposedly wanted to use, two ninja that were precariously placed above on top of a doorway relayed the information that Naruto was leaving. Thus began a series of preventative measures to keep the Jinchuriki in place. Halt, Naruto. The boy stopped in his tracks as he was met with several ninja of Konoha. There were two bigger and taller men that stood in the back, but wore an Akimichi crest on their vests. Seeing this many people in front of him set off many alarms in his head, I knew something was going on. Naruto, I must apologize, but I cannot let you pass. You should go back to the Baijuu room and train, a man with dark glasses and hooded jacket said to him. What is Shino's dad doing here? What are you all doing here? Why is everyone watching me? Go back inside, the Aburame said, we can talk about it in there. Naruto's brow arched in annoyance, I can hear it out here. Just tell me now. Gen-san, let me talk to him. A man replied as he walked through the group. It was none other than Iruka Umino as he stared at Naruto with a conviction. Iruka-sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Confusion was etched upon his face at seeing his previous teacher standing in front of him. Things weren't adding up. As it turns out, Iruka started with a confident smile, you have a second mission and this mission involves a new species on this island. It's been determined that you should have backup in case something goes awry. We're here to help you. Naruto touched his stomach, I felt Nine Tails chakra. Does it have something to do with that? The others stood by quietly and guarded as Iruka continued to speak, yes, if you go outside and the Nine Tails chakra inside you gets noticed by the new animal, it will be over for you. Is that why Captain Yamato hasn't come back yet? Naruto asked. He knew something was strange about Yamato taking too long. He had disappeared a while ago and hadn't been back. He didn't know what was going on, but he very well knew that something was brushing him the wrong way. That's right, Naruto. You know better than us that Nine Tails chakra can be contained by Makuten. Naruto thought silently about everything Iruka was saying to him. The story seemed solid, but it was still so strange. Naruto thought it over momentarily to try and get his mind in order. Then he thought about something that was said before. His mind raced as a thought struck his mind like a blow to the head. He remembered that B had controlled all of the monsters on the island and that B was the top dog. There was no other on that island that couldn't be controlled by him. If Naruto knew anything, then he would know that he could just as easily do the same thing. B taught him many things about the animals on the island and how he could communicate with them, just as he could with the Nine Tails. That is when he met his resolve. His eyes mutated into an orange hue with rectangular pupils. Everyone immediately took a stance as Naruto pushed through the defenses. His narrow sight was to get past them through the waterfall. He sensed as others tried to capture him, but he avoided them easily by sensing their trajectory. Naruto pushed through and burst through the waterfall with relative ease. Everyone was surprised and the few he pushed through landed several yards away from him. Naruto was about to take another step, but he was immediately caught by a shadow possession. Unfortunately, the shadow possession wasn't enough to stop his sage mode, as visions of the current war filled his mind. His thoughts were immediately bombarded and he couldn't exactly think clearly or get a good image of what was really going on. He could feel many of the other ninja that he knew and many others that he didn't, and everyone seemed to be fighting something. What's going on? Iruka's features hardened as he watched Naruto reel from shock. He must have sensed everyone with his sage mode abilities. Everyone's fighting the war. Madara's war. Naruto looked around at everyone else that was preparing to stop him at any cost. Why is everyone getting hurt out there? What are you hiding? The truth is, Naruto, Iruka said with a stern look, with this war, we are going to protect you. Naruto continued to look on in shock. They're going to protect him? From his perspective, it's the other way around. He gazed around at the other ninja and saw the look of determination written upon their faces. His eyes met with Iruka's once again, but he could see that same determination within his teacher's eyes. Like his teacher would be losing something important if Naruto left. You see, Madara launched an assault on the world. He's determined to capture you and Killer Bee and extract the Baijuu from you both. Iruka looked over and saw his comrades looking at him a little angrily for spilling the beans on the plan, but he knew that he couldn't hide it from Naruto any longer. If Madara captures the both of you, then this world will surely end and everything would be over. Naruto looked downcast as he took in all of this information, but Iruka continued, we're fighting to keep you safe, Naruto. You need to control your urge and let us handle this fight. It was then that Naruto noticed Konan walking out towards him as he stood there. His eyes widened momentarily before his sight fell to the ground in sadness. Even you too, huh? Naruto still felt the sting from when Konan rejected him, and it hurt him even more seeing her side with the others that were so intent on keeping him on the island. Konan observed Naruto and stayed silent. The looks of the others were wary, but they knew that she was a last resort. Naruto had been closest to the woman more than anyone else that they've seen so far, and they felt like if anyone could do anything, it could be her. Naruto-kun, everyone here is fighting for you. I'm even fighting for you. That's why we're all here to protect you, because we don't want to lose you. You're very important to everyone here. Naruto looked around and saw the looks on their faces again. Some of them nodded their heads in agreement to what Konan was saying. Others were looking down in grief at the current situation. They seemed panicked almost. Almost like they were desperate to do anything they could to stay alive.
I thought you wanted to help me?
I thought. You wanted to be the support to help me end this? Konan looked downtrodden as Naruto uttered those words to her. She could only remember when Yamato and the others came to her. Flashback/. It was a quiet night on the island. Konan had just ended her discussion with Naruto about his sudden interest in her. She ended up rejecting him, but it was for the better. Naruto was a nice boy, but she couldn't have that type of relationship with him. It was just wrong. Even so, she still couldn't help but feel the thumping heartbeat that she was still feeling from the sudden confession and kiss. Damn it, Konan said, as she clenched her teeth and leaned her hand against the tree to try and balance her thoughts. It wasn't my intention to be that mean towards him, but I honestly felt like he wouldn't understand my stance. Naruto. I'm sorry, but you deserve someone better than I am. I'm not worth it. I'm just an old lady who can't jump to that type of relationship. It's too much. She recalled the battle with her inner self and how her inner self told her that she was falling in love with the boy. Just the thought in itself held tremendous weight. How could she do something like that? She would be ruining the boy's chances of finding someone better than her, and she'd just be in the way. He'd definitely get bored of her and he'd find someone else to be with that was younger. That's how it always goes. There's no way anything like that can happen. Even though she loathed to admit it, her darker half told the truth. She might be falling in love with Naruto. I'd like to have a word with you, a man said in front of her. Her eyes lifted and noticed that it was none other than Yamato, who seemed stern. Konan stood up straight as she gazed at the man thoughtfully and repressed her frustrations. What do I owe this isolated visit? Konan, we need your help in containing Naruto on the island, Yamato said while looking her straight in the eye. The war has already started and Madara wants to capture the last two Baijuo, but we've isolated them both on this turtle island to camouflage our whereabouts. Konan's eyes widened slightly at this sudden request, but she breathed a sigh. I had a feeling that this was your intention from the beginning. Yes, this was all staged from the very beginning. We couldn't risk Naruto and Killer Bee running rampant trying to save everyone while everyone else is trying to save them. Konan thought about everything that Yamato was saying, but she didn't really like the idea. Naruto was a bridge to peace and he was a pivotal role in the ending of the entire fight. I don't believe that I should do what you ask. Naruto knows just what he is capable of. He is no fool. But it's his arrogance that would cause him failure. No matter what, his determination would ultimately get him killed. We can't risk that kind of thing, Yamato said to her grimly. We must keep him on the island and wait for a better moment to let him go. For now, it's just too early and everyone else on the battlefield is doing everything they can to make sure we don't even need Naruto or Bee. Konan sighed tiredly before she started to walk away. This was just something that she really didn't need to deal with right now. Would you really let Naruto die out there by the hands of Madara? Are you that cold-hearted? Konan flinched when he called her cold. Her eyebrows lowered in irritation. I trust Naruto-kun. I trust his strength. I'm not afraid of what may befall of us because I believe that Naruto can accomplish anything that he sets his mind on. Konan looked the man in the eye. I believe that Naruto can truly save the world. Maybe it's you that is colder than I? You can't even put trust in your own comrade. With nothing more to say, she started walking away again towards a different wooded area. Yamato only sighed as he rubbed his neck in annoyance. Apparently, it wasn't easy to persuade her after all. End flashback/. Naruto. What do you truly believe? Konan asked him, genuinely curious about his answer. She wanted to hear it from his mouth. She had too. Yamato got inside of her head in the comments he made before about Naruto that she felt like she should protect him. She didn't want to lose him, regardless, whether her feelings for him were of love or not. She cared for him and thinking about him leaving and possibly dying gave her second thoughts. But she wanted to know his real thoughts and gave him an opportunity. She wanted him to sway her. She wanted to be reminded that her actions weren't in vain. That her life wasn't meaningless. Naruto thought hard over everything that his Iruka-sensei said. He looked up to Konan and looked in her eyes. He saw his stare was met with concern and possibly fear? He gazed down at his hands and recalled the time when he fought Nagato. The words that the man spoke to him rang through his head like a cacophony. Wasteful death. Eternal hatred. And pain that does not heal. That is what war is, and that is what you'll face in the future, Naruto, but I believe that you, of all people, can. With his will and strength, he looked up to Konan with resolute eyes. I can stop this. I will face eternal hatred, and I will face the pain that does not heal. That is my role in this world. Konan looked into his eyes for any sign of uncertainty. The doubt that she had before was washed away, and she could only smile at him. I believe you, Naruto. And thank you. Those were her last words before she created a diversion by blowing thousands of sheets of paper towards the Nara shadow user, knocking the shadow possession loose from Naruto and freeing him. Everyone around was stunned by the sudden paper barrage. The paper then switched and filled the entire area at amazing speed. They were spinning around the area so quickly and compact, that it became too difficult to see anything. Naruto and Konan made use of the diversion and left the vicinity post-haste. Iruka only sighed as he watched defensively between his arms, Konan and Naruto running away out of sight. I knew they would do that. Just don't die on me, Naruto. The other ninja immediately contacted the barrier patrol and dashed in the same direction as Naruto and Konan. Pretty soon, the Jinchuriki would be free and the enemy would be one step closer to completing his Tsuki no Mi plan. They needed to stop him at all costs. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.